Chapter 38:13. After Ouyang Jianqin successfully challenged the first place, it was the turn of the 14th place, who was now the 15th place, to challenge. This person was a disciple from a God King level faction and had made it into the top 15. The only people he could choose to challenge now were those who were ranked third and below. In the end, he chose to challenge Deng Jinni, who was ranked one place behind Duan Lingtian and ranked first. During this time, his gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the others. The reason why he chose Deng Jinni in the end was because he felt that he had more confidence in challenging this person. Deng Jinni was a genius disciple from a God King level faction. He was quite strong and defeated his opponent after 30 moves. At this time, he also displayed a stronger strength. This Deng Jinni hid a lot of his strength before. It's because he hid his strength that he was targeted. However, judging from the current situation, Deng Jinni's strength is not weaker than the other people in the second tier. I just don't know if he's still hiding his strength. Deng Jinni's further display of strength also attracted the attention of the spectators because the strength he displayed before was somewhat reserved compared to now. With the strength he displayed now, it was enough for him to enter the second tier. Up until now, the surrounding crowd of spectators had divided the top 15 people in the Hidden Dragon competition into 3 groups. The first tier consisted of Duan Lingtian, Miss Qi Dupajuan, Hua Tiandu, Jiwu Cheng, Ouyang Jianqin. The second tier consisted of Ping Dong, Qin Yuanzheng, Situ Cheng, Morong Luofeng. Now there was Deng Jinni. The third tier consisted of the remaining 4 people, including the person who challenged Deng Jinni and was defeated. If the challenge failed, the ranking would not change. It's Miss Qi's turn. Miss Qi from the 10,000 Flower Valley was also one of the 2 women who made it into the top 15 of the Hidden Dragon tournament. She was also the stronger of the 2 women. So far, she had defeated her opponents relatively easily. Who will Miss Qi challenge? While many people were curious about this, Duan Lingtian's gaze also fell on Miss Qi. He was also curious about her next choice. He will probably choose the first one. Just as Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, Miss Seven's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. Then she said bluntly, "I challenge Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian was stunned. The others were also stunned. This 7th young lady, instead of challenging the first-ranked Ouyang Jianqin, actually challenged the current 7th ranked Duan Lingtian? What happened? This 7th miss didn't pay attention to anyone before the Hidden Dragon competition began, and only took the initiative to look for Duan Lingtian. Could it be that she went to seek love from Duan Lingtian, and hate was born from love? I don't think so. Duan Lingtian may be handsome, but he's not handsome enough to make a female genius like the 7th young lady so infatuated with him, right? It's hard to say. I have seen many handsome men, but this is the first one with such temperament. The whispers of the spectators entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but feel a little lightheaded. So my appearance is actually so attractive? However, when Duan Lingtian's gaze met Miss Seven's gaze, he instantly came back to his senses. Perhaps the other party's challenge had nothing to do with his appearance. Since he was challenged, Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't avoid the challenge. His goal was to be first. If he avoided the challenge, even if he defeated everyone else, he would at most be second. This 7th young lady went to look for Duan Lingtian before? Ding Yan asked Ho Qingning curiously. Yes. Ho Qingning nodded as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "She seemed to be looking for Duan Lingtian to meet Elder Shui Haichuan. I wonder what her relationship with Elder Shui Haichuan is." Challenging Duan Lingtian probably has something to do with Duan Lingtian and Elder Shui Haichuan being acquainted. Of course, this was only Ho Qingning's conjecture. However, this battle still attracted the sidelong glances of everyone present, especially the Linghu family's clan elder Linghu Huan, who transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian and said, Kid, this is the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. The reward for first place and the reward for later places can't be the same. Don't fail miserably because you have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Women are the most terrifying creatures in this world. Don't be bewitched by her. At the same time that Ling Hu Huan transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian to boast, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but glance at him. His deep gaze caused Ling Hu Huan to feel somewhat guilty. Elder Huan, tell me your story. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice. This time, Ling Hu Huan was mute for a moment, then he said in a stuttering voice, "What nonsense are you talking about? I've never suffered a loss in the hands of a woman. I'm such a wise and powerful person. How could I possibly suffer a loss in the hands of a woman?" Duan Lingtian laughed involuntarily. Did this count as confessing without being pressed? However, Duan Lingtian didn't have the time to continue chatting with Ling Hu Huan, because Miss Seven had already followed him into the arena and confronted him. Divine energy appeared on her body. Who do you guys think will win, Duan Lingtian or Miss Seven? Many of the spectators were extremely curious about this. Based on the strength they've displayed so far, Miss Seven is slightly inferior to Duan Lingtian. I just don't know if this Miss Seven is hiding her strength. Otherwise, she shouldn't be a match for Duan Lingtian. If she's hiding her methods, she might be able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw. Of course, the prerequisite is that what Duan Lingtian displayed earlier was already his full strength. While the spectators were discussing animatedly, Miss Seven's gaze focused on Duan Lingtian. Following that, her figure swayed, and a green light shot out from her body. Terrifying thick thorny vines swept out and shrouded Duan Lingtian. Miss Seven was skilled in the law of wood among the 5 elemental laws. However, when she first made her move, she did not use the law of wood. Instead, she used another law. Later on, when she encountered opponents who were stronger, she used the law of wood that she was most skilled in. Whoosh! 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 The thorny vines shot out like giant pythons opening their bloody mouths as they pounced toward Duan Lingtian ferociously. Moreover, there was a faint blood mist surrounding the giant pythons. As soon as Miss Seven made her move, her strength was even stronger than before. At this moment, the spectators finally realized that she was holding back. Looks like I can't hold back anymore. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart when he saw how ferocious 7th young lady's attack was. At the same time, a figure suddenly shot out from his body. Surprisingly, it was another person who looked exactly like him. It was his space law avatar. When Duan Lingtian made his move, his clone from the law of space made his move as well. However, this time his clone from the law of space made his move as well. The only difference was this time his clone from the law of space made his move as well. Boom! Boom! Duan Lingtian's original body and the space law avatar made their move together. Although it was only 1+1, the power that was displayed was enough to easily crush Miss Seven's attack. Then, before Miss Seven could react, Duan Lingtian and his original body had already teleported one after another, sandwiching Miss Seven in the middle. Then, without any hesitation, the sword in his hand shone and a space storm raged. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air as the vine beneath 7th young lady's feet exploded like a cannonball. The recoil from the explosion pushed 7th young lady up into the sky and vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's space law avatar and his space law avatar collided. However, there was no destructive power because the two of them came from the same source. When they collided, they only merged with each other. She dodged pretty quickly. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then he teleported again with his space law avatar and chased after Miss Seven. At this time, the spectators also recovered from their shock. It's a space law avatar. Duan Lingtian is just like the rumors say. He's not a native of the Mystic Gang land. That's right. People from the realms of gods, like us from the mystic gangland, can't form a space law avatar because of the supreme bloodline in our bodies. This is a space law avatar. I've only heard of it before. Today is my first time seeing it. Many people were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian's space law avatar. At the same time, some of them recalled the rumor that Duan Lingtian was from a Devata realm. Naturally, most of them had scoffed when they heard the rumor. How could a person from a Devata realm break through and become a god king before the age of 3,000? What a joke! In their opinion, people from the Devata realms who came to the realms of gods were mostly old people. Those who could cultivate to the god king stage before the age of 10,000 were rare geniuses. Even more people felt that it was fake news spread by others. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's space law avatar with their own eyes, they finally realized that Duan Lingtian was really from a Devata realm and was not a native of a realm of gods. This is too terrifying. His space law avatar is not any weaker than his true body. Apart from the fact that he doesn't have a prominent grade divine weapon, his space law avatar is no different from his true body. If his space law avatar is given a prominent grade divine sword, its strength will be on par with his true body. As the crowd discussed among themselves, Duan Lingtian gained the upper hand in the battle. After summoning his space law avatar, his strength completely overwhelmed the seventh young lady. After 3 moves, the seventh young lady was completely at a disadvantage. He defeated her with the 5th move. I've lost. Although the 7th young lady was defeated, there was no sign of dejection in her eyes. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a determined expression. Defeating you will be my first goal after joining the Tianlong clan. I'll be waiting. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. However, he was inwardly shocked by the 7th young lady's strength. Based on the 7th young lady's strength, she was stronger than Du Pejuan, Hua Tiandu, and the others. Naturally, Du Pejuan, Hua Tiandu, and the others might not have used their full strength before today. A space law avatar? Interesting. A smile appeared on Hua Tiandu's face. Chapter 38:14. When Duan Lingtian summoned his law of space clone, it was as though he had duplicated himself and joined forces with his main body. Under such circumstances, even though Miss Seven was strong, she was still defeated by Duan Lingtian. At this moment, apart from Hua Tiandu and Miss Seven, who had just been defeated by Duan Lingtian, the rest of the people in the top 15 had a solemn expression on their faces. It was apparent they did not expect Duan Lingtian to possess such a technique. Duan Lingtian. Du Pejuan's expression was grave. Initially, he thought even if he was not strong enough to defeat Duan Lingtian, it would not be a problem for him to come to a draw with Duan Lingtian. However, it seemed like if he were to fight Duan Lingtian, even if he took every step carefully and did not take the conventional path, the chances of him being defeated would be higher. Damn it! Du Qianjun's expression turned even more ferocious. This fellow actually has such a trump card. He's just a lowly person from a Devata realm. How could he possess such a technique? At this moment, Du Qianjun's rationality was almost consumed by jealousy. He wished he could possess Duan Lingtian and take all of Duan Lingtian's abilities for himself. At this moment, even the high-ranking officials from the various divine emperor forces were looking at Duan Lingtian intently. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is going to rank first in the hidden dragon competition. Many people sighed. Although there were still many people who performed well, Duan Lingtian's performance had completely overshadowed theirs. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was not at his limit yet. Currently, his law of space clone did not have a Devata artifact to rely on. If he could use a Devata artifact, his strength would rise to another level. After all, would Duan Lingtian lack any Devata artifacts? Even if he only had a prominent Devata artifact, he could still borrow another one. This time, there were 3 elders from the Linghu family. Each of them had at least one prominent Devata artifact. And now, most people were thinking the same thing. The challenge continues. As the Black Dragon Elder Blue Feather Mountain spoke, after 7th young lady's failure, the person ranked before 7th young lady, who was considered to be in the 3rd echelon, also challenged another person who was considered to be in the 3rd echelon. After 100 moves, the two of them were tied, and their rankings remained unchanged. After a few consecutive battles, the rankings began to change. Ouyang Jianchen replaced Peng Dong as the new number 1, while Peng Dong fell to number 2. It's Du Pejuan's turn. Who do you think he will challenge? Soon, it was Du Pejuan's turn. After looking at the people in front of him, Du Pejuan decisively challenged another person who had not yet made a move and was recognized as the 3rd echelon. In less than 10 moves, he had defeated the other party. Then he replaced the other party's ranking and took the 9th place. Du Pejuan fought steadily and surely. He did not rush for quick success. After Ouyang Jianchen, he had successfully defeated his opponent. After Du Pejuan won, the challenge continued. It was Situ Cheng's turn, who had fallen to the 11th place because Du Pejuan had jumped the queue. Situ Cheng came from the Situ family, a divine emperor clan. The Situ family was a powerful divine emperor clan with a medium divine emperor. After Situ Cheng went up, he challenged Deng Jiani and defeated him after 50 moves. Then the challenge continued. After one challenge after another, it was finally Duan Lingtian's turn. Now, Duan Lingtian had fallen to the 8th place because Deng Jiani had been eliminated. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian went up and successfully attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, almost everyone's gaze fell on Ouyang Jianchen, who was temporarily in the 1st place. They thought that Duan Lingtian would definitely challenge Ouyang Jianchen. In fact, Duan Lingtian did think so. Ouyang Jianchen. Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on Ouyang Jianchen. Ouyang Jianchen instantly turned into a sword light and entered the arena. Then, the sword light turned into an elegant young man, Duan Lingtian. After Ouyang Jianchen entered the arena, he was no longer as calm as before. His gaze was solemn as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although I don't think I can defeat you, I still want to see the gap between us. Even someone as proud as Ouyang Jianchen could not help but be convinced by Duan Lingtian's strength. Duan Lingtian did not disappoint Ouyang Jianchen. After 3 moves, he suppressed Ouyang Jianchen and defeated him. During this process, he did not let his clone of the law of space use a divine artifact. Otherwise, his strength would definitely be stronger. Duan Lingtian has reached the top. Although he's temporarily in the 1st place, I think he'll still be in the 1st place in the end. Everyone present was very confident in Duan Lingtian. Even the Black Dragon Elder, Blue Feather Mountain, looked at Duan Lingtian with a much gentler gaze. It could be foreseen that once a monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian grew up in the future, he would definitely surpass anyone in the history of the Tianlong clan. He was not even 3,000 years old, yet he had such strength. Even among the top god emperor level forces in Tongling province, there was no such existence in the current era. Perhaps such an existence had appeared in their history, but it was definitely very rare. In the following challenges, very few people challenged Duan Lingtian. Whether it was Ji Wucheng, Hua Tiando, or the others, none of them challenged Duan Lingtian. In the eyes of others, they knew that they were not a match for Duan Lingtian and were not in a hurry to challenge Duan Lingtian. Of course, this did not mean that they would not challenge Duan Lingtian in the future. However, challenging Duan Lingtian at the beginning was not a good thing for them. If they were injured and their performance was affected, perhaps they would not be able to get the desired ranking. For this reason, Duan Lingtian became a bystander in the upcoming battle. He stayed by Ding Yan and Ho Qingning's side and watched the battle with them. Duan Lingtian, look, this Ji Wucheng is really strong. Facing the challenge of Miss 7, he is not at a disadvantage at all. No wonder he is as famous as Hua Tiando. Duan Lingtian, I think this Dupajuan is going to lose. I'm afraid he is not a match for Hua Tiando. Sai, our Morong family's Morong Luofeng should be able to squeeze into the top 10, right? After a series of challenges, other than Duan Lingtian, who was temporarily first place, no one else was challenged in the top 15. The rankings of the people behind him were basically fixed. In this process, the most outstanding was still Hua Tiando. Not only did he defeat Du Pejuan, he also defeated Miss Seven, Ji Wucheng, and Ouyang Jianchen. However, Ouyang Jianchen's strength was also not bad. Other than losing to Miss Seven, he also defeated Ji Wucheng and was temporarily ranked third. Hua Tianfu was ranked second. The current top 10 rankings were: first place, Duan Lingtian; second place, Hua Tiando; third place, Ouyang Jianchen; fourth place, Miss Seven; fifth place, Ji Wucheng; sixth place, Dupajuan; seventh place, Pengdong; eighth place, Siducheng; ninth place, Qin Yuanzheng; 10th place, Morong Luofeng, and behind her was the 11th place, Deng Jinni. However, including Deng Jinni, other than not challenging Duan Lingtian, the 5 people behind him had basically fought with the people in front of them and were all defeated. Therefore, unless they could defeat Duan Lingtian, they were not fated to be in the top 10. And if they wanted to defeat Duan Lingtian, unless Duan Lingtian went easy on them, they also knew that they were no match for him. So they also gave up the opportunity to challenge Duan Lingtian. Based on the current situation, I'm afraid only Hua Tiandu is capable of challenging Duan Lingtian. Although Hua Tiandu's strength isn't inferior to Duan Lingtian's clones without Devata artifacts, I'm afraid he's not a match for Duan Lingtian. Maybe Hua Tiando is still hiding his strength. I remember he hasn't used his bloodline power so far. At this time, many people realized that Hua Tiando, the young master of the Donghua sect, had defeated Ouyang Jianchen, Miss Seven, and Ji Wucheng without using his bloodline power so far. Ji Wucheng, Dupajuan, do you still intend to challenge Duan Lingtian? Just as everyone's gaze passed by Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiando, the voice of Elder Lan Yushan of the Black Dragon sect also sounded. As for the 2 people who were asked, they shook their heads when they heard this. Ji Wucheng and Duan Lingtian did not have any grudges, and he admitted that he was no match for Duan Lingtian, so he did not feel that there was anything wrong with not challenging Duan Lingtian. However, Du Pejuan's expression was somewhat unsightly. Normally, with the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the 10,000 Demon sect, he would definitely challenge Duan Lingtian. However, he was also worried that Duan Lingtian would hold a grudge and attack him severely. Once Duan Lingtian injured him, the other 2 people in the top 10 who were ranked behind him might challenge him. At that time, he might fail miserably. He did not know if the 2 people behind him knew about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the 10,000 Demon sect, but they did not challenge him until now. It was as if they had intentionally left the opportunity to challenge him until the end. Since that's the case, the next battle for first place will be decided between Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiando. Lan Yushan spoke again. If the rest of you have any objections, you can voice them out. As soon as Lan Yushan finished speaking, no one spoke. The others clearly did not have any objections. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength had been defeated there, and they were wholeheartedly convinced. Since that's the case, let's first confirm the rankings. In the end, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiando will decide the final first and second place. Lan Yushan said, up until now, Hua Tiando had fought with almost all of the people behind him and had defeated them. However, as soon as Lan Yushan finished speaking, although 1 or 2 people at the bottom of the rankings had issued a challenge, they had all failed in the end. There was no change in the top 10 rankings. The 3rd place to the 10th place had been completely confirmed. The last battle, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiando's battle. After this battle, the top 10 rankings will be completely confirmed, and this year's Hidden Dragon competition will also be completely over. As Lan Yushan spoke in a clear voice, His gaze was somewhat complicated. In the previous Hidden Dragon competition, the top few people had fought fiercely. However, in this year's competition, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiando had appeared. Their strength was so strong that it practically crushed everyone else. Ling Tian War Reverend, please collect. Ling Tian War Reverend is the fastest to update. Chapter 38:15. Hua Tiandu was the young lord of the Donghua clan, a divine emperor-level sect. He was less than 8,000 years old. In the past, everyone said that he was as famous as Ji Wuchang of the Hanchu sect. Only today did everyone know that his strength was far greater than Ji Wuchang's. He was not someone Ji Wuchang could compare to. Even when he defeated Ji Wuchang, looking at Ji Wuchang's expression, it was obvious that he did not expect it. Obviously, Ji Wuchang did not know that Hua Tiandu was hiding such strong strength. Until now, Hua Tiandu had not used the power of his bloodline, but he had defeated a group of young experts, including Ji Wuchang, Miss Seven, and Du Pejuan. Previously, they were in the first group. Now it seems that there is an even higher group above the first group. There are only 2 people in this group, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu. Many people sighed. Based on the strength that Hua Tiandu and Duan Lingtian had displayed, they were not at the same level as Ji Wuchang and the others. Even if Duan Lingtian and Hua Tianfu were placed in the top divine emperor-level forces of Tongling province, they would be rare geniuses of this generation, especially Duan Lingtian. They even suspected that once the news of Duan Lingtian's age and corresponding strength spread, those top divine emperor-level forces would invite Duan Lingtian to join. At that time, unless Duan Lingtian refused. Otherwise, the Tianlong clan would not dare to keep Duan Lingtian. Those top divine emperor-level forces had divine emperors. They were not comparable to the Tianlong clan, which did not have any divine emperors in this generation. Duan Lingtian. Under the gazes of everyone present, Hua Tiandu's figure flashed to enter the combat ring, and he looked at Duan Lingtian from afar as he smiled lightly. Next, I'll let you and me battle to end this hidden dragon competition. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then his figure flashed as he entered the combat ring as well. The 2 of them stood facing each other, but there was no smell of gunpowder. Instead, it gave off a calm and peaceful feeling. However, in the eyes of the spectators, this calmness was like the calm before the storm. Between the 2 of them, who do you think is stronger? It's hard to say. Hua Tiandu hasn't used the power of his bloodline yet. According to what I know, his bloodline power is not weak at all. What bloodline does his bloodline power belong to? I don't know about that. I don't know. You said his bloodline power isn't weak? I heard about it. Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu entered the arena. Not only were the spectators staring at them, even the Black Dragon Elder, Blue Feather Mountain, and the 2 White Dragon Elders behind him were staring at them. This would be the Tianlong clan's last battle in this year's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. After this battle, the champion of the Hidden Dragon Competition would be decided. Duan Lingtian, just give your avatar of the law of space a high-grade divine weapon. Hua Tiandu looked at Duan Lingtian calmly and said in a calm tone as the aura of death spread from his body. He was skilled in the law of death. As Hua Tiandu spoke, everyone was shocked. Hua Tiandu, what does he mean? Isn't he afraid that Duan Lingtian's avatar of the law of space will use a high-grade divine weapon? He's so confident. Where did he get his confidence from? It seems that he might not only have an extraordinary bloodline power, but he might also have some tricks up his sleeve. While everyone was in an uproar, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smile faintly. It seems that the young sect master is very confident in your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial storm began to wreak havoc on Duan Lingtian's body. Although Duan Lingtian was confident, he couldn't help but be cautious when facing Hua Tiandu, who was equally confident. One had to know that the strength he'd displayed earlier, even if he'd held back, was already not weak. In this hidden dragon competition, it was enough to easily defeat anyone other than Hua Tiandu. If you don't have an extra high-grade divine weapon, I'll give you a chance to borrow one now. Otherwise, you won't be able to borrow it in time. Hua Tiandu wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he gave Duan Lingtian a chance to borrow a high-grade divine weapon. This scene made the onlookers feel that Hua Tiandu was hiding a lot of his strength. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so confident. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into slits. His expression became slightly serious. Young sect master, you don't have to worry about this. Duan Lingtian, today will be the first time I'll show my full strength. Hua Tiandu took a step forward. Immediately, his aura underwent a world-shaking change. Then, a figure shot out from within his body. It was another Hua Tiandu. However, this Hua Tiandu had blood-red eyes. Naturally, this was not Hua Tiandu's law clone. It was an undead clone condensed from the law of death's undead clone profundity. It was also known as the death clone. This was a different concept from the law of death's clone. For example, Duan Lingtian's old friend, Ling Juyun, was from a realm of gods. Like Hua Tiandu, due to the supreme powerhouse's bloodline, it was impossible for him to condense a law clone. Including the law of death's clone. However, the undead clone was an exception. This was because it was a clone condensed from one of the profundities from the law of death. Moreover, its strength was far inferior to a law clone. However, Duan Lingtian saw a layer of blood-red light shone from Hua Tiandu's undead clone as soon as Hua Tiandu formed his undead clone. Moreover, the undead clone's emotionless crimson eyes seemed to have turned lively as well. Swoosh! A divine artifact appeared in the undead clone's hand. Based on the aura it emitted, it was a prominent divine artifact. Hua Tiandu's main body also held a prominent divine artifact. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, Hua Tiandu and his clone both moved. They both unleashed their attacks. During this process, to the astonishment of the crowd, it was not only Hua Tiandu himself, but even his clone was able to use the laws of death at will. This clone did not look like an undead clone at all. It should be known that an undead clone could not use the law of death at will. It could only use the law of death that had been fused with the law of death. However, the law of death that Hua Tiandu had displayed was only the law of death that had been fused with 3 profundities. Naturally, it was stronger than the other participants of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. It was not inferior to the law of space that Duan Lingtian had displayed. Hua Tiandu only lacked 1 profundity from the law of death to fuse with 2 other profundities. He had already comprehended the fusion of the 3 profundities. He was only a step away from mastering the fusion of the 3 profundities from the law of death and reaching perfection in the fusion of the 3 profundities. As long as he could master the fusion of the 3 profundities, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. That's bloodline energy. Hua Tiandu's bloodline energy can turn his undead clone into an existence similar to the law of death's clone. Doesn't that mean he also has the advantage that Duan Lingtian has? He has never used such a technique before. No wonder Hua Tiandu is so confident. With this technique, even if Duan Lingtian gave his clone the law of space, a prominent divine sword, it would still be difficult for him to defeat Hua Tiandu. At this moment, apart from Hua Tiandu's father, the leader of the Donghua clan, everyone else, including the other members of the Donghua clan, was shocked. No one had expected Hua Tiandu to have such a technique. Before this, the reason why Hua Tiandu could easily defeat Miss Seven, Ji Wucheng, Du Pejuan, and the others was not because of the advantage that he had displayed, but because his comprehension of the law of space was far superior to Miss Seven's and the others. Now, Duan Lingtian's law of space clone will probably be at a disadvantage against Hua Tiandu, even if he has a prominent divine sword to rely on. The law of space that he used earlier was not as strong as Hua Tiandu's. Even if he uses the embryonic form of the Way of the Sword again, he probably won't be Hua Tiandu's match. Hua Tiandu's cultivation is one level higher than his. Under the unblinking gaze of the crowd, Duan Lingtian was also shocked by Hua Tiandu's technique. He had never imagined that Hua Tiandu's bloodline energy could make his clone, which was formed from the law of death's undead clone, become a law of death clone. Moreover, it could also use a prominent divine weapon. It should be known that an undead clone formed from the law of death's undead clone would not be able to use the power of a divine weapon. However, Hua Tiandu's undead clone, which was controlled by his bloodline energy, seemed to have transformed into a law of death clone. Moreover, based on the combat strength displayed by his clone, it was not any weaker than the law of space clone that used a prominent divine weapon. How shocking! The young sect master actually has such a technique. Duan Lingtian exclaimed in surprise. He knew that with Hua Tiandu's current strength, if he were to fight Miss Seven and the others with his full strength, it would be difficult for anyone to be a match for him unless they were fast enough to dodge his attacks. Duan Lingtian, I look forward to the surprise you'll give me. If you only have the technique that you've displayed before, I'm afraid you won't be a match for me. However, my intuition tells me that your strength is not limited to this. When Hua Tiandu and his clone attacked Duan Lingtian together, he did not forget to speak. From his words, one could tell that he held Duan Lingtian in high esteem. However, the current Duan Lingtian did not show the slightest bit of shock when facing the powerful Hua Tiandu. He only appeared surprised. If Duan Lingtian only has the strength that he displayed before, he will definitely lose this battle. Many people sighed. Duan Lingtian did not disappoint Hua Tiandu. Under everyone's gazes, his law of space clone wielded a prominent divine sword and attacked his original body. Similarly, two prominent divine weapons were displayed. His sword doesn't seem to be yours? Linghu family's elder Linghu, Huan, looked at Linghu Zhengxing beside him and asked with a glare. He had only given Duan Lingtian a prominent divine sword, and he was certain that the sword that Duan Lingtian took out did not belong to his elder brother. It did not seem to belong to Linghu Zhengxing either. It doesn't. Linghu Zhengxing shook his head. I've seen all the prominent divine weapons in the family, including the ones in your hands. This sword doesn't belong to the family. It should be his. Chapter 38:16. His own. Linghu Huan's eyes widened. At the same time, his face was filled with regret. If I knew that this brat had a high-grade divine sword, I wouldn't have made that bet with him. If he really gets first place in the hidden Dragon Grand competition, my high-grade divine sword will really be his. At that time, he will have two high-grade divine weapons, and I will only have one left. It was also because Linghu Huan didn't know that Duan Lingtian still had many high-grade divine weapons in his hands. Otherwise, he would really go up and take back the high-grade divine sword that he had temporarily lent to Duan Lingtian. Are you showing off to me that you have two high-grade divine weapons? Linghu Zhengxing unhappily glared at Linghu Huan. Even he only had a single high-rank divine artifact. Linghu Huan, on the other hand, was lucky enough to obtain a high-rank divine sword. At this time, while Linghu Huan and Linghu Zhengxing were talking, the situation in the field changed. Whoosh! Whoosh! In front of everyone's eyes, whether it was Duan Lingtian's original body or his doppelganger, the spatial storm on their bodies became even more terrifying at this moment. The three profound meanings of the law of space merged and mastered. None of the profound meanings were excluded. Everything seemed so perfect and perfect. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's original body exchanged blows with Hua Tiandu's original body, and his doppelganger also exchanged blows with Hua Tiandu's doppelganger. During this process, Duan Lingtian's embryonic form of Sword Dao appeared in a timely manner. For a moment, whether it was his original body or his doppelganger, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu were evenly matched. The scene of Duan Lingtian falling into a disadvantage did not appear. Ha! Duan Lingtian, it seems that my intuition was correct. Hua Tiandu laughed as he fought with Duan Lingtian. I really didn't expect that your attainments in the law of space would surpass my attainments in the law of death. Moreover, there is a difference of nearly 5,000 years between you and me. As he spoke, the smile on Hua Tiandu's face vanished and was replaced by a look of shock. At this moment, he suddenly recalled that Duan Lingtian was less than 3,000 years old. Now that he mentioned it, those who were shocked by Duan Lingtian's attainments in the law of space, who were no weaker than most of the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan, were suddenly shocked. That's right, Duan Lingtian was less than 3,000 years old. To have such strength before the age of 3,000 in Tanglong province was simply shocking. Even if this Duan Lingtian started cultivating in his mother's womb and comprehended the laws of space, it's impossible for him to have such attainments at such a young age, right? In the realms of gods, I'm afraid only God Emperor or godly venerable god forces could produce such a genius. Don't forget his attainments in the path of divine pills are not low either. Now that Duan Lingtian had displayed the fusion of all three profundities from the law of space, it was no surprise that it had caused a commotion. In the Sky Dragon sect, even the more outstanding inner sect elders had only comprehended so many profundities of the laws of Heavenly Dragon. In the Tianlong clan, as long as one's cultivation base was at the intermediate Celestial Emperor level and had comprehended the fusion of all four profundities, even if one had only comprehended one of the four profundities, one could become a White Dragon Elder. Of course, if one did not have the power of a bloodline, the requirements would be higher. However, those who could cultivate to the intermediate Celestial Emperor level had the power of a bloodline. Very few people did not. Being able to cultivate to such a level meant that one's innate talent was not bad. Generally, having good innate talent also meant that one's bloodline was not bad and could activate the power of a bloodline. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu fought to a draw. Unless I reveal some more trump cards, I won't be able to defeat Hua Tiandu. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh as he fought with Hua Tiandu. He did not expect the young lord of the Donghua clan to be so powerful. Based on the power that Hua Tiandu had displayed, he was probably not weaker than Yang Qinya, the number one person in the younger generation of the 1,000 Demon clan. Yang Qinya had received invitations from the strongest emperor-level forces in Tanglong province because of his innate talent. It was said that he had already gone to one of the emperor-level forces. I did not expect Hua Tiandu to be so powerful. At this moment, Ho Qingying's expression was very serious. Based on the current situation, it will be extremely difficult for Duan Lingtian to defeat him. Ding Yan nodded in agreement. Of course, Ding Yan was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's power. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have grown to such a level after 30 years. Was this still the Duan Lingtian that he had fought in the Mist Academy in Wind City? He's so powerful. Among the crowd, there were many people from the Hidden Fog sect. Tang Wuyan, who had passed the Tianlong clan's outer sect disciple assessment and become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, looked at the purple figure in the field with a complicated expression. As proud as she was, she felt ashamed of her inferiority in front of this young man. Maybe everything is just my wishful thinking. I am not worthy of him. Tang Wuyan sighed. After the Hidden Dragon competition, I will return my outer sect disciple identity token and leave the Tianlong clan. Return to the Hidden Fog sect. I, Tang Wuyan, will never leave the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what Tang Weian was thinking. Now, Duan Lingtian was thinking about whether he should show his strength and defeat Hua Tiandu. If I show my strength, I will definitely be exposed. There are so many divine emperors here. It will be extremely difficult to hide. I definitely can't use the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Once I use the sword Dao that I have just comprehended, I will probably become everyone's target. The embryonic form of the sword Dao can be said to be my luck, but if I use the true sword Dao, it will be equivalent to announcing to the world that my attainments in the sword Dao are not low. Do I have to use the rudimentary sword Dao of control? But if the rudimentary sword Dao is luck, then the rudimentary sword Dao of control is also luck? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? How many people will believe that? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Duan Lingtian felt a headache coming on. To be honest, if he showed a little strength, he wouldn't lose a single piece of meat. But once he showed some strength, not only would it arouse the jealousy of others, but those who are hostile to him might even take a step further in order to kill him. With the strength I show at my age, once news of this spreads, the strongest God-Emperor level influences in Tanglung province will most likely send people to invite me. There's no need to further show my worth. But if I don't further show my strength, it will be extremely difficult to defeat Hua Tiandu and obtain first place in the Hidden Dragon competition. If it was said that at the beginning, Duan Lingtian was only interested in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition and didn't have much interest in the first place, then, after he heard Xue Haichuan speak of the benefits of the first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, he instead wanted to seize the first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition this time. Xue Haichuan definitely wouldn't lie to him about this, but if he wanted to obtain first place now, there would be a certain degree of difficulty. Hua Tiandu's strength was beyond his expectations. One had to know that he originally thought that Hua Tiandu's strength was on par with Du Pejuan and Ji Wuchang, but he didn't expect that they were on a completely different level. Just as Duan Lingtian's thoughts raced, he suddenly realized that Hua Tiandu's attacks had suddenly become hurried, as if he was fighting with his back to the wall. For a moment, Duan Lingtian, who didn't have time to unleash his next attack, was continuously pushed back by Hua Tiandu. Duan Lingtian is at a disadvantage? No. Hua Tiandu seems to be in a situation. While the spectators were in an uproar, Duan Lingtian also discovered that the bloody aura around Hua Tiandu's undead clone had actually started to dim. The power displayed by the undead clone had also weakened. I see. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood why Hua Tiandu had suddenly unleashed his strength. It turned out that his bloodline power wasn't enough to support the undead clone. Without the support of bloodline power, the undead clone couldn't be used like a clone of the Edict of Death. When the bloodline power dissipated, the undead clone wouldn't be able to use high-grade divine artifacts. It wouldn't even be able to use ordinary divine artifacts or immortal artifacts. Moreover, it wouldn't be able to use the Edict of Death wantonly. There's no need to further expose my strength. As long as I can endure Hua Tiandu's short burst of strength, I can defeat him. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. While heaving a sigh of relief in his heart, Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from Hua Tiandu's sight. Then he arrived beside his avatar of the law of space and attacked Hua Tiandu's avatar of the undead, consuming its bloodline power. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword energies formed by the spatial storms continued to fall on Hua Tiandu's avatar. The bloodline power on the avatar was rapidly being depleted. Although Hua Tiandu's original body wanted to clash head-on with Duan Lingtian with explosive power, as if he wanted both sides to suffer, Duan Lingtian wouldn't let him do as he wished. For a time, Hua Tian was powerless. Duan Lingtian is exhausting Hua Tiandu's bloodline power. It seems like Hua Tiandu's bloodline power is still limited. However, I can confirm that most bloodline powers are inferior to law avatars. Isn't this a little unfair? Why are those who aren't natives of the realms of gods able to form law avatars? There's nothing unfair about it. Since we were born, we've been given cultivation resources and an environment that those from the Devata realms can't compare to. Moreover, our ancestors were supreme powerhouses who came from the Devata realms. At this moment, many people had already guessed the outcome of the battle. Just as everyone had expected, Duan Ling Tian managed to deplete Hua Tian Do's bloodline energy in just 15 minutes. After the avatar of the undead was reduced to its original form, Duan Ling Tian defeated Hua Tindu in just 2 moves. He had obtained the first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. Duan Ling Tian defeated Hua Tindu and obtained the first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. A message was sent from the Flame Dragon Arena to a certain place in the Tianlong Temple. Immediately, an order was transmitted from that place. Kill Linghu Renjia. Chapter 38:17. Duan Ling Tian smoothly obtained first place in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Competition. Little Tian, congratulations. Dongfang Yannian was the first to congratulate Duan Ling Tian via sound transmission. At the same time, the way he looked at Duan Ling Tian had changed quite a bit. One must know that before this, he was friendly to Duan Ling Tian, mostly because of his relationship with Xue Haichuan. But now, the potential that Duan Ling Tian displayed completely convinced him. If he didn't have a certain understanding of Duan Ling Tian's background, he would really find it hard to believe that this was a young genius who wasn't even 3,000 years old. Brother Yannian, apart from the Emperor Connection Divine Pellet, what other rewards are there for first place in the Hidden Dragon Competition this time? Duan Ling Tian asked Dongfang Yannian curiously. Dongfang Yannian smiled and said, "The rewards are quite generous. Apart from the Emperor Connection Divine Pellet, there's also," as Dongfang Yannian continued, Duan Ling Tian's eyes gradually lit up, because apart from a high-quality divine artifact, the rest of the rewards that Dongfang Yannian mentioned were all things that he urgently needed. All of them were items that were helpful to cultivation. Moreover, he could actually enter the Tianlong clan's Chamber of Laws to comprehend the laws for a year. Although a year wasn't a long time, after all, he had stayed in the Linghu family's Chamber of Laws for a whole 3 years. But the Tianlong clan's Chamber of Laws allowed him to comprehend the fusion of 3 profundities. In the Linghu family, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended all the profundities apart from the laws of space and time to the fusion of 2 profundities. With this foundation, if he stayed in the Tianlong clan's Chamber of Laws for a year, he could completely comprehend the fusion of 3 profundities of several laws. Since when did profundities of laws become so easy to comprehend? While Duan Ling Tian was excited, he couldn't help but sigh ruefully. If I can comprehend the other 7 laws apart from the law of time to the point where I can fuse 3 profundities and form a law clone, how strong would my strength be? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly felt that although the natives of the realms of gods possessed the power of bloodlines, they were not at an advantage compared to his law clones. Not only did he not gain any advantage, he even suffered a huge loss. Duan Ling Tian knew the world was fair. Even if the natives of the realms of gods were at a disadvantage in this aspect, they had other advantages that the people from the Devata realms could not compare to. Among the powerhouses in the Heavenly Dragon sect, how many of them were from the Devata realms? How many of them were natives of the realms of gods who did not possess the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse? Speaking of which, Kerr's reincarnation can be considered a blessing in disguise. After her reincarnation, her new body doesn't have the bloodline of a supreme master. Although she doesn't have the bloodline power, she can still form a law clone. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with confusion when he thought about Kerr. Was Linghu Chuin really Kerr? They were very similar. However, unless Linghu Chuin personally confirmed it in front of him, he did not dare to be 100% sure no matter how much he felt Linghu Chuin resembled Kerr. I don't know where K'er went. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Congratulations, Duan Lingtian. The Hidden Dragon competition had officially come to an end with the battle between Duan Lingtian and Hua Tian Du, although Hua Tian Du was defeated. He still maintained his composure. After healing his injuries, he congratulated Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. I hope you'll take care of me in the Tianlong clan in the future. You're welcome, young sect leader. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and nodded with a smile at Hua Tian Du, although he was not familiar with Hua Tian Du. Since the other party was so polite, he naturally could not treat him coldly. Moreover, he had no enmity or conflict with the other party. If it was the Du brothers, Du Pejuan and Du Qianjun brothers, he might have directly ignored them. After defeating Hua Tian Du, there was a wave of congratulations from the surroundings. Duan Lingtian could not greet everyone, so he just nodded with a smile. At the same time, he thought of the person who threatened him with a sound transmission that day. Patriarch, I won first place in the Hidden Dragon competition. Duan Lingtian sent a message to Linghu Renjie, and Linghu Renjie quickly replied. I knew you would definitely be first. Congratulations. Patriarch, you should be careful. Duan Lingtian said. Ha, don't worry. Even if it wasn't a joke, it won't be that easy to kill me. Linghu Renjie laughed. Hearing Linghu Renjie's laughter, the worry in Duan Lingtian's heart lessened by a lot. You kid, quickly return the high-grade divine sword to me. At this moment, Linghu Huan also walked up and clamored for Duan Lingtian to return his high-grade divine sword. However, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Elder Huan, didn't you say that as long as I won first place in this Hidden Dragon competition, you would give that sword to me? What, are you regretting it? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. That's because I didn't know you had a high-grade divine weapon. Linghu Huan said unhappily. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then with a raise of his hand, he really did return the high-grade divine weapon that Linghu Huan gave him, because he really did not lack high-grade divine weapons, not to mention that he already had one. Even if he won first place in this Hidden Dragon competition, he would still be able to obtain a high-grade divine weapon, and he could choose the type. It was fine if he wanted a sword or a blade. However, seeing Duan Lingtian hand over the sword, Linghu Huan was embarrassed. Kid, I was just joking. A loss is a loss. I, Linghu Huan, am not so unwilling to admit defeat. Linghu Huan waved his hand, and in the end he did not accept the high-grade divine sword that Duan Lingtian handed over. However, since Duan Lingtian took it out, he naturally did not plan to return it, and in the end he returned it to Linghu Huan's hands. As for Linghu Huan, he wanted to cry, but had no tears. Did he care about this high-grade divine sword? He really did not care. Moreover, he gave Duan Lingtian a high-grade divine sword, which was actually equivalent to a favor. He never thought that with a joke, this favor would be gone. Looking at Duan Lingtian's appearance, he clearly knew that as well. At that instant, Linghu Huan truly felt that he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot. Kid, why don't we make a deal? You still keep this divine weapon? Linghu Huan said with a smile. With the potential that Duan Lingtian had shown, his future achievements would definitely be above his. How could a high-grade divine weapon compare to a favor from Duan Lingtian in the future? However, Duan Lingtian did not pay attention to him. This old man was very bad. He had returned the favor with great difficulty, yet he still wanted him to owe him a favor? What a joke! I'm not stupid. At that moment, Linghu Jingxing also congratulated Duan Lingtian. Even Linghu Heng, who had not spoken all this time, nodded at Duan Lingtian. His stiff and thin face revealed a rare smile that was uglier than crying. Speak to your elders properly. After today, your elders will no longer be able to stay in my Tianlong temple. The voice of Elder Black Dragon, Lan Yushan, entered the ears of everyone present. Tomorrow morning, there will be people who will go to your temporary residences and bring you to your future cultivation grounds in the Tianlong clan. For the people who obtain the top 100 rankings of the Hidden Dragon competition, there will be elders who will deliver your rewards to you in a few days. In the next few days, it's best that you don't enter closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, if you miss out on the rewards, the clan will not compensate you in the future. After Lan Yushan finished speaking, he left with Dongfang Yannian and the other elder White Dragon. Before leaving, his deep gaze fell on Duan Lingtian for a moment before leaving. As for the 10 inner sect elders who were in charge of the Hidden Dragon competition, they also left. The Tianlong clan elders and disciples that came to watch also left one after another at this time. Only a group of new disciples of the Tianlong clan who were participating in the Hidden Dragon competition and their elders remained to talk. At this time, many people brought their juniors over to get closer to Duan Lingtian. Exalted Duan, in the future, my family's boy will be your junior apprentice brother. I hope you can take care of him a little. Exalted Duan, I also have a daughter who is as beautiful as a flower. Do you want to consider her? Exalted Duan, the current Duan Lingtian was surrounded by people like a moon surrounded by stars. He was the center of attention. In a corner where he couldn't see, the Hidden Fog Sect's Tangwen had at some unknown time arrived in front of the Hidden Fog Sect's sect master Qianin. She said to Qianin, "Sect master, I regret this. I want to return to the Hidden Fog Sect." Duan Lingtian. At some unknown time, Miss Seven from the God King level sect Myriad Flower Valley arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. "Now, can you bring me to see Shui Haichuan?" "Of course." Duan Lingtian was surrounded by people. Just as he was preparing to escape, Miss Seven's arrival gave him a way out. "Come with me." As his voice fell, Duan Lingtian brought Miss Seven away. At the same time, he didn't forget to send a sound transmission to Linghu Zhengxing and Elder Heng Huan. "Ding Yan, do you think that Miss Seven has taken a fancy to Duan Lingtian?" Ho Qingning asked with a smile. As for Ding Yan, he rolled his eyes at Ho Qingning. "What, are you jealous?" At this time, Murong Iniwa looked at Ho Qingning with an unfriendly gaze. Ho Qingning couldn't help but look away in embarrassment. I was just joking." At the same time, news of Duan Lingtian winning first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition spread like a hurricane through the entire Tianlong clan. Perhaps not many people went to watch the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. However, there were still many people watching the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. Many people were waiting for the results. When the results of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition came out, everyone was shocked. Duan Lingtian, who isn't even 3,000 years old, won first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. Duan Lingtian, who isn't even 3,000 years old and is a middle divine king. He condensed a doppelganger of the law of space, fused the 3 profundities of the law of space to perfection, and grasped the embryonic form of the way of the sword. Hua Tiandu, who isn't even 8,000 years old and is a high divine king. He fought to a draw with Duan Lingtian using the power of his bloodline. He was only defeated by Duan Lingtian when the power of his bloodline dissipated. His strength isn't below the number 1 core disciple of the 10,000 demon sect, Yang Qinya. These 2 people, I'm afraid that before long, those God Emperor level forces will send people over and extend an olive branch to them. Regardless of whether it was Duan Lingtian or Hua Tiandu, they both became the focus of attention of the Tianlong clan in the following period of time. At the same time, a crisis was approaching Linghu City, where the Linghu family was located. More accurately, it was approaching the former head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie. If you like Ling Tianwar Reverend, please bookmark it. Ling Tianwar Reverend is the fastest to update. Chapter 3818. In the Linghu family. Linghu Renjie had a solemn expression on his face after he ended the voice transmission with Duan Ling Tian. It was a stark contrast to the calm expression he had when Duan Ling Tian had sent him the voice transmission. Someone had threatened Duan Ling Tian that if Duan Ling Tian dared to enter the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon competition, they would take his life. Although he also felt that there was a high chance that someone was joking. Nevertheless, he had to be cautious. I didn't expect that at such a critical moment there would still be Linghu Renjicide. Then he took out a jade slip that was enshrouded in a mysterious light and crushed it. He then muttered, "I only hope that I didn't delay her matters." At this moment, a silhouette appeared in Linghu Renjie's mind. It was a beautiful silhouette, a beautiful woman. However, in the blink of an eye, the beautiful woman changed. She became a young lady, a little girl. I really didn't expect that. The girl who used to chase after me in the past would grow to such an extent today. What exactly did she experience when she went to the world of divine remains? She seems to have changed completely when she came back this time. As Linghu Renjie sighed, a hint of heartache flashed across his eyes. She must not have had a good time these years. It's a pity that she's too stubborn and refuses to say anything. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the situation on Linghu Renjie's side. After he brought Miss Seven to Xue Haichuan's place, he left sensibly without waiting for Xue Haichuan to speak. He returned to his temporary residence in the firing Dragon Mountain Range. As for the 3 elders of the Linghu family, he had already informed them, so there was no need for him to bid them farewell. However, to Duan Ling Tian's surprise, when he returned to his temporary residence, Ho Qingning was standing outside waiting for him. "Why aren't you going back to your room? Why are you standing here waiting for me?" Duan Ling Tian. But now, Ho Qingning seemed to have changed into a different person. He was no longer as frivolous as before. His face was solemn and serious. "Was it your idea?" Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. What did he mean? He didn't understand. "Did you ask her to send someone to find my father and ask him to propose marriage to the Morong family?" Ho Qingning asked grumpily. Fortunately, his father had not acted on his own. Otherwise, he would still be in the dark. However, according to his father, if this matter was not resolved properly, it would not be good for their 10,000 leave sect. "Aren't you interested in her?" Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding, and only now did he realize what Ho Qingning was talking about. Isn't this just right? When Ho Qingning heard this, his expression softened quite a bit, but his gaze was still unkind. "I've already asked third miss. You've been instigating her since long ago. To think that I misunderstood and thought that you really—" Ho Qingning didn't finish his sentence, but Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh. "Why aren't you continuing? If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have known that you have such deep feelings for her. Speaking of which, you should thank me. If this was my hometown, you would have to give me a referral fee." Duan Ling Tian smiled. Duan Ling Tian's hometown was naturally the Yan Huang realm's earth, not the mundane realm's Saint Regin realm. Ho Qingning glared at Duan Ling Tian when he heard this, but he didn't continue the topic. "I'm not waiting for you here entirely because of this. Duan Ling Tian, I've heard many people say that with your and Hua Tiandu's performance this time, the strongest God Emperor forces in Tanglong province will probably send people to invite you to their place. What do you think? Do you want to stay in the Tianlong clan or go to their place?" Ho Qingning asked. This was also the reason why he was standing here and waiting for Duan Ling Tian to come back. "We'll see." Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled casually. Ho Qingning asked this question because when he sent 7th Miss to Xue Haichuan's place, Xue Haichuan had also asked him about it and didn't really recommend him to go. Although the development there was better and the competition there was greater, sometimes it wasn't a matter of competition. If Duan Ling Tian went there, it would be fine if he was willing to take the initiative to look for a backer. But Xue Haichuan saw that Duan Lingtian didn't intend to become a disciple of anyone. This situation was disadvantageous to Duan Lingtian. In fact, this was similar to what Duan Lingtian had thought before. A large part of the reason why he tried to keep a low profile was because of this. We'll see when the time comes. Ho Qingning frowned slightly. Duan Lingtian, I feel that this matter isn't urgent. In the Tianlong clan, you can rely on the Linghu family and Elder Xue Haichuan. But if you go to those God Emperor level forces with your character, even if you don't offend them, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble. It's not good for you. I suggest that before you break through and become a God Emperor, there's no need to go to those forces. Ho Qingning gave the same suggestion as Xue Haichuan. I'll think about it. Duan Lingtian nodded, but didn't give Ho Qingning a definite answer. Finally, under Ho Qingning's worried gaze, he returned to his room. If those God Emperor level forces really send people, should I go? After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed and considered this question seriously. Brother Haichuan and Ho Qingning's suggestions are good. However, apart from my innate talent and comprehension, I also have the ability to refine pills. If I keep the fact that I can refine limited king grade divine pills, those God Emperor level forces will fight to get me to join them. After all, even an Emperor grade divine pill master would find it difficult to refine king grade divine pills. Duan Lingtian weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Why had he come to the realm of gods in such a hurry? Wasn't it to improve his strength so that he could enter the world of divine offering 300 years later, rescue Ku'er, and gain the recognition of the family behind K? I'll think about it carefully. Whether it's staying in the Tianlong clan or joining one of those God Emperor level forces, there are pros and cons. I'll weigh the pros and cons before I make a decision. For now, I should wait for the rewards of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian was no longer in a hurry. He calmed himself down and closed his eyes to cultivate. That night, apart from the 3 elders of the Linghu family, the people from the other God Emperor level forces, and the elders of the Tianlong clan's new disciples were brought away from the Tianlong temple. Early the next morning, Dongfang Yannian, the white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, appeared and brought Duan Lingtian and the other new inner sect disciples to the cultivation area of the Tianlong clan's inner sect disciples. As for the outer sect elders, they were brought away by another white dragon elder. In the Tianlong clan, to become an inner sect disciple, the God King stage is the threshold. However, not everyone can become an inner sect disciple after becoming a God King. It also depends on the profundities one has comprehended. Along the way, Dongfang Yannian spoke, frankly with assurance. Perhaps all of you came from God Emperor level sects. In God Emperor level sects, above the inner sect disciples are the core disciples. In our Tianlong clan, above the inner sect disciples are the Azure Dragon disciples. Any inner sect disciple under the age of 10,000 can challenge the Azure Dragon disciple test. If they succeed, they will become an Azure Dragon disciple. Azure Dragon disciples enjoy much better treatment in the sect compared to inner sect disciples. Let's not talk about anything else. Just take the secret chamber of the laws of the sect as an example. Unless an inner sect disciple uses a large amount of sect contribution points to exchange for time to cultivate, they won't be able to enter under normal circumstances. Azure Dragon disciples can enter the secret chamber of laws to comprehend the laws for free every year. When Dongfang Yannian spoke up to this point, the eyes of many people, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. They had all heard of Azure Dragon disciples before coming here. However, it was the first time they had heard of the exact treatment. In our Tianlong clan, there aren't many Azure Dragon disciples. Currently, there are only 70 or so people, and the upper limit is 100. During the most glorious time, the number of Azure Dragon disciples exceeded 100. At that time, the requirement to become an Azure Dragon disciple wasn't just to pass the test, but also to defeat one of the Azure Dragon disciples in order to replace them and become a new Azure Dragon disciple. Unlike now, where you only need to pass the test to become an Azure Dragon disciple. As Dongfang Yannian finished speaking, many people became restless. Dongfang Yannian had also noticed this. Many of you have a chance to become an Azure Dragon disciple. For example, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tindu. As long as they participate in the test, if nothing unexpected happens, they will definitely become Azure Dragon disciples. As for Ji Wucheng, Du Pejuan, Seventh Young Lady, and the others, they also have a chance. This year's Hidden Dragon competition is the most dazzling competition in the history of the Tianlong clan. It's enough to be recorded in the history of the Tianlong clan. For example, in the previous Tianlong Grand Competition, the person who obtained first place at that time only had strength comparable to the few of you. As Dongfang Yannian spoke up to hear, he glanced at Ji Wucheng, Du Pejuan, Seventh Young Lady, and the others. In an instant, even more people's gazes landed on Duan Lingtian and Hua Tindu. These two people were, without a doubt, monsters among them. We've arrived. Soon, Dongfang Yannian's voice sounded. At this time, Duan Lingtian also saw that they had arrived within a vast and narrow canyon. On the two sides of the canyon, there were many courtyards with individual houses hidden within. Moreover, in front of these courtyards there are some blank stone tablets, and some had stone tablets with names carved on them. You can all occupy the courtyards with blank stone tablets in front of the courtyards. However, before you occupy them, you must carve your names on the stone tablets. This way, you can avoid being disturbed and conflict. Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, everyone nodded. At the center of the canyon, there was an enormous palace. Many people were going in and out, and it seemed to be quite lively. That's the Internal Affairs Hall. The word Internal Affairs in the Internal Affairs Hall represents the meaning of inner sect missions and not another literal meaning. When he saw Duan Lingtian and the others' gazes land on the palace, Dongfang Yannian timely opened his mouth to explain. If you want to earn sect contribution points, you can go inside and accept missions. Chapter 3819. Even though the Tianlong clan didn't have any God Emperor experts, as a clan that had produced quite a few God Emperors in the past, it had a very deep foundation. Even the most supreme God Emperor level powers couldn't compare to it. Precisely because of this, the Tianlong clan had an abundance of cultivation resources that those God Emperor level powers couldn't compare to. But in the Tianlong clan, if one wanted to obtain cultivation resources, apart from the Tianlong clan actively giving them to them, one had to rely on oneself to fight for them. In the Tianlong clan, as long as one had enough contribution points, one could exchange them for cultivation resources that the Tianlong clan could afford. For example, the Emperor Fruit that the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon competition had received. It wasn't sold in the External Affairs Hall where the Tianlong clan's outer sect disciples cultivated, but it was sold in the Internal Affairs Hall. However, the price was very high. Comparatively speaking, obtaining the Emperor Fruit in the Hidden Dragon competition could be said to be an enormous profit. It was enough to make many of the Tianlong clan's high god kings feel envious and jealous. Everyone disperse. As Dongfang Yannian spoke, the crowd dispersed. In the end, Dongfang Yannian followed Duan Lingtian into a large courtyard that Duan Lingtian had chosen. He sat down across from Duan Lingtian at a stone table in the middle of the courtyard. This scene was seen by quite a few people. This Duan Lingtian seems to be quite familiar with Elder Dongfang Yannian. Elder Dongfang Yannian is Elder White Dragon. Duan Lingtian has this sort of relationship with Elder White Dragon. Even though he's just entered the Tianlong clan, there are probably very few people in the Tianlong clan who would casually offend him. He's actually familiar with Elder White Dragon. How enviable. Right now, Quite a few inner sect disciples were looking at the violet-clothed youth seated across from Dongfang Yannian. All of them had looks of envy and jealousy on their faces. Little Tian. After sitting down, Dongfang Yannian's expression became much more serious. If there's nothing important, don't leave the Tianlong clan. In the Tianlong clan, your safety is guaranteed. But that may not be the case after leaving the Tianlong clan. If you really want to leave the Tianlong clan, you can ask your friend Ding Yan. As long as revered Elder Sikong is willing to help, he can ask a Black Dragon elder to protect you. With the protection of Elder Black Dragon, unless Vice Sect leader Shui personally makes a move, no one can kill you. As for Vice Sect leader Shui, it's impossible for him to personally make a move. After all, he might not have the confidence to kill Elder Black Dragon before Elder Black Dragon sends out a message. We are both high-level deity emperors. Even if his comprehension of laws is stronger, there is a limit to how strong he can be. From Dongfang Yanyan's words, he clearly knew that Duan Lingtian's strongest enemy in the Tianlong clan was the Tianlong clan's Vice Sect leader Shui. Although Vice Sect leader Shui and Duan Lingtian didn't have any direct conflict, Vice Sect leader Shui's only daughter was Duan Lingtian's daughter. However, Vice Sect leader Shui's only daughter was married to the second disciple of the Black Sect's Elder Kuang Tianzheng, and there was enmity between Kuang Tianzheng and Duan Lingtian for killing his disciple. No matter what the truth was, at least that was what Kuang Tianzheng believed. Moreover, Kuang Tianzheng's dead disciple, Chu Han, was the junior brother of Vice Sect leader Shui's son-in-law. Vice Sect leader Shui loved his daughter as much as his own life. As long as his daughter asked for his help in killing Duan Lingtian, and he could guarantee that the news wouldn't be leaked, Vice Sect leader Shui would most likely be willing to personally make a move. Thank you for your reminder, Big Brother Yannian. Duan Lingtian nodded with a solemn expression. Actually, Shui Haichuan had already reminded him of what Dongfang Yannian had said, so he didn't have any plans to leave the Tianlong clan. Right now, the most important thing for him was to increase his cultivation level. In this world where the strong were respected, without strength, one couldn't even control one's own fate. This feeling made Duan Lingtian feel an enormous pressure, to the point of suffocation. It's good that you understand. Send me a message if you need anything. Dongfang Yannian smiled, then stood up and didn't stay any longer. As for Duan Lingtian, he returned to his room and began to condense his other law clones. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate, instead waiting for the rewards of the hidden dragon competition to arrive. A few days later, Dongfang Yannian reappeared and personally gave him the rewards. An Emperor Ascension pill. There was also a passage medallion that allowed one to enter the Tianlong clan's law chamber to comprehend laws for a year. Apart from that, there were also many divine pills that could help divine kings cultivate. Although they weren't as valuable as the Emperor Ascension pill, there were many of them, and they could help Duan Lingtian break through to the High Divine King realm. These divine pellets are all relatively rare divine pellets. The Linghu clan doesn't have the recipe for the divine pellets, and I've never refined them before. It's also because of this that I've never consumed these divine pellets in the past. My body doesn't have any resistance to these divine pellets. A brilliant smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. However, among these divine pills, the first one he took was still the Emperor Ascension pill. The Emperor Ascension pill didn't need to be taken after reaching the High Divine King realm. It could be taken before the breakthrough. The medicinal energy would be stored in the body and would be released at a critical moment to break through the bottleneck from the High Divine King realm to the lower Divine Emperor realm. This Emperor Ascension pill is truly miraculous, feeling the Emperor Ascension pill's medicinal energy hidden in his body without the slightest leakage. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. One had to know that all the divine pills he had refined and condensed, including the Emperor-level divine pills, would still consume some of the medicinal energy even if he tried to prevent it from dissipating. However, This Emperor Ascension pill didn't show any signs of dissipating. Outside Linghu City, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was a skinny old man with a cold expression, and he was looking indifferently at Linghu City, not far away. After a long while, he murmured, "Linghu, Renja, the Linghu family. I've long heard of the Linghu family's clan protection formation. It's very impressive. Today, I'd like to see it for myself." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man waved his hand, and a token hanging from his waist flew into his hand, then disappeared. It was obvious that he had put it away into his storage ring. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would surely be able to recognize with a single glance that the command token that the old man put away was shockingly exactly the same as the Black Dragon Elder's command token that hung on the waist of Azure Feather Mountain during the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition a few days ago. It was the identity token of the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. "I owe Vice, Sect, Master Shui a favor. This time you can only consider yourself unlucky." When he spoke again, the old man's figure flickered, and he entered Linghu City like a ghost. After arriving in the sky above Linghu City, the old man looked down at the entire city. At the same time, his footsteps slowed down, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the sky. As expected, it looks like the so-called Hidden Fog Sect's Grand Elder self-destructing the small world within his body isn't a false rumor. As the old man muttered to himself, his feet swayed, and he arrived outside the Linghu family's mansion on the east side of Linghu City in the blink of an eye. Then he stopped in his tracks. His gaze fell on the Linghu family's mansion. At the same time, he extended his divine sense and entered the Linghu family's mansion. A moment later, his eyebrows furrowed. This array formation is indeed mysterious. In the past, I only heard that the Linghu family once produced an amazing array master, but I didn't expect his level to be so high with this level of skill in setting up formations. Even if he's compared to me, he's not much inferior. However, there are still many flaws. As he spoke, the old man's tone became more arrogant. "If I want to break this array, it will be quite troublesome. But temporarily paralyzing this array formation isn't a problem. With the array formation paralyzed, it won't be difficult to find that Linghu Renj." As the old man muttered to himself, his hands danced. Divine power was shot out from his hands, silently fusing into the array formation and tampering with it. During this process, the Linghu family's mansion was quiet. It was obvious that no one noticed anything unusual. After about a quarter of an hour, the old man stopped. "It's done." Whoosh! In the next moment, the old man's figure blurred, and he entered the Linghu family's mansion like a ghost. He appeared in front of a Linghu family elder who was drinking tea in the courtyard. "You!" Before the Linghu family elder could react, the old man had already placed a hand on his shoulder. A terrifying divine power surged into his body and suppressed the Linghu family elder's divine power. Mid-divine emperor? The Linghu family elder was only a higher divine king. When he sensed the divine power, which was even stronger than that of the Linghu family elders, his heart trembled. Who was this middle-level divine emperor? How had he entered the Linghu family's mansion? The Linghu family's mansion was said to be difficult for even a higher divine emperor to enter. "Take me to Linghu Renjia. If you dare try anything funny, you'll definitely die." As the Linghu family elder's heart trembled, the old man spoke in an indifferent tone. He did not dare to doubt the old man's words. In the end, the Linghu family elder brought the old man to the mansion of the former patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, out of fear of death. Bang! When the old man's divine sense swept out and detected the aura of a lower divine emperor in the front yard of Linghu Renjia's mansion, he guessed that it was Linghu Renjia. With a wave of his hand, the Linghu family elder's body trembled and turned into a mist of blood. Even his robe was reduced to fine powder and disappeared like dust. Whoosh! The old man's figure flashed, and he entered the front yard of Linghu Renjia's mansion. Within the pavilion in the courtyard, Linghu Renjie, who had just sensed the commotion outside, had a drastic change in his expression. Before he could recover from his shock, he saw an incomparably swift figure appear before his eyes. "Who are you?" Linghu Renjie's pupils constricted and his expression changed again. This person had ignored the protective array of the Linghu family and intruded into the Linghu family's mansion? Linghu Renjie? The old man did not respond to Linghu Renjie. Instead, he asked a question. "Are you from the Tianlong clan?" Linghu Renjie took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. "Looks like I'm right." The old man muttered to himself. Then he released his divine power. With a wave of his hand, a green wind blade whizzed out, creating a tearing sound in the air. Linghu Renjie did not seem to be able to react in time. Of course, this was also because the difference in strength between the two was too great. Whoosh! A beautiful figure appeared silently in front of Linghu Renjie. The old man's attack, which could easily kill an ordinary middle-level god emperor, had just arrived in front of the beautiful figure when it was crushed into nothingness. Chapter 38:20. Su Tongyuan was the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. He was a high-level celestial emperor who specialized in arrays and was recognized as one of the top 3 array masters in the Tianlong clan. He was not weak either, having comprehended the fusion of 2 of the 4 profundities of the Law of Wind. Just now, when he attacked Linghu Renjie, he had used the Wind Blade profundity to fuse 3 other profundities of the Law of Wind. It was a fusion of 4 profundities, coupled with his high-level Celestial Emperor divine power. Killing a low-level Celestial Emperor was as easy as killing a chicken. However, to his absolute surprise, his attack was actually blocked by someone. Moreover, the other party did not even make a move. All she did was appear in front of Linghu Renjie, and an invisible protective divine power shattered his attack. The aura contained in the protective divine power caused his expression to change drastically. A celestial emperor powerhouse. At this moment, Su Tongyuan looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, his eyes wide open. She was actually a celestial emperor powerhouse. Even the Tianlong clan did not have a celestial emperor powerhouse. Although the Tianlong clan was now a celestial emperor clan, it relied on the celestial emperor powerhouses that had appeared in the past to retain the title of a celestial emperor clan. Of the Tianlong clan's celestial emperor powerhouses, with the exception of a few who had disappeared without a trace, the rest had died in the 1,000-year tribulation. Even the few celestial emperors who had disappeared without a trace had most likely perished in the 1,000-year tribulation. However, because they did not return to the Tianlong clan to undergo the tribulation and did not send any news back to the Tianlong clan, the Tianlong clan did not know about their situation and still thought that they had gone missing. Tianlong clan's Black Dragon Elder Su Tongyuan greets my lord. Su Tongyuan took a deep breath and tried to calm his restless and frightened emotions. However, it was not difficult to see his fear from his trembling body. How could this be? How could this be? Why would a celestial emperor appear here? Wasn't the Linghu family just a god emperor family? Normally, he could easily destroy a godly emperor-level clan that didn't even have a medium godly emperor, let alone killing their patriarch, who was just a low-level godly emperor. But now, what was going on? He had found the person, and had also made a move to kill the other party. However, an immortal emperor had appeared and saved him. A god emperor from a god emperor clan? Are you kidding me? I'm not dreaming, am I? Even though Su Tongyuan had lived for tens of thousands of years, and his heart was as still as water, at that very moment, he couldn't remain calm in front of an emperor god expert who could kill him with a flip of his palm. Now he just wanted to survive. The Sky Dragon Sect's Black Dragon Elder token that he had hidden before entering the city had also been hung back on his waist. In the beginning, Huang Xiaolong didn't want others to know that it was a Sky Dragon Sect inner sect elder who came to the Linghu family manor to kill Linghu Renjie. It wouldn't sound good if word got out. Once the matter blew up and he was found to be the culprit. Even if the Sky Dragon sect didn't kill him, they would punish him. This matter wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. After all, the Linghu family was a godly emperor-level force affiliated with the Tianlong clan. But now he only wanted to use his status as the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon Elder to save his life. Perhaps the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon Elder had a history with the Tianlong clan and would spare his life out of respect for his status as the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon Elder. The Tianlong clan's Black Dragon Elder, a dignified god emperor, actually came to the small Linghu family to kill someone. I really want to know how my brother offended you to make you kill him as soon as you saw him. The beautiful woman wore a long yellow dress that made her look elegant and graceful. Although she looked to be in her 30s, she still had an outstanding charm that was breathtaking. As soon as the beautiful woman finished speaking, Su Tongyuan's body trembled violently, and his expression changed again. Brother? Linghu Renjie was this god emperor expert's brother? Was this a joke? No. There must be a mistake somewhere. Su Tongyuan sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the middle-aged man behind the beautiful woman. My lord, I made a mistake. The person I'm looking for isn't him. Su Tongyuan was so frightened that he didn't even know what to say. Elder Su, are you sure you made a mistake? Linghu Renjie also spoke at this time. His eyes were full of ridicule as he looked at Su Tongyuan. Although this is the first time I, Linghu Renjie, have met Elder Su for a long time, I know that Elder Su is not only the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, but also one of the top 3 array masters in the Tianlong clan. This time you came to kill me. If I'm not wrong, you're here on Vice Sect Leader Shue's orders, right? Linghu Renjie looked at Su Tongyuan with a mocking gaze as he spoke. Of course. Although he looked like this on the surface, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. The Black Dragon Elder had actually personally come to kill him. Fortunately, he had called Run Feng back in time. Otherwise, he would have died just now. That's right. Vice Sect Leader Shue asked me to do it. After confirming that the middle-aged man in front of him was Linghu Renjie, Su Tongyuan's heart trembled. At the same time, he didn't care if he had betrayed the person behind him. Now he only had one thought, and that was that the god emperor in front of him would spare his life. It hadn't been easy for him to cultivate until now. With his strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to go through another 8 or 10,000 year heavenly tribulations. In other words, he had at least more than 10,000 years to live. Even if he knew that he would most likely die under the heavenly tribulation after 10,000 years, he still cherished his life. Clan leader Linghu, I have no enmity with you. It's precisely because I owe Vice Sect Leader Shue a favor that I've lost my mind to find trouble with you. Please forgive me, Clan leader Linghu. As long as Clan leader Linghu is willing to let bygones be bygones, I, Su Tongyuan, would do my best to fulfill Clan leader Linghu's request. Su Tongyuan bowed to Linghu Renjie. Linghu Renjie was just a low-level divine emperor that he didn't even put in his eyes. Now his life was in the hands of Su Tongyuan. At this moment, there was only regret in Su Tongyuan's heart. If he had known this would happen, he would never have agreed to Vice Sect Leader Shue's request to attack Linghu Renjie. Humph! At this moment, before Linghu Renjie could speak, the beautiful woman in front of him had already let out a cold snort. Then she waved her hand disdainfully. In an instant, the violent energy caused the space to fold as if it would collapse at any time. Then it landed on Su Tongyuan's body. Su Tongyuan's expression changed drastically, and the divine power in his body surged wildly. However, in front of the energy that enveloped him, his power was like the difference between a stream and the waves. It wasn't worth mentioning. Whoosh! As the energy swept past Su Tongyuan turned into ashes as if he had evaporated from the world. Not even the blood mist was left behind. The place where he stood before was as clean as before. While Linghu Renjie heaved a sigh of relief, he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with a complicated gaze. Rinfeng! Although I suspected that you were already an emperor god, the gap between us was too big, so I couldn't be sure. You must have had a hard time in the divine offering land all these years, right? When Linghu Renjie reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of heartache in his eyes. The beautiful woman in front of him was his biological sister, Linghu Rinfeng. When Linghu Rinfeng was young, she had left the profound Handle land and went to the divine offering land. She had not returned for many years. It was only recently that she had returned. If it wasn't for the fact that Linghu Renfeng's soul orb was intact, Linghu Renjie would have thought that his sister had died. Brother, there are some things that I don't want to talk about. Linghu Rinfeng shook her head gently. In a pair of autumn eyes that Linghu Renjie could not see, there was a fierce look in them at the right time, as if she had thought of something unpleasant. All right. Linghu Renjie sighed. Girl, you've grown up now, and you're much stronger than me. I'm not as good as you. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. But I still want to say, if you're unhappy outside, you can return to the clan. I don't expect you to lead the clan to become a god-emperor clan. I only hope that you can be as happy and carefree as before you went to the divine offering land. Back then you were so happy. But now you... Before Linghu Renjie could finish his words, Linghu Rinfeng interrupted him. Brother, why did the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan attack you? Also, he said that it was the Tianlong clan's vice sect Master Shui who ordered him to kill you? How did you offend him? When her voice fell, Linghu Rinfeng turned around and looked at Linghu Renjie. The fierce look in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by traces of coldness. Now, in this world, there were only 3 people that she cared about: her brother and her 2 daughters. Although she already had the intention of going to the Tianlong clan to kill that vice sect Master Shui, she still found it strange that her brother would provoke such an existence. The difference in status was too big. Linghu Renjie didn't conceal anything from his younger sister, and he slowly spoke of the sequence of events. After he finished speaking, he laughed in contempt. That vice sect leader Shui is obviously worried about Duan Ling Tian's growth, and that's why he's unwilling to have him charge into the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. I really didn't expect that a little guy who's not even 3,000 years old could make him do this. What I didn't expect even more was that he would stand up for Kuang Tianjin. When he finished speaking, Linghu Renjie's eyes were filled with coldness. Is it because of others? Linghu Rinfeng suddenly understood. She knew that her brother had always been steady and wouldn't offend the higher-ups of the Tianlong clan. Right. Suddenly, Linghu Renjie thought of something. He looked at Linghu Rinfeng. Rinfeng, does Chuyin have another name, Xianing Xue? What Linghu Renjie didn't expect was that after hearing his words, Linghu Rinfeng's eyes instantly turned red. At the same time, the divine power in her body started to become restless. A terrifying aura spread out, causing Linghu Renjie, a low-level divine emperor, to tremble and be sent flying. After a while, the restless aura on Linghu Renfeng's body finally calmed down. At this time, the courtyard of Linghu Renjie's residence was in a mess, like a ruin. Rinfeng, what happened to you? Linghu Renjie barely managed to stop his body, but his face that had turned red from the pressure of the aura just now did not ease up. Brother, how did you know? Xianing Xue? Linghu Renfeng's eyes were red as she looked at Linghu Renjie. Xianing Xue was her other daughter, the daughter who was taken away when she was still an infant. Chapter 38:21. Linghu Renjie was also a little stunned by his sister's loss of composure. And now, facing Linghu Renfeng's question, Linghu Renjie also faintly realized that something was wrong. The name Xia Xuening seemed to be a little sensitive to his sister. Was it because his niece Chuyin was really Xia Xuening, Duan Lingtian's wife, or was it because of something else? I heard it from Duan Lingtian. In front of his sister, Linghu Renjie didn't intend to hide anything, and whether his niece was Duan Lingtian's wife or not, that was the only way to confirm it. Duan Lingtian. Hearing Linghu Renjie's words, Linghu Renfeng's emotions eased a little, but she couldn't help but frown slightly. Just now, I felt that this name was a little familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. Linghu Renjie smiled bitterly. Previously, when Chuyin went to Junlin City with Elder Qingzhe, she was stopped by him on the street. Many people knew about this matter. Although he didn't tell his sister must have heard about it. I remember now it's him. Linghu Renfeng nodded, then asked, why would he suddenly mention the name Xia Ningxue? Even now, when Linghu Renfeng mentioned the 3 words Xia Ningxue, her emotions fluctuated slightly. This was because she was trying hard to control herself. He said that Xia Ningxue was his wife. Linghu Renjie sighed. That day it was because he saw Chuyin, who looked exactly like his wife and had a similar temperament, in Junlin City, that he thought she was his wife. Then he stopped her on the street. Later, he came to Linghu City to confirm whether Chuyin was his wife or not. Later, he left the Hidden Fog sect and came to our Linghu family. Linghu Renjie told the whole story in one breath, including the rumor that Duan Lingtian had told him about his wife being separated from him. It's actually him. And now, after Linghu Renjie finished listening to her brother, Linghu Renjie, her gaze became absent-minded. When she spoke again, even Linghu Renjie was puzzled. Why did his sister keep repeating this? What was going on? However, he did not know that Linghu Renfeng's current state of mind was extremely complicated. This was the first time she had heard of the name Duan Lingtan. However, she knew very well about her other daughter, Xia Xuening. Her eldest daughter, Xia Xuening, was unwilling to marry Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun family in the Divine Offering Land. She had committed suicide and passed away ever since. It was also at that time that she completely gave up on that man, the head of the Xia family, Xiaoyu. He even thought that he would never cross paths with him again in this life. In fact, they would never know that he had another daughter. Furthermore, they would never know that she, Linghu Renfeng, was still alive. Back then, when Linghu Renfeng left the Profound Handle Land and went to the Divine Offering Land, she accidentally met Xiaoyu, who was not the head of the Xia family at that time. Even though she knew that he had a wife and a son, she did not regret it. Later on, she became pregnant with Xiaoyu's child. At that time, she thought that it was fine for her to put down her pride and become Xiaoyu's concubine for the sake of the child in her womb. However, she did not expect that Xiaoyu's first wife would order someone to kill her and take away her 2 children. In the end, she was lucky enough to escape. However, she only managed to take away 1 child, Linghu Chuyin. It was also because of that disaster that Linghu Chuyin was afflicted with a chronic illness when she was still an infant. Every once in a while, her current memories would disappear without a trace. After that, Linghu Renfeng brought her youngest daughter everywhere to look for a cure. At the same time, she did not forget to inquire about the Xia family in the Divine Offering Land. She wanted to know how her eldest daughter was doing. When she learned that her eldest daughter had become the eldest daughter of the Xia family and was doted on, she was completely relieved. At the same time, she thought that as long as her eldest daughter was well, she would accept it no matter how difficult it was for her. However, she did not expect that thousands of years later, she would hear that her eldest daughter had committed suicide and passed away. Since then, she had been on the verge of despair. She wanted to go to the Xia family to see how Xiaoyu would take care of his daughter. However, before she could see Xiaoyu, she was stopped by Xiaoyu's first wife. She said that she was already a dead person in Xiaoyu's eyes. If she insisted on letting Xiaoyu know that she was still alive, her youngest daughter would not be able to live either. As for her eldest daughter, Xiaoyu's first wife told her that there was hope for her to reincarnate. At that time, although she was extremely angry, she still gritted her teeth and endured the grievances and pain in silence for the sake of her youngest daughter. It was not until many years later that she heard that the eldest daughter of the Xia family, Xia Xuaning, had returned that she finally heaved a sigh of relief. Her daughter had returned. However, not long after, she heard that her eldest daughter had entered the planar battlefield to escape her fate. Later on, she heard that after her eldest daughter was found by the Xia and Yun families, she had mysteriously disappeared in order to escape the search of the two families. At that time, Linghu Renfeng, who had just painstakingly cured her youngest daughter's illness, wanted to send her youngest daughter back to her maternal family, the Linghu family, which she had not returned to for many years. She went to the planar battlefield to look for her eldest daughter. However, her youngest daughter was unwilling to leave her side. Moreover, her youngest daughter and eldest daughter were twins, so they had a certain telepathy with each other. Perhaps they could help each other find their older sister. Therefore, she brought her youngest daughter into the planar battlefield of the profound Handle Land to look for the spatial barrier that led to the divine offering land and wait for an opportunity to break through the spatial barrier. Back then, she had also used this method to return to the profound Handle Land and the Linghu family. I didn't expect him to be such a sentimental person. For Ning Shui, he came from the mundane world to the profound Handle Land. Moreover, he even has the cultivation of a divine king. Linghu Renfeng murmured, "Right now, he seems to be only slightly over 700 years old, right?" Slightly over 700 years old? Upon hearing Linghu Renfeng's words, Linghu Renjie was stunned. "Renfeng," you said, "Duan Lingtian is only slightly over 700 years old? Isn't he over 2,700 years old?" 2,700 years old. Linghu Renfeng was stunned when she heard this. Then she glanced at Linghu Renjie and said, "It seems like that kid knows how to conceal his strength. Brother, don't you know that some divine pills can conceal one's bone age?" Linghu Renjie was enlightened when he heard Linghu Renfeng's words. Then he thought about what his younger sister had muttered earlier. Linghu Renjie asked, "Renfeng, based on what you said earlier, could Chuyin really be Duan Lingtian's wife, Xia Xuaning?" "No." Linghu Renfeng shook her head. Then, as Linghu Renjie was still in a daze, she said, "Brother, since you're fine now, I'll take my leave. As for that deputy clan leader, Shui of the Tianlong clan, I'll take care of him." As soon as she finished speaking, Linghu Renfeng did not wait for Linghu Renjie to reply. Her figure flashed, and she left like a ghost. Only Linghu Renjie was left standing on the spot with a confused look on his face. As a god-level clan, the Tianlong clan's protective array was extraordinarily strong. Even though the Linghu family had once produced an array master, the protective array of the Linghu family's protective array was far inferior to the protective array of the Tianlong clan. The protective array of the Tianlong clan was said to be unbreakable by ordinary god-level experts. Today, however, a figure came from beyond the heavens and barged into the protective array of the Tianlong clan at an astonishing speed. Boom! Rumble! The protective array of the Tianlong clan shook, and waves of terrifying, killing energy appeared. "If you don't stop the array in 3 breaths' time, I'll annihilate the Tianlong clan." A cold voice sounded, and it spread throughout the Tianlong temple. Everyone in the Tianlong clan was alarmed, and they were extremely shocked. Waves of terrifying energy fluctuations descended from above the Tianlong temple. Bang! A loud sound reverberated, and the killing energy formed by the protective array was shattered. It could not withstand a single blow. At the same time, the terrifying energy fluctuations descended, causing the 9 mountain ranges of the Tianlong temple to tremble, as if an earth-shattering earthquake had occurred. "Which God Emperor are you? Lord God Emperor, why have you come to the Tianlong clan? Lord God Emperor, you." Figures soared into the sky from various parts of the heavenly dragon sect. Many of them spoke loudly. Although their voices were filled with anger, they were doing their best to suppress it. These people, without exception, were all experts of the Tianlong clan, and they were all high-level divine emperors. However, although they appeared, no one paid them any attention. At this moment, in a valley of the Tianlong temple, a figure who had just stepped into the sky was enveloped by an invisible force and fell down. Who is it? The person who was pressed down was a middle-aged man with a dignified face. His expression suddenly changed, and he shouted sternly at the same time, "Bang!" However, even though the middle-aged man tried his best, he still could not resist the force falling from the sky. He was pressed into the ground and sank into it. Whoosh! A beautiful figure silently appeared in front of the middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man sank into the ground as if he was lying there. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, his expression changed greatly. God Emperor Expert, just now it was you?" The middle-aged man was the Tianlong clan's vice-clan leader, Xuemingji. Xuemingji, as the vice-clan leader of the Tianlong clan, was so strong that he was even stronger than the Black Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. In the entire Tianlong clan, even the strongest people could not suppress him like this. Now, he was almost certain that the beautiful woman in front of him was a genuine God Emperor Expert. When he thought about how she had crushed the Tianlong clan's great protective array, his heart trembled again. This was not something an ordinary God Emperor could do. Su Tongyuan is already dead. The beautiful woman was Linghu Renfeng, who had come to the Tianlong clan after leaving the Linghu family. She looked down at Xuemingji and said indifferently. When Xuemingji heard this, his heart trembled and his pupils shrank. You are. Chapter 38:22. At this moment, Xuemingji's heart was filled with despair. Although the person in front of him hadn't revealed her identity, when she said that Su Tongyuan was dead, he realized that Su Tongyuan's death was most likely related to what he had asked Su Tongyuan to do. However, he couldn't figure it out. Didn't he just ask Su Tongyuan to kill the patriarch of a God Emperor clan that didn't even have a God Emperor? Why did he provoke such a powerful God Emperor that caused his heart to palpitate? At this moment, Xuemingji also noticed that the divine sense he extended out to seek help was completely sealed off by an even stronger divine sense. It was even to the extent that even his transmission was blocked, and he was unable to send it out. This wasn't hard to figure out from the fact that no one had come to him for a long time. His transmission must have been blocked. Linghu Renjie is my elder brother from the same father and mother. Faced with Xuemingji's anxious inquiry, the beautiful woman, Linghu Renfeng, calmly replied. Although Xuemingji had already mentally prepared himself and guessed that the God Emperor before him was most likely here for the Linghu clan and Linghu Renjie, when he heard the other party's words, Xuemingji's heart was filled with despair. This God Emperor powerhouse was actually Linghu Renjie's younger sister? How could a small God Emperor clan produce such a powerful God Emperor? Why hadn't he heard of this before? At this moment, Xuemingji's heart was filled with disbelief and fear. He had ordered someone to kill the elder brother of this God Emperor Expert before him, to be able to die at the hands of Lord God Emperor. I, Xuemingji, have not lived in vain. Xuemingji's eyes were filled with despair as he spoke bitterly. I'm dead. I'm definitely dead this time. He had actually asked someone to kill this God Emperor's elder brother. If he were him, he definitely wouldn't let him, the instigator, off. As for why they could come to him, it wasn't hard to guess that Su Tongyuan must have sold him out. Of course, he didn't blame Su Tongyuan because if he were Su Tongyuan, he would definitely expose the mastermind in order to survive. However, based on the current situation, although Su Tongyuan had betrayed him, he was still dead. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly survive? If that girl hadn't married that disciple of Kuang Tianjin, if I hadn't been soft-hearted and interfered in this matter because that girl had begged me, I wouldn't have fallen into this situation. At this moment, Xue Mingji's heart was filled with regret. Of course, he also knew that there was no medicine for regret. Now, he didn't even have the heart to beg for mercy. The other party had even killed Su Tongyuan, so how could he, the person behind the scenes, be let off? Just as Xue Mingji was about to lose all hope, Linghu Renfeng calmly said, "Who said I wanted to kill you?" These words caused Xue Mingji to be dumbstruck at first, but then his face was filled with ecstasy. "Sir, you won't kill me. I don't care what enmity you have with Duan Lingtian." At this moment, Linghu Renfeng indifferently looked at Xue Mingji and said, "I don't care how you deal with Duan Lingtian. He's only a guest of the Linghu family, and he's already left the Linghu family. His life and death have nothing to do with me. However, if you dare to make a move against a member of the Linghu family again, I will definitely kill you. Do you understand?" As Linghu Renfeng finished speaking, his deep gaze stared into Xue Mingji's eyes. Currently, Xue Mingji's face was filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Hearing Linghu Renfeng's question, he hurriedly replied, I understand. Sir, don't worry from today onwards, as long as it is a member of the Linghu family with the surname Linghu. I will definitely be courteous to them, and will definitely not make a move against them. I hope you'll do as you say. Otherwise, no matter how deeply you hide, I'll still be able to find you. After Linghu Renfeng finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace, disappearing in front of Xue Mingji's eyes. At this moment, Xue Mingji was finally able to control the divine power in his body. Just now, his divine power had been completely suppressed by his opponent, and he was unable to move. His body shook, and the first thing Xue Mingji did after coming out of the crater was to pick up some dirt and fill in the human-shaped crater. He didn't want anyone else to know about what had happened today. After filling up the crater, Xue Mingji's face was filled with fear. After surviving a calamity, he looked around and felt that this world was so beautiful. Why didn't he feel this way before? Luckily, from what she said, as long as I don't attack anyone from the Linghu family with the surname Linghu, everything will be fine. As for dealing with Duan Lingtian, she won't care. Xue Mingji heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since that's the case, I still can't let that Duan Lingtian go. That Duan Lingtian, I had no enmity with him in the past, but this time because of him I was almost killed by that God Emperor. I can't find that God Emperor for revenge, and I don't dare to find trouble with the Linghu family. But that doesn't mean that I can't find trouble with him. Even the God Emperor couldn't protect him. What do I have to fear? A murderous intent flashed in Xue Mingji's eyes. Ever since he had started cultivating, this was the first time he had been so humiliated. He had been pinned down in a pit, but since he was weaker than the other party, he could only accept it. Moreover, because the other party was too strong, he didn't dare to think about revenge. However, when he thought about the cause of this incident and the fact that the God Emperor had no intention of protecting Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but want to kill Duan Lingtian. Moreover, even if I don't kill that Duan Lingtian, he'll definitely find out about this from Linghu Renjia of the Linghu family. He'll definitely know that I'm the one who wants to kill him. Such a young genius with so much potential. If he doesn't die, when he grows up in the future, the one who dies will be me. I have to kill him in the cradle. When he thought of this, the murderous intent in Xue Mingji's eyes grew even stronger. At the same time, he sent a message to his son-in-law, who was also the second disciple of the inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjin. Find your master and come to my place together. I have something to tell you. Xue Mingji didn't intend to tell anyone about the arrival of the God Emperor. After all, this was an extremely embarrassing matter. However, he still wanted to warn Kuang Tianzheng and his disciple that they could target Duan Lingtian in the future, but they couldn't have any thoughts about the Linghu family. He didn't want that God Emperor to vent his anger on him because of Kuang Tianzheng and his disciples' foolish actions against the Linghu family. He didn't think that he would be so lucky next time. An earthquake occurred in the Tianlong temple. Other than those who were in seclusion, everyone else was alarmed. Duan Lingtian was also startled awake. Walking out of his room and into the courtyard, Duan Lingtian easily noticed that a group of inner sect disciples had gathered in the air and were discussing animatedly. Is it the arrival of a God Emperor? I think so. A God Emperor is too scary. He directly attacked and forcefully broke our Tianlong clan's protective array. He even threatened to destroy our entire Tianlong clan if we don't stop the array. It's obvious that the array has been stopped. That God Emperor is probably not an ordinary God Emperor. I heard that even an ordinary God Emperor wouldn't be able to break our Tianlong clan's protective array. Hearing these discussions, Duan Lingtian recalled the voice that had reverberated throughout the Tianlong clan. The owner of the voice was obviously a woman. Although she was a woman, she was more domineering and fierce than a man. With just one sentence, she had made the Tianlong clan stop the array. Now, the voices of the Tianlong clan's higher-ups were still echoing in the air above the Tianlong temple. These people were all greeting the other party, but it seemed that the other party was ignoring them. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared next to two people in the air. They were Ho Qingning and Ding Yan. Duan Lingtian, a God Emperor! A God Emperor! Ho Qingning was clearly excited, and his tone was full of excitement. I heard them. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Why are you so excited? Those who don't know might think that the God Emperor is someone to you. Hearing this, Ho Qingning laughed awkwardly. I was just a little too excited and forgot myself. Emperor God experts, to me, are existences of legends. Although she sounds young, if she's willing to acknowledge me as her godson, I'll definitely kneel down and call her godson. A God Emperor. If I can acknowledge such a godson, who in Tonglung province would dare to provoke me in the future? As Ho Qingning spoke, his face was filled with yearning. Ding Yan, who was beside him, intentionally took a few steps back, as if he didn't know this guy. Duan Lingtian also had a look of disdain and disdain. This guy, why didn't he realize before that he was so immoral? Pa! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian saw a flash in front of his eyes, and Ho Qingning disappeared. Then he heard a crisp sound. Bang! The loud sound attracted the attention of a group of people, including Duan Lingtian. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw Ho Qingning, who was embedded in the mountain wall at the side of the valley, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Now, Ho Qingning was embedded in the mountain wall. Other than fear, there was only shock in his eyes, the reason being that he had just received a voice transmission. I'll teach you a lesson this time. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll kill you with one slap. He was familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the female God Emperor who had just arrived at the Tianlong clan and destroyed the Tianjin clan's great sect protection array. She was the one who had stopped the Tianlong clan from activating the great sect protection array. At this moment, Ho Qingning was panicking. He didn't expect that a casual joke from him would cause the God Emperor to attack him. Were all God Emperors so petty? What's going on? Who attacked him? Just as the group of inner sect disciples were wondering who had sent Ho Qingning into the mountain wall, Duan Lingtian, who had used his divine consciousness to check that Ho Qingning was only slightly injured, heaved a sigh of relief. Almost at the same moment, he heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian felt his palm sink as if something had dropped, and he instinctively grabbed it before focusing his eyes to look at it. Only then did he notice that it was a spatial ring. At the same time, a woman's voice came into his ears. It's the God Emperor. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed the moment he heard the voice. Chapter 38:23. Do your best. That's all I can do for you. After the voice transmission entered his ears, it did not speak again. However, Duan Lingtian could tell that this voice belonged to the female God Emperor who had threatened to destroy the Tianlong clan if they did not comply with the order to deactivate the Tianlong clan's Grand Protective Formation. Duan Lingtian looked around when he heard the voice, but he did not see anyone. He did not even know how the other party had delivered the spatial ring to him. While Duan Lingtian was still looking around, a voice once again echoed throughout the Tianlong clan. Let's go. The scenery of the Tianlong clan isn't bad. It was the voice of the God Emperor again. Duan Lingtian was puzzled when he heard the voice. On the other hand, Linghu Renjia, who had climbed out of the mountain wall with great difficulty, had a look of lingering fear on his face. As for the vice-clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Xuemingji, who had been warning Kuang Tianjing and his disciple, his expression changed instantly. At the same time, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Since the God Emperor had left, it meant that the other party had no intention of making things difficult for him. Left? Just like that. This God Emperor intruded into the Tianlong clan with great fanfare just to look at the scenery? What else could it be? Don't tell me you think he's up to something. A God Emperor of this level has never appeared in the history of the Tianlong clan. Yes, a God Emperor who could ignore our Tianlong clan's Grand Protective Formation is definitely not an ordinary God Emperor. Not far from Duan Lingtian, a group of inner sect disciples were discussing fervently. Their voices were filled with shock. A God Emperor. Even though they were from a God Emperor level sect, like the Tianlong clan, they had never seen one before. This was because the Tianlong clan was a God Emperor level sect that did not have a God Emperor in the current generation. Only God Emperors had appeared in the past. In the Plains of Gods, Celestial Emperor level sects like these were considered outdated Celestial Emperor level sections. Of course, even if it was an outdated God Emperor level sect, it was still a God Emperor level sect. Even other God Emperor level sects with God Emperor level experts wouldn't dare to act rashly if they didn't have complete confidence. As the saying went, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if it was an outdated God Emperor level sect, which didn't have any God Emperor experts in the current generation, who knew if their God Emperor ancestor had any good friends who were still alive, if there were God Emperors or even ultimate gods among those people, they might not be able to stand up for their friend sect. This was not the first time something like this had happened in the history of the realms of gods. For example, in the Mystic Handle Land, there was once a God Emperor level sect with many God Emperors that exterminated a God Emperor level clan that had passed its prime. After that, a God Venerable expert acted and killed all the God Emperors of that God Emperor level sect. He even implicated all the people who had acted against that God Emperor level clan. After that incident, that God Emperor level sect had completely fallen. Moreover, this wasn't the only case. It was also because of these cases that even those outdated Emperor God level powerhouses didn't dare to casually make a move against him. As for ultimate God level sects, they couldn't be bothered to deal with those outdated God Emperor level sections. Moreover, if ultimate God level sects really wanted to make a move, it didn't matter if the God Emperor level sects were outdated or not. In their eyes, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Who is she? Why did she give me the spatial ring? What's in the spatial ring? Just as the group of inner sect disciples were discussing, Duan Lingtian also claimed ownership of the spatial ring in his hand. He then extended his divine consciousness into the spatial ring and looked at the space inside. The space in the storage ring was very large, and there was a small mountain of divine stones in it. It was much more than the divine stones in his possession. The divine stones in his possession, including the divine stones in the spatial ring, definitely exceeded 3 million taels. So many divine stones, while his heart trembled. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on other things. It wasn't difficult to notice that there were divine fruits, divine herbs, and many elixir bottles among the other things. Moreover, there were many of them. Duan Lingtian casually opened a few elixir bottles. Other than 1 or 2 elixir bottles that he didn't recognize, the rest of the elixir bottles were all Emperor-level divine pills. Moreover, they were all Emperor-level divine pills that could aid his cultivation. Other than that, there were a few divine weapons. There were sabers, swords, spears, and staffs. All of them were upper-grade divine weapons. In the corner of the spatial ring, there was a crimson long whip that was surrounded by light. Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and could feel the spiritual energy within it. This is an artifact soul. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. This crimson long whip was an upper-grade divine weapon with an artifact soul. However, this artifact soul wasn't complete. It was similar to the divine weapon that Wu Feng obtained in the past. It wasn't complete yet. It could be said that even if all the other things in the spatial ring were added together, their value wouldn't be comparable to this upper-grade divine weapon with an artifact soul. Who exactly is she? Why did she give me these things? Duan Lingtian was confused. He couldn't figure out who the other party was. Why would she give him so many things? Moreover, they were all good things. This was especially true for the upper-grade divine weapon with an artifact soul. In the realms of gods, even a group of ordinary god emperors would fight for it. How unlucky! Ho Qingning returned to Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan's side. He smiled bitterly and said, "Is a god emperor so stingy?" Fortunately, she showed mercy. Otherwise, I'm afraid, she would have killed me with that slap. Ho Qingning said as he looked at his right shoulder. There was a palm print left behind by a slender hand. His robes were in tatters, and his skin was filled with blood. No wonder I was wondering why you suddenly disappeared. So it was that god emperor who did it. Ding Yan turned pale with fright. You brat, you really managed to escape with your life. Who said otherwise? Ho Qingning sighed. His face and eyes were still filled with fear. Everyone disperse. At this moment, a loud voice rang from the sky above the Tianlong temple. It was so loud that it seemed to resound throughout the Tianlong temple. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, the sect protection formation that enveloped the Tianlong temple rose again. However, at this moment, the sect protection formation was no longer as mysterious and sacred as it was in the past. It was not invincible. As long as it was a god emperor with sufficient strength, they could easily destroy it. Vice clan leader, Elder Su Tongyuan, is dead. In the cultivation place of Xuemingji, the vice clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Kuang Tianzheng, received the news. His expression changed as he looked at Su Tongyuan. Elder Su Tongyuan is dead. Xuemingji raised an eyebrow, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It can't be that coincidental. I just contacted him and told him to come back, and he died on the way back? As Xuemingji spoke, he took out a pile of soul orb fragments from his storage ring. Then his eyes turned cold. Who was it that dared to kill Elder Heilong of the Tianlong clan? As soon as he finished speaking, Xuemingji stood up with a murderous aura radiating from his body. This matter must be investigated. I'll go find the clan leader now. Before Kuang Tianjin could react, Xuemingji disappeared in a flash. Only Kuang Tianjin and the young man beside him remained. The young man was none other than Kuang Tianjin's second disciple and Xuemingji's son-in-law, Zhong Kenken. Do you think this is a coincidence? After Xuemingji left, Kuang Tianjin sent a voice transmission to Zhong Ken vice clan leader Xue, just said that he learned from a good friend that ancestor Linghu Renjia of the Linghu family was very close to that good friend of his. He told us not to think about dealing with Linghu Renjia and the Linghu family. After that, Elder Su Tongyuan died. Elder Su Tongyuan couldn't have been killed by his good friend, could he? Kuang Tianjin guessed. Master, it's fine if you and I talk about this in private, but please don't tell anyone else. If my father-in-law finds out about this, I'm afraid he won't be happy, Zhongkin said solemnly. Zhongkin solemnly said, Moreover, the death of a black dragon elder is no small matter to our sky dragon sect. Of course, I understand. Kuang Tianjin nodded. Then a cold light flashed in his eyes. In any case, Vice Clan leader Shui only told us not to deal with those from the Linghu family. Duan Lingtian can still be dealt with. Moreover, based on Vice Clan leader Shui's attitude, it's obvious that he wants to kill Duan Lingtian himself. He doesn't need Miss Shui to persuade him like before. However, this is also strange. How did Duan Lingtian suddenly become a thorn in Vice Clan leader Shui's side? Kuang Tianjin was clearly puzzled. No matter what, this is a good thing. Zhongkin smiled. Father-in-law wants to kill Duan Lingtian. This is good news for us. As for those from the Linghu family, as long as they don't provoke us, we don't have to deal with them. That's true. Kuang Tianjin nodded. Ho Qingning originally thought that Duan Lingtian would definitely make fun of him after he was taught a lesson by the God Emperor because of his blabbering. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of dismissing him. Instead, he seemed to be absent-minded. Duan Lingtian, what's wrong? Ho Qingning asked curiously. Ding Yan also felt that Duan Lingtian was acting a little strange. Nothing. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and shook his head. However, he was still very confused. Who exactly was that God Emperor powerhouse? Why did he suddenly give him a storage ring with so many precious items in it? Is it that Yu Qiushuan? Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of the young girl he met in Wind City, Duan Xiaoyu and the beautiful woman named Yu Qiushuan. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, it was extinguished by him. The voice just now was completely different from Yu Qiushuan's voice. Moreover, Yu Qiushuan shouldn't be a God Emperor. Moreover, if she really wanted to give him these things, she could have done so long ago. There was no need for her to wait until now. Who are they? Thinking back to how familiar, intimate, and defenseless Duan Xiaoyu was with him, Duan Lingtian felt that he didn't just look like her brother. The other party gave him the feeling that he knew him. Chapter 38:24. Duan Lingtian racked his brains for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out why the female God Emperor would take such good care of him. Moreover, he couldn't figure out why Xiaoyu acted as though she had known him for many years. Not only did she speak to him with great familiarity, but she also acted as though she had known him for many years. He could still remember that she was so familiar with him that he couldn't get used to it. It was as though all these people knew him. However, he was certain that he didn't know these people in the past, and he had nothing to do with them. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was extremely puzzled, and the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Another half a day passed before he finally calmed down. He restrained himself from thinking too much and took out the Emperor-grade divine pellet that female God Emperor gave him. He consumed it and started cultivating. The divine pills that the female God Emperor gave him were all divine pills that he had never consumed before. Moreover, they were all Emperor-grade divine pills that could aid God Kings in their cultivation. It was as though she knew that he needed these divine pills. As for ordinary divine pellets, she didn't give him any. Perhaps it was because she didn't have any ordinary divine pellets. With this batch of divine pills, my cultivation base will be able to advance to the upper divine king stage. Although I won't be able to rely on this batch of divine pills to cultivate to the upper divine king stage, it will allow me to reduce the distance I have to travel. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and started cultivating. A look of gratitude flashed across his eyes. Although he didn't know the other party's identity, he was grateful that she had helped him so much. As for whether there was a problem with the divine pellets, he didn't think about it. After all, with the other party's strength, even if she wanted to kill him, she wouldn't need to spend so much effort. A single slap would be enough to kill him several times over. The Linghu family. Linghu Renjie received a message from his younger sister. I didn't kill the vice sect leader of the Tianlong clan. However, from now on, he won't dare to make a move against you or anyone from the Linghu family. Just as I told you before, don't tell Duan Lingtian that he sent someone to kill you. The reason I kept the vice leader of the Tianlong clan alive was because I wanted to use him as a whetstone for Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian dies in his hands, it can only mean that he has a short life and can't become strong. If you can't become strong, even if you don't die in the Tianlong clan, you'll still die in other places. When he breaks through to the God Emperor realm, you can tell him that his wife isn't Chuyin but Chuyin's twin sister. Also, when that time comes, tell him that his wife is trapped in the dimensional battlefield of the Divine Remains land, and there's no news of her at all. Although she's still alive, she could die at any time. Previously, I brought Chuyin back to the Linghu family because I wanted to entrust Chuyin to you and then go to the dimensional battlefield of the Divine Remains land to look for my eldest daughter. However, Chuyin didn't want to stay and insisted on going with me, so I had no choice but to bring her along. Now that the matter here is settled, I'll go to the dimensional battlefield of the Divine Remains land again to look for Xuanning. Linghu Renfeng's message caused Linghu Renjie's expression to change again and again. At this time, he finally understood why Duan Lingtian would mistake his niece for his wife. It turned out that it was because Duan Lingtian's aura and his niece's aura were twins. To be precise, Duan Lingtian's wife was also his niece, the eldest daughter of his younger sister, Linghu Renfeng, trapped in the dimensional battlefield, and there's no news of her. After hearing Linghu Renfeng's words and regaining his senses, Linghu Renjie's expression changed completely. The dimensional battlefield was a place where even a god emperor could die. Moreover, he did not think that his niece was a god emperor. For existences below the level of a god emperor, the lower their cultivation, the more dangerous it was for them in the dimensional battlefield. Once they lost contact in the dimensional battlefield, it meant that they were in grave danger and could easily die. However, even if I let Duan Lingtian know about this now, it'll only increase his burden. In fact, with his character, he might even think of a way to go to the dimensional battlefield of the Divine Remains land immediately. At this thought, Linghu Renjie dismissed the idea of telling Duan Lingtian about this. Even if his younger sister, Linghu Renfeng, did not say anything, he would still do so. The dimensional battlefield was too dangerous. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, there was only a slim chance of survival if he entered. The Greater One sect was the closest God Emperor force to the Tianlong clan. Like the Tianlong clan, it was also a God Emperor force that did not have a God Emperor expert in the current generation. Its strength and foundation were comparable to the Tianlong clan. At this moment, in the Greater One sect's conference hall, a group of higher-ups, including the sect master of the Greater One sect, had gathered. I've gathered everyone here to inform everyone. In order to advance further and produce a God Emperor expert, the Greater One sect is preparing to officially launch an Emperor War against the Tianlong clan. The sect master of the Greater One sect stood in front of the main seat and said in a deep voice, "An Emperor War." As soon as the sect master of the Greater One sect said this, there was an uproar below. An Emperor War was a battle of life and death between two God Emperor forces. An Emperor War was usually carried out in an independent dimension, and this dimension was provided by the few God Emperor forces that controlled the Tunglung province. The so-called Emperor War referred to a battle of life and death between two God Emperor forces that did not have a God Emperor expert. If one side initiated the battle, the other side could refuse, but once they accepted, they would be on opposite sides. An Emperor War was an opportunity for God Emperor forces that did not have a God Emperor expert, an opportunity to become a God Emperor. Those who were half a step into the God Emperor realm, but had not been able to break through to become a God Emperor for a long time, could very likely smoothly break through to become a God Emperor during the course of the Emperor War, and in the process of exchanging blows with the other God Emperor forces of the same level. Once a God Emperor was born in one of the God Emperor forces during the Emperor War would end. An Emperor War was to produce a God Emperor. Sect Master, why so sudden? Yes, Sect Master, isn't this too sudden? Moreover, the Tianlong clan strength is not weaker than our Greater One sect. Once an Emperor War starts, I'm afraid both sides will suffer great losses. Sect Master, do the great elders know about this? Among the Greater One sect's upper echelons present, many of their expressions changed. Once the Emperor War started, all of them had the responsibility to enter the Emperor War plane and fight with the experts of the Tianlong clan. Moreover, they may die inside. If it was not necessary, they really did not want to start an Emperor War. Moreover, they could not leave the Greater One sect because of the Emperor War, because, with the help of the Greater One sect, after they broke through to the God Emperor realm, they had to make a heart demon blood oath according to the Greater One sect's requirements. Once the Greater One sect started an Emperor War, they must participate. If they did not participate, or if they wanted to leave the Greater One sect to avoid the war, only death would await them. The heart demon blood oath could not be violated. Once the Emperor War started, they would have no way out. This is also the will of the Grand Elders. The Greater One Sect Master said in a deep voice, "Since 10,000 years ago, the Tianlong clan has challenged our Greater One Sect 3 times in a row, but we have refused. This time, our Greater One Sect has taken the initiative to challenge the Tianlong clan. Presumably, the Tianlong clan will not refuse. The Tianlong clan strength is not stronger than ours, but they dared to challenge us 3 times in a row. Could it be that our Greater One sect is really as timid as a mouse?" The Greater One sect master's tone was incomparably indifferent. Back then, the Tianlong clan's 3 Emperor Wars did not start because many of the Greater One sect's higher-ups had stopped them, and he had always supported it. Seeing that many of the higher-ups were about to move, as if they wanted to stop it, the Greater One sect master said in a cold voice, "This Emperor War will not be decided by your vote. Since ancient times, the Greater One sect has a rule. Once the sect master and the strongest great elders support the Emperor War, there is no need for other people to vote." As the Greater One sect master's voice fell, many of the Greater One sect's higher-ups voiced their doubts. "Sect master, this time even Elder Luo supports the Emperor War?" Elder Luo, one of the current great elders of the Greater One sect, was one of the strongest existences in the Greater One sect. In the past, the Tianlong clan had challenged the Greater One sect 3 times, and the other great elders had also stopped it, but on the 3rd time, only Elder Luo had stopped it. This time, I am one of the initiators of the Emperor War. Before the master of the Greater One sect could speak, an aged figure silently appeared beside the master of the Greater One sect, and the master of the Greater One sect hurriedly bowed to him. "Greetings to Marshal Granduncle." The old man was the Greater One sect's great elder, Luo Qijan. As Luo Qijan's voice fell, many of the Greater One sect's higher-ups present turned ashen. Even Elder Luo supports the Emperor War? This time, it seemed that they could not avoid it. At the same time, Luo Qijan said coldly, "This time the other great elders and I have carefully considered the Emperor War against the Tianlong clan. In terms of the strength of the older generation, our Greater One sect is not weaker than the Tianlong clan. In the past, in terms of the strength of the younger generation, our Greater One sect is also not weaker than the Tianlong clan. However, a few days ago, in the Tianlong clan's hidden dragon competition, 2 monstrous geniuses appeared, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tindu. The performance of these 2 monstrous geniuses in the Tianlong clan's hidden dragon competition, I believe you all have heard of it, let me ask you all, with their monstrous talents, is there a chance for them to break through and become god emperors in the future? When Luo Qizhan's words came out, everyone fell silent. A moment later, someone questioned, Elder Luo, perhaps in the near future, they will leave the Tianlong clan and enter the top god emperor forces in Tanglong province. In that case, if the Tianlong clan loses them, it will not be easier for them to produce a god emperor expert than our Greater One sect. Once the Tianlong clan produced a god emperor expert, according to the rules of Tanglong province, as a neighboring god emperor sect of the Tianlong clan, the Greater One sect must move away from their current location. A god emperor force with a god emperor expert could occupy a wider territory in Tanglong province, and the nearby god emperor forces must avoid them. Chapter 38:25. The War of the Sovereigns originated from the War of the Strongest. In the realms of gods, the War of the Strongest was a tradition. The War of the Strongest was a battle to the death between godly venerable rank forces. Moreover, it was carried out under the witness of the sovereigns in a separate realm created by the sovereigns. Of course, looking at the history of the realms of gods, the number of War of the Strongest could be counted on one hand. This was because it was too tragic. In a war of the life and death, the sovereigns from both sides might have fought to the death without the birth of a sovereign. Since then, both sides had suffered great losses and could not recover from the setback. Of course, there were some godly venerable rank forces that managed to produce a sovereign, but they had to pay a heavy price. As for the godly venerable rank forces that had fought against them, they had also suffered great losses and might not be able to recover from this setback. Because of this, there was a saying that was very popular in the realms of gods. Victory and defeat are due to the War of the Strongest. The War of the Strongest was the highest level of battle in the realms of gods. The War of the Strongest was personally provided and hosted by the sovereign. However, due to the high risk, not many godly venerable rank forces dared to initiate the War of the Strongest. Similarly, not many godly venerable rank forces dared to accept the War of the Strongest from other godly venerable rank forces. In fact, compared to the War of the Strongest, the War of the Sovereigns and the War of the Sovereigns were more intense. Whether it was the War of the Sovereigns or the War of the Sovereigns, they originated from the War of the Strongest. Similar to the War of the Strongest, the War of the Sovereigns was for the birth of a godly venerable. The War of the Sovereigns was for the birth of a god emperor. The War of the Sovereigns was carried out by the godly venerable rank forces that did not have a godly venerable. The War of the Sovereigns was carried out by the godly venerable rank forces that did not have a god emperor. Whether it was the War of the Sovereigns or the War of the Sovereigns, it was all about courage. However, due to the fact that there were more godly venerable rank forces than higher godly venerable rank forces, the frequency of the War of the Sovereigns was much higher than the War of the Sovereigns. As for the War of the Sovereigns, the frequency was even higher for the same reason. There were so many outdated godly emperor forces in all the divine planes that those outdated godly venerable gods could not compare to. Tai sect. Inside the assembly hall. If that's the case, you're all hoping for a fluke. You think that Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu might leave the Tianlong clan and join our Tanglong province's top god emperor forces? Luo Qizhan sneered. Suddenly, the group of Greater One sect higher-ups who had just said similar words fell silent, because they also knew that this was just a fluke. With Hua Tiandu and Duan Lingtian's talent, it would have been a piece of cake for them to join any of those god emperor level forces. So why do they have to join the Tianlong clan? As the saying goes, one would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. However, it had to be known that if they joined the Tianlong clan, they would be the chicken head. However, if they went to the other peak god emperor level forces, they would not have to be the phoenix tail. With their talents, even if they were to be placed in a few peak emperor god level powerhouses, they would still be considered top-notch, especially Duan Lingtian. Even among the few peak emperor god level powerhouses, He was a top-notch existence. He was not even 3,000 years old. The matter of the Emperor War has already been decided. You all don't have to rely on luck anymore. Luo Qizhan continued, his tone incomparably resolute. All along, our Greater One sect, compared to the Tianlong clan, to a certain extent has fallen into a lower position. The last time the Tianlong clan had an Emperor God expert was 20,000 years ago. But what about our Greater One sect? That was 50,000 years ago. That year, the Tianlong clan's Emperor God expert was also born in the Emperor War. But our Greater One sect has not launched an Emperor War for tens of thousands of years. We have also rejected more than 10 Emperor War challenges. This time the appearance of the Tianlong clan's inner sect disciples Duan Lingtian and Huatan could only be considered as a fuse for our Greater One sect to launch the Emperor War. It was not entirely because of them. It's time for our Greater One sect to fight. You all have enjoyed the benefits of the sect for so many years. Now, it's time for you to stand up and fight for Greater One sect, and strive to bring Greater One sect to the next level. Moreover, this time the Tianlong clan's Divine King Realm disciples, as well as monstrous talents like Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu. When the Emperor War begins, the two of them cannot avoid it. Once they do, their hearts will be shaken. In the future, no matter how talented they are, if they want to become Emperor Gods, they will have to face layers of inner demons. And if the Divine King disciples of our Greater One sect can defeat or even kill those two geniuses in the Emperor battle, their hearts will be filled with an indomitable will. Even if we don't produce an Emperor God expert in this Emperor battle, they will have a higher chance of stepping into the Emperor God realm in the future. Moreover, it's not only our Greater One sect that is exhausting our resources in the Emperor War. Even the Tianlong clan is exhausting their resources. What are you all afraid of? Use your brains and think carefully. If your participation in the Emperor War allows Greater One sect to produce an Emperor God expert, how proud will you all be? How proud will your juniors be? Your names will be engraved on the Emperor War tablet of the sect, and your names will go down in history. After Luo Qizhan finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the meeting hall. After a while, many people spoke up in agreement. Elder Luo, I support the Emperor War. Elder Luo, sect master, it's time for Greater One sect to change. After so many years of peace, our spirit has been worn down. The strong are respected, and this is all about fighting. After the Emperor War, our Greater One sect may really produce an Emperor God expert. The several Grand Elders are all well-known figures among the upper divine emperors. They are only a step away from the God Emperor realm. In this War of Emperors, even if only one of the Grand Elders becomes a God Emperor, our Greater One sect will still benefit. Elder Luo, you're so supportive of the Emperor War this time. The heart of the strong is indomitable. It's very likely that you will break through and become an Emperor God. At this moment, many of the Greater One sect's upper echelons in the meeting hall were affected by Luo Qizhan's words. As for those who opposed the Emperor War before, they were silent now, because they could see that this matter was already decided. If they continued to oppose, other than making Elder Luo and the sect master feel bad for them, there was no other use. Forget it. Emperor War it is. As long as we are careful, we may not die. They comforted themselves in their hearts. Tomorrow, I will personally lead a team to the Tianlong clan and officially declare the Emperor War to the Tianlong clan. At this time, the Greater One sect master said loudly, his eyes resolute. As long as the Tianlong clan agrees, when the procedures of the top Emperor God forces in Tanglong province are completed, the date of the Emperor War will be confirmed. If there are no accidents, the Emperor War will begin in at most 3 years. Following the Greater One sect's decision, the next day, the Greater One sect master personally led a few people to the Tianlong clan to officially declare the Emperor War to the Tianlong clan. the Tianlong clan's upper echelons were also surprised by the Greater One sect's initiative to declare the Emperor War. Because in the past, the Tianlong clan had declared the Emperor War to the Greater One sect more than once, but they were always rejected. In their eyes, the Greater One sect's people had long lost the backbone that Emperor God Force should have. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't have a better choice, they would have already found another Emperor God Force to declare the Emperor War. What do you all think? After arranging for the Greater One sect master and the others to rest temporarily, the Tianlong clan's upper echelons gathered together. Among them, the Golden Dragon Elders with the highest status in the Tianlong clan were also present. The Golden Dragon Elders of the Tianlong clan, like the Greater One sect's Grand Elders, were existences who had half a foot in the God-Emperor realm. In the past, the Tianlong clan had repeatedly declared the Emperor War to the Greater One sect in the hopes that one of them would break through to the God-Emperor realm through the Emperor War. That way, the Tianlong clan would regain its former glory. In the realms of gods, there was a huge difference between having a God-Emperor and not having a God-Emperor in a realm of gods. Not to mention other things. Just take the current situation as an example. In the area around the Tianlong clan, there was another God-Emperor realm force, the Greater One sect. Once the Tianlong clan produced a God-Emperor, they would surpass the Greater One sect in one fell swoop. According to the ancient rules of Tunglung province, the Tianlong clan that produced a God-Emperor would further expand their territory. As for the Greater One sect, because they were close to the Tianlong clan, they could only move away when the Tianlong clan's territory expanded. Otherwise, the Tianlong clan's new God-Emperor would have every reason to attack them. Sect Master. In response to the Tianlong clan's sect master's question, Xuemingji, the vice sect master, took the initiative to speak first. What I mean is, there's no need to rush. Let's first investigate why the Greater One sect suddenly changed their mind and declared the Emperor War to us. I have a feeling that the cowardly Greater One sect suddenly declared the Emperor War to us because there's a secret we don't know about. Xuemingji said, cautiously. In the Tianlong clan, Xuemingji, the vice sect master, belonged to the conservative faction. Even when the Tianlong clan declared the Emperor War to the Greater One sect in the past, he did not agree with it. However, most of the Tianlong clan's higher-ups were warmongers who supported the Emperor War. Even though he was the vice sect master of the Tianlong clan, his words carried little weight. Of course, the most important thing was that the several Golden Dragon Elders of the Tianlong clan dreamed of breaking through to become God-Emperors and insisted on the Emperor War. The reason for this was that the two Golden Dragon Elders of the Tianlong clan were under a lot of pressure from the recent 1,000-year heavenly tribulations. If they did not break through, they all felt that their lifespan would be in the next few thousand years. Under such circumstances, the Emperor War became their only choice. In a life and death struggle, in a battle between two God-Emperors, they felt the pressure and forced themselves to break through. Xuemingji, a Golden Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, glared fiercely at Xuemingji, the vice sect master of the Tianlong clan. The Greater One sect took the initiative to declare the Emperor War. If the sect misses this opportunity because of you, this old man will not forgive you. Chapter 38:26. Within the Tianlong clan, all of the Golden Dragon Elders supported the War of Emperors. The Tianlong clan's clan leader and the majority of the Tianlong clan's upper echelons also supported the War of Emperors. Although it's called the War of Emperors, it's actually a battle for the birth of a God-Emperor. But even if there's no way for a God-Emperor to be born, isn't it a good thing for us and the sect's disciples to break away from our peaceful lives and enter the War of Emperors to fight and gain the determination to improve? Said a Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. At this moment, two of Duan Lingtian's acquaintances, Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, were also present. However, an inner sect elder like Kuang Tianjing wasn't qualified to appear here and participate in such a high-level meeting of the Tianlong clan. To be able to participate in such a high-level meeting of the Tianlong clan's upper echelons, a white dragon elder was the lowest requirement. I also think that's the case. Someone immediately agreed and said, although it's possible to accept missions and go out to train in the sect, the effects of these missions are extremely limited. Moreover, not all sect's disciples are willing to accept missions to earn contribution points, and by divine pills and divine fruits to aid in their cultivation. The majority of sect's disciples are just muddling along within the sect. They don't have any goals, and they act as if they're gaining strength with age. Normally, they use the identity of a Tianlong clan disciple to intimidate others. Of course, it's not just our Tianlong clan that's like this, but all of the God Emperor level forces that enjoy peace and comfort are like this. The person who spoke now was another vice sect leader of the Tianlong clan. Unlike Xue Mingji, this vice sect leader had always supported the War of Emperors. His cultivation was still far from the God Emperor realm. Even if the Tianlong clan really did engage in a War of Emperors with other God Emperor level forces, his chances of breaking through and becoming a God Emperor were extremely slim. He supported the War of Emperors mostly because he couldn't stand the fact that most of the Tianlong clan's disciples were content with the status quo and had no ambition at all. Of course, this didn't mean that those people were trash. Trash wouldn't be able to enter the Tianlong clan. What he meant was that even if those people were to accept missions to earn contribution points, they would only accept missions that were not dangerous at all and would only earn low contribution points. As for missions with higher contribution points, they were often accompanied by a certain degree of danger. So many people were unwilling to accept them. In their opinion, once they joined the Tianlong clan, they would become powerful sooner or later, so there was no need to rush. As for the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation that they would face after reaching the Divine King realm, they did not feel any pressure for the time being. After all, there was still a long way to go. If they did not work hard today, they could work hard tomorrow. Tomorrow after tomorrow, there were so many tomorrows. I think so too. The Black Dragon Elder Blue Feather Mountain, who was in charge of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition a while ago, agreed. Even us old fellows, when we were young, weren't we just muddling along? Now, we're facing the heavenly tribulation of 1,000 years. Ask yourselves, have you ever regretted not working hard enough when you were young? I support the War of the Emperors. I hope that our Tianlong clan's younger generation can learn from shame and become courageous. In the near future, we will break through to the God Emperor realm and lead the Tianlong clan to greater heights. Following Blue Feather Mountain's agreement, more people immediately joined in to support the War of the Emperors. Haichuan, it seems that the War of the Emperors is inevitable this time. Dongfang Yannian transmitted his voice to Xue Haichuan. Hearing this, Xue Haichuan's eyes flashed. Actually, after knowing the purpose of the Greater One Sect Masters Group, I knew that the War of the Emperors would definitely succeed this time. The War of the Emperors. I have been looking forward to it ever since I entered the Tianlong clan. Now the time has finally come. In the Tianlong clan, not all of the young disciples were content with the status quo and did not want to improve. There were some young disciples who were outstanding talents of the younger generation. The halo above their heads was the motivation for them to work hard, including Xue Haichuan. The 3 youngest White Dragon Elders of the Tianlong clan were representatives of this group. Hearing Xue Haichuan's words, Dongfang Yannian shook his head and smiled. As Xue Haichuan's good friend, he naturally knew what Xue Haichuan was thinking. He was not surprised by Xue Haichuan's answer. Yannian. Xue Haichuan's expression suddenly turned serious. He transmitted his voice to Dongfang Yannian. Your cultivation has long reached the bottleneck of the middle God Emperor level. This War of the Emperors will be an opportunity for you to break through. At that time, you and I will act together in the early stages and try to find some pressure. That will be helpful for your breakthrough, said Xue Haichuan. Hearing Xue Haichuan's words, Dongfang Yannian immediately refused. No need. I can just find 2 people to go with me. You go to your own things. What a joke. He still remembered that when he went out on a mission with Xue Haichuan saw 2 high god emperors charging straight at them. In the end, although he managed to kill those 2, they were also seriously injured. Especially Xue Haichuan, who had almost died. After that time, he asked Xue Haichuan why he had risked his life like that. Xue Haichuan said that because he trusted him, he was confident. After that time, every time Xue Haichuan asked him to go on a mission, he would politely refuse. He wasn't afraid of death. Instead, he was afraid that Xue Haichuan would take risks because of him. Also, you don't have to work too hard yourself. Ever since you entered the Tianlong clan, you have been working hard. Compared to those disciples of other sects who are content with the status quo and don't want to improve, you are the opposite of them. They need to work hard, but you can rest for the time being. While politely refusing Xue Haichuan, Dongfang Yannian warned him, also, don't forget about your big brother. If something really happens to you, who can protect your big brother at all times like you? Hearing this, Xue Haichuan first bitterly smiled, then sighed and fell silent. Right. Seeing that Xue Haichuan's mood seemed to be somewhat low, Dongfang Yannian said, that 7th lady from the 10,000 Flower Valley seemed to have followed little Tian to see you last time. She seems to be that person's daughter? Dongfang Yannian asked with a smile, What? Did she come to denounce you? Ask you why you refused her mother back then? Back then, when Xue Haichuan, the proud son of heaven of the Tianlong clan, was out on missions, there was no lack of women who adored him. One of the female disciples from the 10,000 Flower Valley even wanted to break off her engagement with someone else for Xue Haichuan. She acted as if as long as Xue Haichuan was willing to accept her, she would immediately be together with Xue Haichuan. Many people in the Tianlong clan knew about this. Dongfang Yannian also only found out a few days ago that the 7th lady who had performed outstandingly in the Hidden Dragon tournament was actually the daughter of that bold female disciple from the 10,000 Flower Valley. Xue Haichuan's expression gradually darkened. In the end, he couldn't help but send a mental message and curse. Scram! Ha! You're even angry out of humiliation. Dongfang Yannian laughed loudly. Clearly, he didn't plan on letting Xue Haichuan go just like that. Why don't you tell me, why did she come looking for you? Don't tell me she wants to inherit her mother's stubbornness and make a move on you. Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, Xue Haichuan turned his head away, looking like he couldn't be bothered with him. At the same time, the Tianlong clan's high-level meeting also came to a conclusion. They agreed to the Emperor's Battle of Emperors proposed by the Greater One Sect. They would engage in a battle of emperors with the Greater One Sect. After this matter was confirmed, all sorts of news regarding the Battle of Emperors began to spread throughout the Tianlong clan. At first, many people didn't know what a Battle of Emperors was. However, when they found out what a Battle of Emperors was, they were naturally shocked. Even higher deity emperors can die in a battle of emperors? All the elders and disciples of the clan must participate in a battle of emperors. No one can stay out of it. I'm only a higher deity. If I enter a battle of emperors plane, won't I just be throwing my life away? Don't worry, those below the deity king level have the privilege of not entering a battle of emperors plane. Similar discussions spread throughout the Tianlong temple. More and more Tianlong clan disciples began to panic. Many Tianlong clan disciples even gathered together to protest the Battle of Emperors. However, their efforts were futile. A group of deity realm outer sect disciples rejoiced at the fact that they weren't deity kings. However, they also asked around, how long will the Battle of Emperors last? After all, in the Tianlong clan, if a deity realm outer sect disciple couldn't break through and become a deity king within a certain time limit, they would be expelled from the clan and sent back to wherever they came from. Many people didn't want to go back because they felt that it would be shameful to go back as an exiled disciple of the Tianlong clan. There were also people who felt that as long as they could survive, it was fine to lose face. In short, as news of the Battle of Emperors spread throughout the Tianlong Temple, the Tianlong clan became much more chaotic in the following period of time. In many places, it was like a market. By the time Duan Lingtian found out about the Battle of Emperors, 3 months had already passed. After 3 months, the Tianlong clan finally calmed down. In fact, it was even quieter than before. Outside, it was rare to see people gathering together and chatting. Originally, there weren't many people going in and out of the Internal Affairs Hall, but now there was an endless stream of people going in and out. It was too much for the eye to take in. This, Duan Lingtian's cultivation had made some progress. He just wanted to come out for a breath of fresh air before continuing to cultivate. But he didn't expect to see a completely different scene from 3 months ago. What's going on? With a blank expression, Duan Lingtian walked into the Internal Affairs Hall. This was also his first time seeing the Internal Affairs Hall. After walking into the Internal Affairs Hall, all sorts of noises entered his ears. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally filtered out the key points. Battle of Emperors. 5 years later. To be precise, there were only 4 years and 7 months left until the Battle of Emperors. Battle of Emperors. After Duan Lingtian came to the realm of gods, the profound Handaland, he deliberately wanted to understand some things about the profound Handaland. In the past, whether it was the Hidden Fog sect or the Linghu family, he took a lot of time to understand all kinds of things. When he was in the Linghu family, he learned a lot of things that he didn't know before. Among them was the Battle of Emperors. The Tianlong clan is going to have a Battle of Emperors with the Supreme E-sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. It seems that the heavens don't want me to leave the Tianlong clan. The Battle of Emperors, crisis and opportunity coexisted. For someone like him who was eager to become stronger, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 38-27. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, staying with the Tianlong clan or going to one of the strongest emperor god-level forces in Tanglong province had its advantages and disadvantages. For the time being, he chose to stay with the Tianlong clan. Of course, this did not mean that he would not agree to go with the top emperor god-level forces in Tanglong province. If they came to poach him, they would not come empty-handed. Perhaps they would give him something that would tempt him. At that time, it was not impossible for him to leave the Tianlong clan. Now that the Tianlong clan was about to start the War of the Emperors, he was not in a hurry to leave the Tianlong clan. The War of the Emperors will take place in the War of the Emperors Plain. The participants will be Emperor God-level forces or top Emperor God-level forces who both want to produce Emperor God-level experts. Of course, top Emperor God-level forces, even the most outdated Emperor God-level forces, would not be willing to fight with them because the foundation of an Emperor God-level force is limited. Come to think of it, a force that has never produced an Emperor God-level expert in its history. How much foundation could it have? Therefore, if top Emperor God-level forces want to start the War of the Emperors, they will usually choose another top Emperor God-level force as their target. During the War of the Emperors, both sides will take out a large amount of precious resources that they have for their disciples to compete with the disciples of the other side. The stronger side will have the upper hand in this competition, while the weaker side will have to watch the precious resources of the force behind them being snatched away. These were all records and descriptions of the War of the Emperors that Duan Lingtian had read in the Linghu family's library when he was still in the Linghu family's library. Once the War of the Emperors began, both sides would not be able to hide anything. They would continue to take out precious resources that would tempt even a high-level Emperor God level to compete for. This was to increase the enthusiasm of the participants in the War of the Emperors. Of course, even if there were no such things to increase the enthusiasm of the participants, all disciples of the two forces would have to participate unless their cultivation had not reached the God King realm. Moreover, after participating, they had to obtain a certain amount of battle results before they could temporarily not enter the battlefield. Whether it was the Emperor Battle Realm, the Revered Battle Realm, or the Paramount Battle Realm, all of them are publicly known as the Meat Grinder. Inside, deity kings fought each other, deity emperors fought each other, deity emperors fought each other, and supremes fought each other. Every cultivator had a specific battlefield, and those with high cultivations were not allowed to enter the battlefield of those with low cultivations. There were formations set up by the strongest cultivators for the Monarch Battle Realm and the Reverend Battle Realm. As for the Supreme Battle Realm, there were at least 3 strongest cultivators there. If someone with a high cultivation base dared to cross the battlefield and attack someone with a lower cultivation base, they would be killed by the strongest cultivators. The battle between the Tianlong clan and the Greater One sect is about to begin. The specific details of the battle should have been announced by the Tianlong clan, right? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian came to the side of the Internal Affairs Hall. It was not the place to accept and return missions, but it was a place with a lot of people. A group of people was standing in front of a light screen formed by a formation, looking at the densely packed words on it. As soon as he approached, Duan Lingtian learned from many of the onlookers that they were all inner sect disciples who had just come out of closed-door cultivation or had just returned from outside. I didn't expect that the world would change when I came back after going out once. An inner sect disciple side. Although I've long known about the existence of the Emperor Battle and knew that the sect had challenged the Greater One sect many times in the past and was rejected, I didn't expect that the Greater One sect would take the initiative to challenge the Tianlong clan. This is too surprising. I thought it would be difficult to encounter an Emperor Battle in my life, but I didn't expect to encounter one when I was just a higher deity king. A Emperor Battle is a good thing. Yes, only the outer sect disciples are complaining. Among the inner sect disciples, more than half of them are looking forward to the Emperor Battle. The Emperor Battle is not only an opportunity for the Supreme Elders to break through and become Emperor Gods, it is also an opportunity for us to obtain a large amount of resources. It is said that those who enter the Emperor Battle, no matter who it is, are not allowed to wear a storage ring that will self-destruct if the owner dies. They must wear a storage ring that will automatically remove the owner if the owner dies. Be that as it may, under such circumstances, how many people would bring in the good stuff? You're thinking too much. If someone deliberately went home before the Emperor Battle, someone would definitely notice. If he died, his family would be implicated. At that time, they would think that he went home to store his treasures. Therefore, before the Emperor Battle begins, very few people will leave the sect. The discussion of the inner sect disciples surprised Duan Lingtian. He thought that there would be many complaints, but he did not expect that more people were looking forward to the Emperor Battle. Emperor Battle! Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly fell on the array light screen in front of him. The densely packed words recorded the various details of the Emperor Battle. The Emperor Battle would take place in the Emperor Battle Realm. The Emperor Battle Realm was provided by the few peak Emperor God forces in Tunglung Province. There were 3 large arrays that were set up by the strongest and compressed into array discs. As for the divine stones and divine crystals required to set up the arrays, it would be shared equally between the Tianlong clan and Supreme E-Sect. The Emperor Battle Realm had a total of 3 entrances. 2 of them were in the Tianlong clan and Supreme E-Sect, and the last one was in the Tunglung Province. It was a place set up by the peak Emperor God forces for the people sent by those Emperor God forces to enter and leave. In the Emperor Battle Realm, the Tianlong clan and Supreme E-Sect each had a city. It was a place for the people of the 2 sects to rest. After a long battle outside the city, if they were tired or injured, they could return to the city. After returning to the city, they would be completely safe and the enemy would not be able to attack them. In the Emperor Battle Realm, the 3 major battlefields took up more than 90% of the area. Among them, the High Godly Emperor's battlefield was called the Quasi-Emperor's battlefield, followed by the Low Godly Emperor's and Mid-Godly Emperor's battlefield, and then the Godly King's battlefield. Among them, The three major battlefields took up about the same area, but the number of people entering was definitely a world of difference. The God King battlefield would definitely have the most people and was the most chaotic. Next was the God King battlefield. As for the Boundary Emperor battlefield, it was the place where the top experts of the two sects fought. It was also the focus of attention because if an emperor god was born, it would definitely be there. In the God King battlefield, upper divine kings can kill lower divine kings. When he saw this, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. He thought of his two friends, Ho Qingning and Ding Yan. The two of them were only lower divine kings. Ding Yan's strength was slightly better. Although he was only a lower divine king, in terms of strength, even among middle divine kings, he was considered strong. Ho Qingning was much weaker. However, when he saw the words at the end, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. For inner and outer sect disciples who have just broken through to the lower divine king realm within 100 years, and for inner and outer sect disciples who have just entered the sect will specially arrange for outer sect deacons to lead them into the emperor battle dimension. As for inner and outer sect disciples who are lower divine kings, they can only find others to work with. When he saw this, Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head. It was not hard to imagine that once a lower divine king disciple who did not have an outer sect deacon to lead them into the emperor battle dimension, there was basically a 90% chance of survival. Unless the sect gave an order, how many people would be willing to bring along a lower divine king burden? Of course, a lower divine king like Ding Yan was still very popular. Following this, Duan Lingtian read the contents at the end. It was nothing more than some things to take note of. In the Emperor Battle Dimension, due to the formations set up by the supreme powerhouses, other formations could not exist. Even if they were set up, they would be forcefully destroyed by the supreme powerhouses' formations. Due to this reason, there was no formation mirror image in the Emperor Battle Dimension. After entering the Emperor Battle Dimension, even if fellow disciples killed each other, as long as it was not seen by a third party, no one would be able to pursue the matter. The only way to pursue the matter was if the person who did the killing admitted to killing a fellow disciple. Naturally, the Tianlong clan had also set a heavy punishment for those who killed fellow disciples in the Emperor Battle Dimension. The lightest punishment would be crippling their cultivation base and banishing them from the sect. The heaviest punishment would be death. After all, the Emperor Battle Dimension was a battle between two sections. Attacking fellow disciples at this time was a provocation to the sect. It's hard to fathom a person's heart after entering the Emperor Battle Dimension. Unless one's strength is sufficient, one can't completely trust and cooperate with someone from the same sect. Duan Lingtian was not a native of the realms of gods. He had risen from the mundane realms and had traveled all the way until now. He knew how sinister a person's heart could be. If one did not know them well, one should not completely trust them. After looking around for a while, Duan Lingtian walked towards the place where missions were accepted. There were many people gathered there, and there was a long queue in front of each counter. What's the mission like? An outer sect elder said that he doesn't have time to return home, so he asked someone to help his family solve a problem. Even higher god kings can accept this mission. There shouldn't be any risks. All you have to do is show your strength and reveal your identity. This mission is not bad. Help an inner sect deacon deliver something to his family. Once the item is delivered, you can receive the reward. The reward is very generous. His family should be quite far away, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened as he listened to the discussions around him. Many of the missions were trivial. It was as though they did not have time to return home. It seems like many people are preparing for their deaths after the start of the Emperor battle. Unknowingly, a person appeared beside Duan Lingtian and shook his head. Young clan leader? Duan Lingtian regained his senses and realized that the person beside him was Hua Tiandu, the young clan leader of the divine emperor-level Donghua clan. Hua Tiandu smiled bitterly. Duan Lingtian in the Tianlong clan, you and I are both inner sect disciples. Please don't call me that. You can call me by my full name. Do you want me to call you Consecrated Duan? Duan Lingtian used to be a consecrator of the Linghu family. This was no secret. Duan Lingtian heard this and was stunned. He felt that there was something wrong with this form of address. However, since Hua Tiandu minded, he agreed. All right, end of chapter. Chapter 38:28. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had agreed, Hua Tiandu's smile widened. Duan Lingtian, it seems like you and I made the right choice. The Tianlong clan didn't disappoint me after all. You're very confident. Duan Lingtian smiled. Naturally, he knew that Hua Tiandu was referring to the upcoming battle between the Tianlong clan and the Tianlong clan. It's all right. Hua Tiandu nodded. Other than you, Duan Lingtian, there aren't many people below the Divine Emperor level in the Tianlong clan that I'm afraid of. Duan Lingtian, are you interested in joining forces with me? Hua Tiandu asked with a smile. If we join forces, we'll definitely be able to dominate the Divine King battlefield. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Hua Tiandu had approached him. It turned out that Hua Tiandu wanted to join forces with him. Why me? In the Tianlong clan, there are a few people below the Divine Emperor level who have mastered the profundities of the laws that aren't inferior to mine. Not everyone in the Tianlong clan was mediocre. Although he and Hua Tiandu had attracted the attention of everyone in the Tianlong clan due to the strength they had displayed in the hidden dragon competition, there were still a few divine kings among them. However, in the Heavenly Dragon sect, there were few prominent celestial kings whose strength was on par with Hua Tiandu and Duan Lingtian. These people had comprehended profundities comparable to Hua Tiandu and Duan Lingtian. Of course, in the eyes of the Tianlong clan, the profundities that Duan Lingtian had comprehended were the fusion of all three profundities of the law of space. However, they didn't know that what Duan Lingtian had displayed was only a part of his true strength. It's still early for the battle between the divine kings. We'll see when the time comes. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Who knows, maybe I'll have broken through and become a divine emperor by then. Divine emperor? Duan Lingtian's words made the corners of Hua Tiandu's mouth twitch. Even if he had consumed the emperor connecting divine fruit, he was not confident that he would be able to break through and become a divine king in 5 years. The emperor connecting divine fruit could only remove the bottleneck between a high-level godly king and a low-level godly emperor. If a low-level godly king wanted to break through to become a godly emperor, even if the bottleneck was removed, it still required a certain amount of accumulation. He only dared to say that he could break through and become a god king within 100 years. But now, Duan Lingtian was telling him that he could break through from the middle divine king realm to the divine emperor realm in 5 years? Then I'll wait and see. Hua Tiandu smiled politely, but in his heart he had already concluded that Duan Lingtian was tactfully rejecting his invitation. Hua Tiandu, who felt that he was rejected by Duan Lingtian, also felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward. He casually chatted with Duan Lingtian for a while before leaving. During this process, Duan Lingtian could vaguely see through Hua Tiandu's thoughts, but he did not explain further. In his opinion, as long as he could break through and become a high-level godly king in a short period of time, it was possible for him to break through and become a divine emperor in 5 years. Of course, there was a reason why he said that. He was tactfully rejecting Hua Tiandu. He did not intend to cooperate with anyone in the War of Emperors. Once they cooperated, they would have to divide the spoils of war. Moreover, he would not be able to act recklessly. That was not what he wanted. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian saw a mission. The mission was initiated by an elder of the White Dragon clan. The condition for completing the mission was a Supreme King grade divine pill. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian happened to have a Supreme King grade divine pill. He had refined it before he came to the Linghu family. This Supreme King grade divine pill did not have any supplementary effect on one's cultivation. Once a Supreme King grade divine pill was refined, it could quickly repair one's shattered heavenly veins. In fact, let alone cultivators from the realms of gods, even celestials from the Devata realms had the ability to repair their shattered heavenly veins. However, it would take a lot of time to repair one's heavenly veins. That time would be more than enough for one's cultivation base to rise to a higher level. Previously, Duan Lingtian had chosen to refine this king grade divine pill because it was one of the most difficult pills to refine among the limit king grade divine pills. If one did not refine a Supreme King grade divine pill, it was no different from a useless pill. Therefore, no one would refine it. This white dragon elder actually took out 10,000 contribution points to exchange for an extra limit meridian recovery divine pill. Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he saw the mission reward. The Tianlong clan's contribution points could be used to exchange for various cultivation resources and rare materials in the Tianlong clan. Many of the resources in the Tianlong clan could not be exchanged with divine stones and divine crystals. They could only be exchanged with contribution points. This was to encourage the disciples of the Tianlong clan to earn contribution points. For example, prominent divine weapons could only be exchanged with contribution points in the Tianlong clan. Moreover, prominent divine weapons that were exchanged with contribution points in the Tianlong clan could not be traded with divine stones and divine crystals. If one was caught doing so, one would be punished and would not be able to use contribution points in the Tianlong clan for 1,000 years. A high-grade divine weapon is only worth 5,000 contribution points. Elder Bailong is actually willing to exchange 10,000 contribution points for a limited meridian recovery divine pill? Under normal circumstances, the value of a supreme meridian restoration divine pill could not be compared to a prominent divine weapon. However, compared to a prominent divine weapon, a supreme meridian restoration divine pill was even more priceless. Therefore, it was often very valuable to those who needed it. It would be a waste if I don't accept this mission. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian walked to the queue to accept the mission. After about an hour in the queue, he successfully received the mission he wanted and completed it on the spot. It really is a supreme meridian restoration divine pill. The Internal Affairs Hall elder who confirmed the completion of the mission could not help but exclaim when he saw the divine pill that Duan Lingtian had taken out. Instantly, the surrounding people's gazes were attracted. Many people recognized Duan Lingtian immediately. It's Duan Lingtian. He's the new inner sect, disciple Duan Lingtian, the champion of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition not long ago. That's him. He used to be a consecrator of the Divine Emperor level Linghu family. He can easily refine supreme divine pills. Could he be the one who refined this supreme meridian restoration divine pill? Impossible, right? Even the old sect leader did not have the ability to refine the supreme meridian restoration divine pill, let alone him. The old sect leader was a divine alchemist who could refine the Emperor Connection divine pill. His alchemy skills could not be better than Duan Lingtian's. As the crowd whispered, they all felt that this supreme meridian restoration divine pill was not refined by Duan Lingtian. The Internal Affairs Hall elder who was holding the supreme meridian restoration divine pill was now looking at Duan Lingtian with great interest. Duan Lingtian, this divine pill, did you refine it yourself? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had long heard the doubtful whispers in the surroundings, but he did not care. He did not plan to explain anything. However, since the Internal Affairs Pavilion's elder had asked him, he did not plan to hide anything. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. However, more people's eyes were still filled with doubt. Duan Lingtian, you said you refined this supreme meridian restoration, divine pill, personally. If you're really capable, then refine one right now and show us. Otherwise, we really don't believe you can refine the supreme meridian restoration divine pill. It's one of the most difficult Supreme King level divine pills to refine. A young man in a yellow robe with golden edges said with disbelief. However, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at him indifferently. He had no intention of replying to him at all. He turned to look at the Internal Affairs Pavilion's elder and asked, "Elder, can you give me my contribution points now?" As Duan Lingtian spoke, he took out his identity token, which was the identity token of an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. The contribution points were stored in the token. It was similar to the bank cards on Earth in his previous life. 2 identity tokens could be used to transfer contribution points to each other. I'll transfer it to you right away. The Internal Affairs Hall elder regained his senses and took the identity token from Duan Lingtian. After a while, he transferred 10,000 contribution points to Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian received the contribution points, he ignored the questioning gazes around him and walked to the other side of the Internal Affairs Hall. He planned to use the contribution points he had just earned to exchange for some items. 10,000 contribution points could be exchanged for 2 upper-grade divine weapons. It was not a small amount. Humph! The young man in the yellow robe looked at Duan Lingtian's back and snorted coldly. He deliberately raised his voice and said disdainfully, "Duan Lingtian, are you admitting that you were boasting? You don't even want to prove yourself. That ultimate meridian recovery pill could not have been refined by you personally." "Prove myself?" Hearing the voice behind him, Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks. Then he took another step forward and said without looking back, "Who are you? Why should I prove myself to you? There is always someone better than you. Don't think too highly of yourself." Duan Lingtian's tone was indifferent as he walked away calmly. The young man in the yellow robe's face alternated between green and white. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with bone-chilling coldness. He unconsciously clenched his fists. "Ha ha!" At this time, a young man who had just walked into the Internal Affairs Hall laughed and said, "Huang Ting, not everyone cares about your status as vice sect master, his disciple." Duan Lingtian, when he was in the Hidden Fog sect, he killed the disciples of 2 of the 4 strongest highest elders. Do you think he cares about your status? Listening to this young man's words, it was clear he had a good understanding of Duan Lingtian. As for Huang Ting, after hearing this young man's embellishment, the coldness in his eyes disappeared. His green and white complexion also calmed down. He lightly said, "Xue Jin, do you think I don't know that you are trying to sow discord? If I remember correctly, your junior apprentice, Sister Mary Zhong, Ken's junior apprentice brother, he was killed by Duan Lingtian? If you want to take revenge for your brother-in-law's junior apprentice brother, you should do it yourself. I won't do anything for you." Huang Ting coldly sneered. Lingtian's latest chapter address. Lingtian's full text reading address. /13909 Lingtian's War Reverent TXT download address. Lingtian's War Reverent mobile phone reading address. /13909 in order to facilitate your next reading. You can click on the Collect button below to record this. Next time you open the bookshelf, you will see it. If you like Lingtian's War Reverent, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 38-29. Xue Jin was a disciple of the Tianlong clan's deputy clan leader, Xue Mingji. At the same time, he was also an orphan adopted by Xue Mingji. He shared the same surname as Xue Mingji and could be considered Xue Mingji's adopted son. As for Huang Ting, he was a disciple of the other deputy clan leader of the Tianlong clan, He Zhaoming. Both of them were well-known figures among the inner sect disciples. Even if they weren't as strong as Duan Lingtian and Hua Tindu, they weren't far off. They were the most outstanding among the disciples of the Tianlong clan's divine king. Originally, Huang Ting had indeed been furious because Duan Lingtian had looked down on him. He had even viewed Duan Lingtian as an enemy. However, now that Xuejin had spoken, he wasn't so angry anymore. He, Huang Ting, wasn't going to be a tool for others. "You're making my wedding dress?" Xuejin laughed when he heard Huang Ting's words. "Huang Ting, you speak as if you are a match for Duan Lingtian. In my opinion, you, Huang Ting, won't even be able to take a single blow from Duan Lingtian." As he spoke, the smile on Xuejin's face became even more radiant. Huang Ting's expression darkened, and he was about to say something, but his words were interrupted by someone else. The person who had interrupted him was Duan Lingtian, who had already walked far away. At this moment, Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Xuejin calmly. "Xuejin, is it? Could it be that you think you can take a single blow from me?" Duan Lingtian hadn't originally planned to get involved in the matter between Xuejin and Huang Ting. But now, Xuejin was using him to draw hatred. Naturally, he couldn't sit idly by. Moreover, some time ago, he had received a message from Linghu Renjie from the Linghu family. In the message, Linghu Renjie reminded him that he had investigated the Tianlong clan's deputy clan leader, Xuemingji. The other party doted on his only daughter very much. If Xuemingji's only daughter wanted to target him, Duan Lingtian, Xuemingji would not stand idly by. From that time on, Duan Lingtian was a bit more wary of Xuemingji, who was the Tianlong clan's deputy clan leader. At the same time, he didn't have a good impression of him. Part of the reason why he was being rude to Xuejin was because of this. Since he had long been on the opposite side of the Tianlong clan's deputy clan leader, Xuemingji, what did he have to worry about? Huang Ting was originally a little angry because Duan Lingtian had interrupted him. However, when he heard what Duan Lingtian said to Xuejin, his anger disappeared completely. His face was full of smiles. He suddenly felt that this Duan Lingtian wasn't as annoying as before. At the same time, Huang Ting didn't forget to look at Xuejin and sneered. "Xuejin, do you want to prove whether you can take a single blow from Duan Ling, junior brother Duan?" At this moment, the way Huang Ting addressed Duan Lingtian had changed. Presently, Xuejin had instead completely disregarded Huang Ting, and his gloomy gaze stared at Duan Lingtian as he said in a cold voice, "Duan Lingtian, your strength is indeed not bad, and I admit that I'm not a match for you. However, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to defeat me with a single blow." Xuejin's expression was ugly. "I'll bet 10,000 contribution points." Duan Lingtian glanced at Xuejin indifferently and said calmly, "If you can take a single blow from me without being defeated, I'll give you 10,000 contribution points. If I defeat you with a single blow, you'll give me 10,000 contribution points. Do you dare?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his gaze turned deep. 10,000 contribution points. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, an uproar broke out among the onlookers. 10,000 contribution points was a huge bet for them. "Are you serious?" Although Xuejin was furious that Duan Lingtian looked down on him, he was also attracted by the 10,000 contribution points bet. It should be known that this was not a small number. Even he, who had been in the Tianlong clan for many years, had only accumulated close to 20,000 contribution points. This was because he had a master and godfather who was the vice-sect leader of the Tianlong clan. "Of course, it's true," Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. "If I remember correctly, at this time Xuejin calmed down. "You, Duan Lingtian, just joined the sect a few months ago. Do you have 10,000 contribution points?" "Of course. I heard that you have a good relationship with Elder Xue Haichuan. If you borrow from him, you should be able to get 10,000 contribution points. However, you have to return the contribution points you borrowed. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a penniless pauper. It's only 10,000 contribution points, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. I don't need to borrow from others. Almost at the same time as Duan Lingtian's words, a bystander reminded Shuejin, Senior Brother Shuejin, Duan Lingtian just accepted Elder Zhu Feiyu's mission to find the ultimate limit meridian recovery pill and took out one on the spot. As if to set off this person's words, at the same time, a swift figure entered the internal affairs hall like a ghost. Someone completed my mission to find the ultimate limit meridian recovery pill? Yes, it's indeed the ultimate limit meridian recovery pill. Who completed the mission? At this moment, a middle-aged man in a gray robe appeared in front of the internal affairs hall elder who had completed the mission for Duan Lingtian. He took the divine pill from the elder's hand and examined it carefully for a while before asking the elder, Elder Zhu Feiyu. At this time, the elder of the internal affairs hall came to his senses and looked at Duan Lingtian. It's Duan Lingtian who completed the mission. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Zhu Feiyu's gaze crossed the crowd and landed on Duan Lingtian. His eyes were shining. Duan Lingtian, I heard that you were able to refine the ultimate limit spirit level divine pill when you were in the Linghu family. Did you refine the ultimate limit meridian recovery pill as well? As soon as Zhu Feiyu appeared, Duan Lingtian saw the White Dragon Elder's token hanging on his waist. In response to his question, Duan Lingtian nodded. Yes. Zhu Feiyu's gaze became even more intense. Do you still have the ultimate limit meridian recovery pill? If you do, I want to exchange it for 2 more at 10,000 contribution points each. Suddenly, all eyes fell on Duan Lingtian. More people's eyes were mixed with curiosity. Would Duan Lingtian be able to take out a supreme limit meridian recovery divine pill? I just happened to have a few more. Under everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian smiled and took out a pill bottle from his storage ring. He poured out 9 divine pills and picked up 2 of them, casually holding them in front of Zhu Feiyu with his divine power. At the same time, Duan Lingtian put away the other ultimate limit meridian recovery pills and handed his identity token to Zhu Feiyu. Give me 3, and I'll transfer 30,000 contribution points to you. Zhu Feiyu had only asked casually. In his heart, he felt that it would be a great surprise if Duan Lingtian could take out another ultimate limit meridian recovery pill. He didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would take out 9 ultimate limit meridian recovery pills. Thinking of his son's heavenly vein injury, he secretly gritted his teeth and asked Duan Lingtian for another ultimate limit meridian recovery pill. For ultimate limit meridian recovery pills would be enough to completely heal his son's heavenly vein injury before the imperial battle. 3 wasn't enough insurance. All right. Hearing Zhu Feiyu's words, Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't refuse. This was a good opportunity to earn contribution points. Only Zhu Feiyu continued to sell ultimate limit meridian recovery pills. Normally, the ultimate limit meridian recovery pills in his hands wouldn't be able to fetch such a price. 3 ultimate limit meridian recovery pills were worth 30,000 contribution points. In an instant, the contribution points in Duan Lingtian's identity token soared from 10,000 contribution points to 40,000 contribution points. Duan Lingtian, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. If you're still in the Tianlong clan in the future, feel free to visit me whenever you're free. I, Zhu Feiyu, will always welcome you. Zhu Feiyu was in a hurry to send the 4 ultimate limit meridian recovery pills back to his son. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, he turned and left. After Zhu Feiyu left, the scene was still dead silent. 10 ultimate limit meridian recovery pills. Duan Lingtian had actually taken out 4 ultimate limit meridian recovery pills. Even though he had sold 4 to Zhu Feiyu, he still had 10 left. Did he really refine them himself? Heavens! I've only heard that he could refine ultimate spirit-grade divine pills as easily as eating and drinking. But I didn't expect him to be able to refine ultimate, king-grade, divine pills. Even divine pill masters who can refine ordinary, ultimate, king-grade, divine pills may not be able to refine ultimate limit meridian recovery pills. The ultimate limit meridian recovery pill is known as one of the most difficult king-grade divine pills to refine. Duan Lingtian's talent in divine pill Dao seems to be even more heaven-defying than his cultivation talent. Did he really refine them? Why don't I believe it? If it was his master who refined them, I'd still believe it. I really don't dare to believe it. Don't forget, he's not even 3,000 years old. Duan Lingtian was not even 3,000 years old, but his cultivation base and attainments in the law of space were already shocking enough. They found it hard to believe that Duan Lingtian could multitask and achieve such heaven-defying attainments in divine pill Dao. Even if the supreme limit meridian recovery divine pill wasn't refined by him and was refined by his master's achievement in the Tao of divine pills is also shocking. After all, even the old sect leader couldn't refine the supreme limit meridian recovery divine pill. Under everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian put away his identity token and looked at Xue Jin, who had a gloomy expression on his face. Why don't we bet 40,000 contribution points? Xue Jin's eyes narrowed when he heard this. After a moment, he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian before he turned around and left without saying a word. Ha! Xue Jin, are you scared? Huang Ting laughed when he saw Xue Jin turning around to leave. His tone was filled with ridicule. Huang Ting, if you have the ability, sign a life and death contract with me. I can give you a chance to fight me. Xue Jin stopped moving and turned around to look at Huang Ting, causing Huang Ting to laugh disdainfully. Xue Jin, aren't you just relying on the fact that you're slightly older than me? Do you think you're a match for me at my age? Humph. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Xue Jin snort coldly and leave. What was going on? His 40,000 contribution points were gone just like that. End of this chapter. Chapter 3830. Just now, Xue Jin had really wanted to test himself against Duan Lingtian and see if he could withstand one of Duan Lingtian's moves. He was very confident that he could withstand one move and not lose. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian take out 10 ultimate limit meridian recovery pills, his heart began to waver. This Duan Lingtian did not seem to be able to be judged by common sense. It was difficult to see through him. What one saw might not be the whole picture. If he did not deliberately show it, one might not be able to see through him. Therefore, after thinking about it, he began to think about withdrawing from the 10,000 contribution points bet. His contribution points were not as easy to obtain as Duan Lingtian's. He had to accumulate them bit by bit. He had been in the Tianlong clan for many years, but until now he had accumulated less than 20,000 contribution points. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had changed his mind and wanted to bet 40,000 contribution points. He quickly used this as an excuse to turn around and leave. When he sensed the questioning gazes behind him, Xue Jin said without turning his head after dealing with Huang Ting, Duan Lingtian, I don't have 40,000 contribution points. When I have 40,000 contribution points, I'll bet with you again. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he looked deeply at Xue Jin's back and said, If you don't have it, 30,000 will do. If you don't have 30,000, then 20,000. If you don't have 20,000, then 10,000. I'll bet 10,000. However, even when he said that he only wanted 10,000 contribution points, Xue Jin did not stop walking, as if he did not hear him at all. At this moment, Huang Ting, who was standing at the side, sneered. Duan Lingtian, he's a coward. Let alone 10,000 contribution points. He wouldn't even dare to bet 1,000 contribution points with him. In the distance, Xue Jin, who was about to walk out of the side door of the Internal Affairs Hall, paused when he heard Huang Ting's words. Then he walked out of the door and disappeared from everyone's sight. If he doesn't want to bet with me, why don't you try? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Ting, who wanted to see the world in chaos, and asked calmly. Me. Huang Ting was stunned for a moment. Then he glanced at Duan Lingtian. His eyes flickered, but in the end he shook his head. My parents and master have taught me since I was young that I can't lose my will to play around. This includes gambling. Duan Lingtian, it's fine if you just want to spar, but if you want to find someone to bet contribution points with, you should find someone else. Although I want to bet with you, I can't disobey my master's orders. With that said, Huang Ting also left. He couldn't afford to offend them. He now felt that he really couldn't afford to offend Duan Lingtian. Although he didn't think that Duan Lingtian could defeat him in one move. Didn't he see how terrified Xue Jin was? He had been at loggerheads with Xue Jin for many years, so he naturally knew what kind of person Xue Jin was. He was a person who wouldn't act until he saw a rabbit. The fact that he could remain calm in front of so many contribution points meant that he wasn't completely confident. Even Xue Jin was like this, let alone him who was slightly weaker than Xue Jin. Huang Ting, didn't you just bet contribution points with another inner sect disciple a while ago? Just as Huang Ting was about to leave, an inner sect disciple in the crowd asked curiously. I was there 2 months ago. Huang Ting bet 500 contribution points with that person and won. Soon, someone else chimed in. After a while, more people started to talk about this matter. Many people also talked about how Huang Ting bet contribution points with someone half a year ago or even a year ago. Huang Ting, who had yet to leave the Internal Affairs Hall, staggered a few times. In the end, it was as though there was wind beneath his feet as he quickly left the Internal Affairs Hall as though he had something urgent to do. Why do I feel like the people of the Tianlong clan are all shrewd? Duan Lingtian was speechless. Wasn't it just a bet of 10,000 contribution points? Was 10,000 contribution points a lot? Before today, he didn't even have a single contribution point. Now he had 40,000 contribution points. Sighing, Duan Lingtian looked around and said, Everyone, if there are any senior brothers or junior sisters around you who need a limited limit meridian recovery divine pill, you can look for me. I still have 6 limited limit meridian recovery divine pills in my hands. Once they are sold out, they will be gone. The War of the Emperors is imminent. If the vein of the heaven is too severely injured, it will definitely affect the performance of one's strength when the War of the Emperors starts. Therefore, the limited limit meridian recovery divine pill is especially important at this time. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, many people started to stir. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. The reason why he said this was because he had overheard people whispering. He knew that the White Dragon Elder, Zhu Feiyu, was eager to get so many limited limit meridian recovery divine pills because his only son was severely injured outside. It would be difficult for him to recover without 80 to 100 years of effort. This time, when the War of the Emperor started, according to the rules of the Tianlong clan, anyone above the Divine King realm who was not dead had to participate in the War of the Emperors. Anyone who dared to desert would be severely punished. Under such circumstances, in order to let his son recover as soon as possible, Zhu Feiyu wanted to use the mission to exchange contribution points for limited limit meridian recovery divine pills. Before Zhu Feiyu issued the mission, the limited limit meridian recovery divine pill in the Tianlong clan was only worth 2,000 to 3,000 contribution points. Of course, this was just a price. Moreover, not everyone had a limited meridian recovery divine pill. In the past, Although limited meridian recovery divine pills had appeared in the Tianlong clan, they were circulated in from outside. They were obtained by the elders and disciples of the Tianlong clan who went out. For example, the top God Emperor level forces in Tunglung province had divine pill masters who had a certain probability of refining limited meridian recovery divine pills. The limited meridian recovery divine pills circulating in Tunglung province were basically from them, but the quantity was not large. There had always been a shortage of supply. Now that the Tianlong clan's war of the emperors was imminent, whether in the Tianlong clan or Greater One sect, the limited meridian recovery divine pill was definitely more in demand. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a slightly hoarse voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. The limited meridian recovery divine pill. The remaining 6, Greater One sect wants to take them. Greater One sect can exchange for it with divine crystals, and the value of the divine crystals will not be less than the 10,000 contribution points of the Tianlong clan. When Duan Ling Tian heard the voice transmission, he looked around but could not see who was talking to him. Therefore, he naturally could not reply to the other party. "You don't have to look. I can't let you know who I am." The voice sounded again. "If you are willing, 10 days later at noon, at that time there will naturally be people from Greater One sect who will come to you." Duan Lingtian smiled and did not respond. What a joke. At this time, if he really sold the limited meridian recovery divine pill to Greater One sect, if the people of the Tianlong clan knew about it, would they let him go? This was equivalent to a confrontation between two armies. If you provide help to the other side, this was a great crime. Moreover, who knew? This was not a trap for him. Perhaps the other party was not a mole of Greater One sect hidden in the Tianlong clan, but the people of the Tianlong clan wrote and directed it. It may even be someone related to Kuang Tianzheng, who deliberately lured him away from the Tianlong temple. After all, the location that the other party said was outside the Tianlong temple. Therefore, he had no intention of going to that place. Moreover, he believed that it wouldn't be long before someone would come to buy the remaining 6 extreme limit meridian recovery divine pills at the price they were sold at before. However, thinking that the person who had just transmitted the message to him might be a mole of Greater One sect, Duan Lingtian still sent a message to Xue Haichuan to inform him. Xue Haichuan's response did not seem to be surprised. This kind of thing is very normal. Not only does Greater One sect have a mole in our Tianlong clan, but our Tianlong clan also has a lot of spies in Greater One sect. The spies on both sides are very careful and will not easily give themselves away. Xue Haichuan said. In the end, Xue Haichuan also reminded Duan Lingtian, and the content of the reminder was similar to what Duan Lingtian had thought before. The other party may be a mole or may not be. If not, it was extremely frightening to think about. Brother Haichuan, don't worry, I naturally won't do as he said. Duan Lingtian smiled. After ending the communication with Xue Haichuan, Duan Lingtian suddenly had an idea in his mind. Should I take out these 6 limited meridian recovery divine pills and hold a small auction? In that way, the contribution points I can earn should not be less than 60,000 contribution points, and may even exceed 100,000 contribution points. This idea, as soon as it arose, was extinguished by Duan Lingtian himself. This was no different from making money from a national disaster. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt a little uncomfortable. If I really want to earn so many contribution points, I will refine a few more limited meridian recovery divine pills. Making money from a national disaster was definitely not a good idea. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian went to the other side of the Internal Affairs Palace, the place he had originally planned to go, but didn't manage to. That was where he could exchange his contribution points for various items. There should be something I need. Also, the materials I needed to refine some divine pills are hard to find around the Linghu family. The Tianlong clan, as a God Emperor level force, should have some in stock. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened. While Duan Lingtian was still strolling around the Internal Affairs Palace, the people inside the palace were sending out messages, and the outside was not calm at all. To be more precise, those whose heavenly veins were damaged were unable to calm down. Limited Meridian Recovery Divine Pill. I thought that my heavenly veins, which have been damaged for decades, would not be able to fully recover before the start of the war. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to exchange contribution points for a Limited Meridian Recovery Divine Pill. This is great. It's only 10,000 contribution points. Worth it. What? 10,000 contribution points for a Limited Meridian Recovery Divine Pill? Or is it Elder Huang Feiyu who raised the price? Crap, I don't have that many contribution points. Does that Duan Lingtian accept divine stones and divine crystals? And 6 Limited Meridian Recovery Divine Pills? I need at least 3 to recover my heavenly veins. One figure after another walked out of the cultivation grounds and rushed towards the Internal Affairs Palace. Little Tian, you took out so many Limited Meridian Recovery Divine Pills? In an extremely feminine room, Dong Fangyanian smiled and said to the young woman sitting cross-legged on the bed, weren't you worried that you would be a burden to me because of your damaged heavenly veins? Once your heavenly veins recover, you won't have to worry about this problem. End of chapter. Chapter 38-31. Mackerel Fruit. This is dream grass, and this magnolia flower. Duan Lingtian pocketed his 40,000 contribution points and went to the herb and material exchange area at the side of the Internal Affairs Hall. Soon, he saw many things that he had wanted in the past but could not obtain. Even if the former head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, was willing to help him search for those things, he was powerless to do so. That was because those things were too rare. Furthermore, the moment they appeared, they were all collected by others. This was because these were all herbs used to refine divine pills that aided in the cultivation of godly kings. They were hard currency, and there was no need to worry about demand. In addition, at the divine pill exchange area, Duan Lingtian also saw the divine pills refined from the herbs he had seen earlier. However, the price was much more expensive. It was far more expensive than pure materials. Duan Lingtian could understand this. After all, these divine pills were king and emperor-level divine pills. Even if he had the materials, not everyone could successfully refine them. Moreover, the success rate of refining pills was also related to the process of refining pills. Of course, Duan Lingtian himself was a divine pill master. To him, it was naturally more cost-effective to directly exchange for the materials. To him, it was a great loss to exchange for the finished product. He was fully confident that he could refine king-level divine pills. To him, the value of exchanging for the materials was much higher than that of other divine pill masters. It seems that with the cultivation resources I can obtain from the Tianlong clan, I will be able to break through to become a high-level godly king very soon. Even the godly emperor realm is not far away. Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually lit up. Then Duan Lingtian began to buy the materials he needed for refining pills. 40,000 contribution points was not a small amount, but it was not a large amount either. Under his unrestrained spending, he had almost used them all up in 15 minutes. Elder, since I'm such a big customer, shouldn't you give me a discount or something? Is there no wholesale price for these materials sold by the sect? After paying the bill and storing the pile of materials into his storage ring, Duan Lingtian looked at the Internal Affairs Hall elder in charge of exchanging materials with contribution points and asked with a smile. When the Internal Affairs Hall elder heard Duan Lingtian's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Duan Lingtian, this is not something I can decide. If I was doing business outside and you helped me like this, I would definitely give you a good price. But this is the sect, and these materials are not mine. I don't have the right to set the price. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the Internal Affairs Hall elder's words, because he had already guessed that this would be the case. He was only holding on to a sliver of hope and casually asked if there was really a slight possibility of a discount. He might be able to get a discount when buying materials in the future. Little Tian, just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave the Internal Affairs Hall, he received a message from Dongfang Yannian. Are you still in the Internal Affairs Hall, Brother Yannian? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he quickly said, I'm in the Internal Affairs Hall. Brother Yannian, is there something you need? I'll head over right now. Dongfang Yannian said, leave 3 of your remaining Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills for me. I'll buy them from you at the price you sold them for before. 10,000 contribution points for 1. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Brother Yannian, if you want them, I'll give them to you. No, even if we are friends, that's a separate matter. As the saying goes, even between brothers, things should be settled clearly. It's already good that you left me 3. If I'm not mistaken, you'll soon have a group of people buying Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills from you. Almost at the same time that Dongfang Yannian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian heard clamor in his ears. Duan Lingtian is over there. Duan Lingtian, sell me a few Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills. Duan Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, before Duan Lingtian could respond to Dongfang Yannian, a group of people had surrounded Duan Lingtian. These people were basically the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan. Among them were 2 white dragon elders. They had all come for Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills. With so many people wanting to buy Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills, Duan Lingtian felt a bit of a headache. Although he had guessed that there would be people wanting to buy his remaining Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills, he didn't expect so many people to specially rush over. Moreover, they were all staring at him like hungry wolves that had seen their prey. Elders. Duan Lingtian was the first to express his stance in the face of the crowd's chatter. Among the 6 Supreme Meridian Recovery Divine Pills in my possession, I've already sold 3 of them earlier. Now, I only have 3 Supreme Meridian Recovery Divine Pills left. See if you want to discuss among yourselves who to give the 3 Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills to. Duan Lingtian said, as for the price, it's still 10,000 contribution points per pill. It could be said that for Duan Lingtian to be able to do this, he could definitely be considered a kind seller. However, the development of the situation was often out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. Almost at the same time he finished speaking, someone shouted, Duan Lingtian, I'll pay 12,000 contribution points for 1 Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill. Sell it to me. The next moment, another person followed suit and said, I'll pay 15,000 contribution points. I'll take all 3. 50,000 contribution points. Sell all 3 to me. A group of people called out prices one after another. In the end, when Dongfang Yannian arrived, the 2 white dragon elders had even raised the price of the 3 Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills to 100,000 contribution points. 3 pills for 100,000 contribution points? Dongfang Yannian, who had just arrived, was shocked. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a bitter smile, Little Tian, all my contribution points added together is only 70,000. As for the rest, how about I return it to you later? Right now, Dongfang Yannian was truly embarrassed. On one hand, he didn't want to take advantage of Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, he didn't have that many contribution points. Brother Yannian, what are you saying? They're blindly making a ruckus. I didn't even have a chance to say anything. Duan Lingtian said in a somewhat speechless manner. Right after that, one of the white dragon elders called out a price of 110,000 contribution points. After ending this auction, Duan Lingtian finally had a chance to speak. Elders, I believe that you're all buying Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills for the upcoming Emperor battle. As for me, I really don't have that many Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills. However, I don't plan on letting you all bid. For Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills, I'll still sell them to the Elder with the highest price at 10,000 contribution points each. As for the other Elders, I can now refine the Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills that you all need. However, I'll need you to prepare the materials. Additionally, I'll need to add a processing fee. As for the processing fee, you can choose to use 10,000 contribution points or some of the medicinal herbs that I'll list out later. Before I leave the Internal Affairs Hall, I'll leave the names of those medicinal herbs for you. Of course, if you use medicinal herbs, you'll be left with quite a lot of contribution points. After that, Duan Lingtian split the 6 Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pills between Dongfang Yannian and another White Dragon Elder. After receiving 60,000 contribution points, he took out a pen and paper and wrote down the names of some of the medicinal herbs that he needed. These medicinal herbs were things that Duan Lingtian hadn't seen in the Internal Affairs Hall at the moment. Some of them just happened to be sold out in the Internal Affairs Hall. There were also some that weren't very common even in the Internal Affairs Hall. Duan Lingtian. After reading the list of medicinal herbs that Duan Lingtian had written down, an inner sect elder gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. This is the first time that I'm sincerely convinced by an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. You clearly had the opportunity to earn a large amount of contribution points, but you gave it up because you didn't want to sacrifice so much for us. Many years later, if you have a chance to fight for the position of clan leader, I'll definitely support you. I just feel that with the War of Emperors at hand, I shouldn't take advantage of the situation. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, I also hope that all the elders and your families will be able to enter the War of Emperors in one piece and come out safe and sound. At this moment, all the Tianlong clan elders and disciples who had personally witnessed the sequence of events looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. It could be said that at this moment, Duan Lingtian's character had completely convinced these people. In the past, I only heard that Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension were heaven-defying, so I thought that he must be a junior with good luck. Today, after seeing Duan Lingtian's character, I can't help but feel that it's only natural for you to be where you are today. Perhaps it's because of Duan Lingtian's selflessness that allowed him to cultivate so smoothly and become a medium divine king at such a young age. Duan Lingtian, if you ever need any help in the future, as long as it's within my power, I won't refuse. The surrounding crowd was full of praises for Duan Lingtian. Even though Duan Lingtian had experienced a lot along the way, he still felt a little overwhelmed and his cheeks were burning. Selflessness. He knew that he wasn't worthy of these 4 words. If it weren't for the impending Emperor battle and the fact that the ultimate Meridian Recovery Pill concerned the lives of some Tianlong clan elders and disciples who had entered the Emperor battle plane, he would have really wanted to maximize his profits and earn as much as he could. Even Duan Lingtian himself hadn't expected that today's trip to the Internal Affairs Hall would make him a figure praised by everyone in the Tianlong clan. They all said that he had the demeanor of a future clan leader. Duan Lingtian was worried that the current clan leader of the Tianlong clan would come looking for trouble because of this. Fortunately, he hadn't come. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that the clan leader of the Tianlong clan would definitely praise him for what he had done. He definitely wouldn't denounce him. After all, what he had done was beneficial to the Tianlong clan. Perhaps because of his good deed this time, the Tianlong clan would have fewer casualties in the Emperor battle plane in the future. When I told Huatian that I might have become a divine emperor by the time the Emperor battle begins, I was just saying it casually. But based on the current situation, it's really possible. A few Tianlong clan elders had sent Duan Lingtian various herbs that the Internal Affairs Hall didn't have as a processing fee. Duan Lingtian felt that he might be able to break through to the divine emperor realm within 5 years. These herbs were all used to refine various divine pills that aided the cultivation of divine kings. Chapter 38-32. The ultimate meridian restoring divine pill was one of the most difficult grade divine pills to refine. Even the #1 divine pill master of the Tianlong clan, the former clan master of the Tianlong clan, had never been able to refine it. Now that Duan Lingtian wanted to refine the ultimate meridian restoring divine pill, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Originally, Duan Lingtian had planned to refine the ultimate meridian restoring divine pill in private. However, he didn't expect Xue Haichuan to come to him directly and tell him that the clan master wanted him to refine the ultimate meridian restoring divine pill in public. In return, the clan master was willing to help him gather all the herbs he needed and spare no effort. Moreover, the limit was 300,000 contribution points. 300,000 contribution points was actually not a lot for Duan Lingtian now. Currently, he had received more than 50 orders to refine the ultimate meridian restoring divine pill, which were worth more than 500,000 contribution points. However, Duan Lingtian was still tempted. The Tianlong clan's efforts to gather herbs for him would definitely be more efficient than the Tianlong clan elders who needed his help to refine the ultimate meridian restoring divine pill. I really didn't expect the ultimate meridian restoring divine pill to bring me such great benefits. This was something Duan Lingtian didn't expect. As for refining the ultimate meridian restoring divine pill in public, it was nothing to Duan Lingtian. After all, the way of divine pills relied on restraint. The most important thing was to sense the vitality in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, as well as the steps to extract it. These two steps, which were extremely difficult in the eyes of ordinary divine pill masters, were not difficult for Duan Lingtian, who had a divine tree of life in his small world. Before coming to the Tianlong clan, he had already refined the ultimate emperor-grade divine pill, but the success rate was higher because it was easier to refine the ultimate emperor-grade divine pill. Even so, Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were second to none in Tanglung province. This was because no one in the Tanglung province could refine ultimate emperor-level divine pellets as easily as Duan Lingtian, even the ones that were easier to refine. There had been people who had refined a limit emperor-level divine pill before, but it was mostly due to luck. It was extremely difficult to replicate and refine a second limit emperor-level divine pill. Of course, Duan Lingtian had no intention of exposing the fact that he had refined a limit emperor-grade divine pellet. It was better to reveal some of his trump cards appropriately. To him, the pros outweighed the cons. However, once he revealed too much, he would not be able to control it properly. The cons would outweigh the pros. Duan Lingtian had been doing his best to maintain this balance. He didn't dare to act recklessly, as if he was treading on thin ice. However, even if the news of me being able to refine an ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pill spreads, the few peak god emperor forces in Tanglung province would not be able to sit still. This was something that Duan Lingtian had already expected. He even felt that his performance in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition was enough to attract the attention of those peak god emperor forces in Tanglung province. As for why they didn't send anyone over, it was probably related to the Tianlong clan and Supreme E-Sex Emperor battle. If a talented young man could survive the baptism of an emperor battle, his future achievements would definitely be higher than if he didn't participate in the emperor battle. Therefore, under such circumstances, those peak god emperor forces would definitely be happy for Duan Lingtian to participate in the emperor battle. As long as Duan Lingtian could survive the emperor battle, they would immediately extend an olive branch to Duan Lingtian after the emperor battle ended. Moreover, once the emperor battle started, the peak god emperor forces in Tanglung province, according to the tradition of Tanglung province, could not casually poach people from other peak god emperor forces. Of course, When they said they couldn't poach people, they mainly meant that they couldn't poach God Emperor experts. On this day, a group of people gathered in the valley where the inner sect disciples cultivated. Among these people, there were many white dragon elders and even some black dragon elders. What's going on? Why are there so many white dragon elders here? Moreover, even 2 black dragon elders have come. These 2 black dragon elders seem to be one of the few god alchemists in our Tianlong clan, right? Some of the inner sect disciples who had been cultivating in seclusion recently and had just walked out of their cultivation grounds looked at the vast group of people in the sky above the valley. They were a little stunned. However, as others in the know explained the situation to them, they also understood the ins and outs of the matter. Duan Lingtian will start refining the ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pill in public today. The ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pill is one of the hardest king grade divine pills to refine. He can actually refine it? Is this a joke? Yes. Although he could refine ultimate spirit grade divine pills whenever he wanted when he was in the Linghu family, the ultimate spirit grade divine pill and the ultimate king grade divine pill are 2 completely different concepts, especially the ultimate meridian recovery divine pill, which is one of the hardest king grade divine pills to refine. He once took out 10 ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pills in the Internal Affairs Hall and said he refined them. I think we don't have to question him anymore. When he refines the meridian recovery divine pill in public, we'll know if he can refine the ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pill. That's true. After the valley became lively, more and more inner sect disciples walked out of their residences. Many inner sect elders even came over to join in the fun. As time passed, even some inner sect deacons and outer sect elders came over. If it was not for the restrictions on the inner sect disciples' cultivation area, which prevented outer sect disciples and outer sect deacons from coming over, more people would have come. In fact, not many of those who came to join in the fun were divine pill masters. They came mainly to see if Duan Lingtian could really refine the ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pill. Duan Lingtian can actually refine the ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pill? Ding Yen, who had just returned from a mission outside, had a shocked expression on his face. At this moment, there was a beautiful young lady standing next to Ding Yen. She was dressed in a fiery red long dress, but there was a hint of arrogance between her brows. Ding Yen, that Duan Lingtian. He's your friend, right? The young lady glanced at Ding Yen indifferently and asked in an indifferent tone. Yes. Ding Yen nodded. Then a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This young lady had been forced by Uncle Sikong to go on a mission with him. Along the way, she had not taken the initiative to talk to him. He did not expect that she would take the initiative to talk to him now because of Duan Lingtian. Did he owe this to Duan Lingtian? Thinking of this, Ding Yen laughed at himself. Before he returned to the Tianlong clan, he had expressed to his Uncle Sikong that he wanted to call off the engagement with this young lady. Otherwise, he would not have followed them back. At that time, his Uncle Sikong had no choice but to agree. After that, although this eldest young miss, who was his Uncle Sikong's daughter, didn't target him like before because of the annulment of the engagement, she was incomparably cold to him and always looked down on him. No matter what, he was still a man. Although they were no longer fated to be husband and wife, being looked down on by a woman like this was a strong challenge to his pride as a man. A large part of the reason why he was able to improve so much over the years was because of this woman's contempt. Humph. Sikong Yu snorted coldly and said in disdain, "Birds of a feather flock together. Someone who is willing to be friends with you, Ding Yen, is probably not much better. Refining a limit meridian recovery pill? I think it's just empty talk. I'm afraid that refining it in front of everyone today will be a disgrace." Sikong Yu's words seemed to have determined that it was impossible for Ding Yan's friend to refine a limit meridian recovery pill. It was already rare for someone to have such strength, before they were 3,000 years old. Wanting to have such achievements in the Tao of divine pills? Looking at the history of Tung-Lung province, there had probably never been such an existence. Sikong Yu. Ding Yan's expression instantly became ugly. It's fine if you look down on me. I'm indeed inferior to you, but you don't have the qualifications to look down on Duan Lingtian. Although you're a higher divine king, do you dare say that you're a match for Duan Lingtian? As he finished speaking, the corners of Ding Yan's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Sikong Yu was the Azure Dragon disciple of the Tianlong clan. His status and treatment in the Tianlong clan surpassed that of inner sect disciples and was comparable to inner sect elders. Of course, if Duan Lingtian were to participate in the Azure Dragon disciple test now, he would definitely pass smoothly. Azure Dragon disciple was an honor bestowed to the genius disciples of the clan by the Tianlong clan. The Azure Dragon disciple test targeted different ages and had different levels of difficulty. The younger the age, the easier the test. You have to know that Duan Lingtian is even younger than me, and you are even older than me by a few hundred years. As Ding Yan finished speaking, the mocking smile on his face grew thicker, and Sikong Yu's expression also became ugly as Ding Yan finished speaking. Everyone has their own fortuitous encounters. Even if this Duan Lingtian is stronger than me now, it's only because his luck is better than mine. If all the fortuitous encounters he encountered along the way were given to me, Sikong Yu, I would absolutely not be inferior to him. As Sikong Yu finished speaking, his tone was resolute and filled with deep confidence. Uft. When Ding Yan heard Sikong Yu's words, he couldn't help but sneer. Sikong Yu, you have the face to say this? Then why don't you say that Duan Lingtian is from a Devata realm and doesn't have any background to rely on, whereas you have the support of Uncle Sikong since you were young? 1,000 years ago, you were an Azure Dragon disciple in the Tianlong clan and enjoyed treatment equivalent to an inner sect elder. Is this something that Duan Lingtian can compare to? It's fine if you mock me. I, Ding Yan, am indeed inferior to you and don't have the confidence to debate with you. But you really can't compare to Duan Lingtian. As for you saying he can't refine a limit meridian recovery divine pill, I find it even more laughable. It's absolutely impossible for the Duan Lingtian I know to joke about something like this. In the past, Ding Yan had always endured Sikong Yu's ridicule, and he had a bellyful of anger. It was fine if Sikong Yu was only talking about him, and he could endure it. But when Sikong Yu said he was a friend, Ding Yan couldn't endure it any longer and completely exploded. Chapter 38-33. Ding Yan. Sikong Yu stared at Ding Yan. At this moment, her pair of beautiful autumn eyes were suffused with an ice-cold, killing intent. If it wasn't for the fact that your father is my father's good friend, I would have killed you several times over for your contemptuous words. The Tianlong clan's rule of not killing each other is useless against me. You should be aware of this. As he spoke, the cold glint in Sikong Yu's eyes grew even stronger. It was like a blade, like a sword, extremely sharp. I know, Ding Yan said indifferently. It's naturally easy for you, Sikong Yu, to take my life. However, I, Ding Yan, won't even bat an eyelid. I owe Uncle Sikong a lot. As Uncle Sikong's daughter, I'll accept it if you can repay his kindness with your life if you kill me. Currently, Ding Yan was like a dead pig that was unafraid of boiling water. Sikong Yu was so angry that her chest heaved up and down like a bellows. Her divine energy was about to surge out of her body, but she forced herself not to make a move. Ding Yan, even if my father allows me to travel with you in the Emperor battle in 4 years, I won't travel with you. Today, you've completely infuriated me. Sikong Yu said coldly, in the Emperor battle realm, even if I, Sikong Yu, saw that you were about to be killed, I still wouldn't save you. However, Ding Yan smiled when he heard Sikong use words. I never planned to travel with you in the Emperor battle in 4 years. If Uncle Sikong really arranged it that way, I would have rejected it myself. As for you not saving me in the Emperor battle, I won't have any complaints. If I die in there, I can only say that I, Ding Yan, am not strong enough and have bad luck. Ding Yan's indifferent expression angered Sikong Yu to the point that her pretty face turned increasingly ugly. In the end, she simply ignored Ding Yan and followed the crowd's gazes, looking towards a courtyard within the inner sect disciples' training grounds. This courtyard was also the focus of everyone's attention. This was because Duan Lingtian lived in it. Alchemist Duan, it's time for you to come out. One of the 2 black dragon elders present called out very politely. The black dragon elder was dressed in a long green robe. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He looked as though he had attained the Tao. He was the only black dragon elder in the Tianlong clan who came from a Devata realm. One could say that he was from the Duan Lingtian's hometown, but he was not a native of the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian had once refined an ultimate spirit grade divine pill, and a few days ago he had taken out 10 ultimate meridian restoring divine pills. Now, he even threatened to refine an ultimate meridian restoring divine pill in public. As a god alchemist, Duan Lingtian had already gained the approval of this black dragon elder. Moreover, he knew Duan Lingtian was from a Devata realm, so he had a good impression of Duan Lingtian. He did not treat Duan Lingtian as a junior at all. Although it was possible that Duan Lingtian was unable to refine an ultimate meridian restoring divine pill, the people present on the scene did not think it was likely. If Duan Lingtian was unable to refine an ultimate meridian restoring divine pill, would he dare to say he would refine it in public? The people present on the scene were unaware that Duan Lingtian was refining pills in public because the sect leader of the Tianlong clan had asked Xue Haichuan to relay a message to Duan Lingtian. Not many people in the Tianlong clan were aware of this. At the very least, the people present at the inner sect disciples' cultivation area were unaware of this. In a room in the courtyard, Duan Lingtian was cultivating with his eyes closed. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes when he heard the voice from outside. He was stunned. It's time. Last time, Xue Haichuan had passed the Sky Dragon sect master's message to him. He had also specifically told Xue Haichuan that he needed him to go out and demonstrate how to refine the Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill. He had also sent him a message to remind him that he was worried that he would be delayed because of cultivation. However, before Xue Haichuan's message arrived, Duan Lingtian was woken up by someone else. Brother Haichuan, is today the day you're going to refine pills in public? Duan Lingtian asked Xue Haichuan through voice transmission. Huh. Xue Haichuan was stunned as well. Is it today? I asked Dongfang Yannian to send me a message today, but he didn't send me a message at all. That guy is really unreliable. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Xue Haichuan ridiculing Dongfang Yannian. I didn't even say you were unreliable and you're blaming me? After a short while, Duan Lingtian had just gotten out of bed when Dongfang Yannian's message arrived. Little Tian, I'm really sorry. I've been helping your sister-in-law recover her heavenly meridians and didn't pay attention to the time, so I forgot to remind Xue Haichuan. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head when he heard this. It was obvious that Xue Haichuan had definitely sent a message to ridicule Dongfang Yannian. Otherwise, Dongfang Yannian wouldn't have sent him a message to apologize. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Dongfang Yannian, Duan Lingtian walked out of the room and stepped into the air. So many people. Only now did he carefully look at the top of the canyon. He immediately saw a black mass of people that covered the sky. He's Duan Lingtian? He's really young. I heard he's not even 3,000 years old. He's not even 3,000 years old, but his strength is at the peak of the inner sect disciples. Moreover, he knows how to refine ultimate king-grade divine pills? What a monster! As soon as Duan Lingtian appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Many people who were seeing him for the first time couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "Master Duan!" At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion who was dressed in a Taoist robe flying toward him. His face was filled with a kind smile. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. After a short while, he confirmed the old man's identity through the identity token on his waist. He was the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. "Master Duan, I'm Yuan Gangming, the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan." The old man arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and introduced himself politely. "Elder Yuan." Duan Lingtian greeted the old man. This was not his first time hearing the old man's name. Previously, when he was chatting with Xue Haichuan had mentioned this old man. The reason Xue Haichuan mentioned this old man was because, like him, the old man was not a native of the realms of gods. Both of them were from the Devata realms. Moreover, Xue Haichuan had also said this old man was an emperor-grade divine alchemist. He was one of the most outstanding divine alchemists in the Tianlong clan, apart from the old ancestor, Master Duan. After a short while, another Black Dragon Elder stepped forward and greeted Duan Lingtian. This old man was dressed in a light gray robe. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would be difficult to spot in a crowd. Before the gray-clad old man could even speak, Yuan Gangming had already taken the initiative to introduce him to Duan Lingtian. "Master Duan, this is Ho Fong, old geezer Ho. His strength is ordinary, and he's barely on par with me. However, in terms of divine pills, he's slightly inferior to me." "Nonsense." As soon as Yuan Gangming finished speaking, Ho Fong shouted angrily, "Yuan Gangming, do you want to compete or what? Are you saying my attainment in divine alchemy is inferior to yours? With your half-baked skills, you have the face to say such things?" Seeing that the two old men were about to quarrel, Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. "The two of you didn't come here today to quarrel in front of so many people, right?" As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the two old men fell silent. Yuan Gangming snorted coldly, "Old ghost Ho, today I'm not going to argue with you because of Master Duan's face." Ho Fong was not to be outdone. "It's because of Master Duan that I'm not going to argue with you. The two of you." Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. "No matter who is going to argue with who, let's talk about it after I finish refining the divine alchemy. I'll only refine 3 meridian restoring divine pills in front of everyone." As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the two old men finally stopped quarreling. However, they were still staring at each other. Duan Lingtian felt a little helpless. Were these two old men really the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon Elders and high-level divine emperors? Why did they look more like two old hooligans and scoundrels? This was especially true for Yuan Gangming. He had the demeanor of an immortal and looked like an enlightened expert. However, at the moment, he was like an unreasonable woman who kept on chattering. His inner and outer appearance were two extremes. At this moment, an indifferent voice seemed to come from all directions. "You two old men, get out of my way. Don't disturb Duan Lingtian when he's refining the divine alchemy. Otherwise, I don't mind sparring with you personally. You can join forces. I don't mind." This was an indifferent voice. Although it sounded old, it was full of energy. When they heard this voice, Yuan Gangming and Ho Fong, who were still staring at each other, immediately returned to their original serious appearance. At the same time, they cupped their hands and bowed to the people around them. "Old sect leader, I'll go to the side now. Old sect leader, please calm down." As soon as the two of them said this, an uproar broke out in the surroundings. That voice just now, was it the old sect leader? In the Tianlong clan, the old sect leader status was equivalent to the Golden Dragon Elders. It was said that the old ancestor was not only highly accomplished in the divine alchemy Tao, but he had also caused several top emperor gods in Tunglung province to extend an olive branch to him many times. His strength was also not inferior to the other golden dragon elders in the Tianlong clan. In the Tianlong clan, the old sect leader was an elusive figure. Very few people had seen him before. Because of this, although his voice had sounded earlier, only Yuan Gangming and Ho Fong, who were both black dragon elders, could tell it was his voice. Old sect leader? Duan Lingtian was surprised. He did not expect the old sect leader of the Tianlong clan would also be paying attention to him now. This old man is still spying on me secretly. Is he trying to secretly learn how to refine the supreme meridian restoration divine pill for me? Duan Lingtian's current thoughts were not known to the old sect leader. Otherwise, the old sect leader would most likely show up and kill him directly. Now, many of the onlookers were whispering among themselves. Even the old sect leader is paying attention to this. It seems that he is also very interested in Duan Lingtian's method of refining the supreme meridian restoration divine pill. Do you think, after the old sect leader observed Duan Lingtian's method of refining the supreme meridian restoration divine pill, will he also be able to refine the supreme meridian restoration divine pill? I think he definitely can. Even if Duan Lingtian can refine the supreme meridian restoration divine pill and the old sect leader can't, I don't think we can say that the old sect leader's attainment in the divine pill Tao is inferior to Duan Lingtian's. It must be that Duan Lingtian has mastered the technique of refining the supreme meridian restoration divine pill. If the old sect leader knew about this technique, he would definitely be able to refine the supreme meridian restoration divine pill. I also don't believe that Duan Lingtian's attainment in the divine pill Tao is higher than the old sect leader's. Chapter 38-34. The old sect leader of the Tianlong clan was a legendary figure in the Tianlong clan. Most of the Tianlong clan disciples regarded him as their idol. Even the remaining disciples admired him very much. In their opinion, this was not the case. Even if such a person did not refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill, it could only be said that he did not grasp the trick and failed to refine it. As for Duan Lingtian, it was most likely due to his good luck that he managed to obtain the technique to refine the supreme limit meridian recovery divine pill. Today, as long as the old sect leader watched Duan Lingtian refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill, he would definitely be able to refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill as well. Who knows? Maybe the trick Duan Lingtian used to refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill can be used to refine other ultimate limit king grade divine pills. If that's the case, once the old sect leader grasps the trick, he'll be able to refine the ultimate limit king grade divine pills at will. He might even be able to refine the ultimate limit emperor grade divine pills. The ultimate limit emperor grade divine pill. If the old sect leader can really refine such a divine pill, I'm afraid he'll be ranked in the top 3 in the entire Tunglun province in terms of divine pill Tao. However, Duan Lingtian is really lucky to have grasped the trick to refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill. I wonder where he got it from. Divine pill masters, watch carefully. Who knows? Maybe you'll be able to refine the ultimate limit divine pill after you've grasped the trick. When their eyes fell on Duan Lingtian again, most of them were filled with curiosity and anticipation, but most of them were filled with eagerness and desire. Trick? Although the group of Tianlong clan disciples were whispering among themselves, Duan Lingtian could hear them clearly. He could not help but laugh inwardly. These fellows would most likely be disappointed in a while. Trick? Naturally he had it. However, no one was able to learn his tricks. I have the divine tree of life in my body from the ruins of a realm of gods. Do you have the same in your lesser worlds? Ever since Duan Ling Tian arrived in the realms of gods, he had learned many things that he did not know before, including the world-cleansing divine water. One of the 5 divine elements did not tell him. Perhaps even the world-cleansing divine water wasn't sure. As it turned out, when a realm of gods was reduced to ruins, the ruins of the realm of gods would fall into spatial turbulence at the same time. No one would be able to track it down. Moreover, although the divine tree of life could be found in the ruins of a realm of gods, the divine tree of life would be destroyed along with the realm of gods. Duan Ling Tian's divine tree of life had survived the destruction of the realm of gods due to the world-cleansing divine water. That was the only reason it was able to survive. If Duan Ling Tian did not enter the ruins of the realm of gods and take the divine tree of life away, the divine tree of life would have withered in just a few years. After all, the world-cleansing divine water was not omnipotent. It could not keep the divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods. Is it possible that he can refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill? Si Kong Yu frowned when he heard the whispers of the inner disciples around him and saw the indifferent expression on Duan Ling Tian's face. He found it hard to believe. How could someone like Duan Ling Tian be friends with Ding Yan? Was Duan Ling Tian blind? Ding Yan, who was standing not far away from Si Kong Yu, was not surprised. However, he was worried about Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, he sent a message to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, if you really have the trick to refining the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill, it's best if you keep it a secret. Although it's selfish of you, there's no need for you to reveal your secret to someone else. Old sect master, if you really want the secret, ask him to exchange it for something else. To be honest, if you really have such a secret, it's not something that can be measured by ordinary things. Although Ding Yan's words were selfish, they were for Duan Ling Tian's sake. Even if he could not keep the secret, he could still ask for some benefits. There was no need for him to give the secret to someone else, even if the other party was the old sect master of the Tianlong clan. To him, no matter how high Duan Ling Tian's status in the Tianlong clan was, he was still a stranger. Moreover, if Duan Ling Tian was not the old sect master of the Tianlong clan, but his uncle Sikong, who treated him like his own son, he would have reminded Duan Ling Tian the same way. It was not that he was ungrateful, but that was another matter altogether. If it was something that belonged to him, he would give it to his uncle Sikong unconditionally. However, it did not belong to him. It belonged to Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian was his friend. Naturally, he would not be so selfish as to ask Duan Ling Tian to give it away for free. Don't worry. In response to Ding Yan's reminder, Duan Ling Tian felt a warmth in his heart. He quickly replied, "No one can learn my secret." No one can learn it? Ding Yan was stunned. Then he sent a message with some disappointment. Then this secret cannot be exchanged for any benefits. A secret that no one can learn. You can imagine how desperate the old sect master and the other divine alchemists present would be if they knew this now. Let's begin. The old sect master of the Tianlong clan's voice once again reverberated in all directions, landing heavily in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Obviously, he was very anxious about Duan Ling Tian refining the ultimate meridian recovery divine pill. Usually, Duan Ling Tian would hide in his own residence to refine pills. Due to the restrictions of the array, even a high-level divine emperor would not be able to spy on Duan Ling Tian while he refined pills without alerting Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, once Duan Ling Tian was alerted, Duan Ling Tian would definitely stop refining pills. That would not achieve the goal of spying on Duan Ling Tian. It would be meaningless. Yes. After all, the other party was the old sect master of the Tianlong clan. Even if the old sect master was not in front of him, Duan Ling Tian still did not dare to be presumptuous. Then, in front of everyone, he began to refine pills. It was just like how he usually refined pills. It was as light as the clouds and breezy as the wind. He did as he pleased. Although his technique is practiced, this level of proficiency is something that any outstanding king, grade divine alchemist would be able to do. It seems like Duan Lingtian's secret lies in sensing the life force in the heaven and earth spiritual qi, as well as extracting the life force from the heaven and earth spiritual qi. Some of the divine alchemists present muttered similar words to themselves. Up until now, Duan Lingtian's refining technique had been standard and cautious. However, there was nothing outstanding about it. They were sure that most of them could do the same. He's going to start sensing the life force in the heaven and earth spiritual qi. Soon, Duan Lingtian reached the critical moment of refining the meridian restoration divine pill. He began to sense the life force in the heaven and earth spiritual qi. This was also the first time Duan Lingtian was refining a divine pill in the Tianlong clan. It had to be said that the Tianlong clan was worthy of being called a God Emperor grade divine stone sect. The heaven and earth spiritual qi in the Tianlong temple was extremely rich. It was not something that Duan Lingtian's Linghu family could compare to. Duan Lingtian could sense the life energy in the heaven and earth spirit energy here. He could not help but sigh inwardly. The life energy in the heaven and earth spirit energy here is enough for me to refine an ordinary emperor grade divine pill into a supreme divine pill. It's more than enough to refine an ultimate emperor grade divine pill. Although there were thousands of thoughts in his mind, Duan Lingtian's movements did not slow down at all. He was familiar with the process of extracting the life force in the heaven and earth spiritual qi. At first, the divine alchemists present did not think much of it. However, when they saw the life force flowing into the pill cauldron, they were stunned. This much? The Black Dragon Elder, Yuan Gongming's pupils, shrank rapidly as a look of shock appeared on his face. On the other side, the other Black Dragon Elder, Ho Fong, who was not on good terms with Yuan Gangming, did not expose him. How did he do it? How can he extract so much life force? Even the old sect master can't do this, right? Moreover, looking at his method of extracting the life force, it's obviously very crude and direct. Obviously, he sensed a large amount of life force, and the life force does not seem to reject him, allowing him to use such a simple and crude method to guide it. At this point, Ho Fong did not know what to say anymore. Did Duan Lingtian have a knack for it? Obviously not. It was said that the deeper one's attainment in the heaven and earth spiritual qi, the more life force one could sense. However, the old sect master of the Tianlong clan was an expert in the law of life. His comprehension of the law of life was definitely stronger than Duan Lingtian's. Even so, the old sect master's efficiency in sensing the life force in the heaven and earth spiritual qi was still not as good as Duan Lingtian's. Moreover, it was not just a little bit, but a lot. With so much life force, if he can't refine the ultimate meridian restoration divine pill, then his alchemy skills are really bad. At this moment, Yuan Gangming, Ho Fong, and some other divine pill masters who were more accomplished in the divine pill Tao had similar thoughts. Even if it were them, if they could extract so much life force to refine the ultimate meridian restoration divine pill, they were very confident that they could refine the ultimate meridian restoration divine pill. High up in the sky, above the clouds, an old figure stood there. At the same time, he sighed. There's no knack for it. It seems like he's the kind of person who is born sensitive to the life force in the heaven and earth spiritual qi. This kind of person is a natural divine pill master. As long as his alchemy skills are good enough, let alone the ultimate king grade divine pill, he might even be able to refine the ultimate emperor grade divine pill. In the next moment, the old man's figure swayed and disappeared without a trace. Even if Duan Lingtian wanted to refine the other two ultimate meridian restoration divine pills in front of everyone, he seemed to have lost interest in watching. At the same time, Duan Lingtian happened to start taking out the pills and successfully refined the Meridian Restoration Divine Pill in front of everyone. Moreover, as soon as the Meridian Restoration Divine Pill was in his hand, the tribulation cloud arrived at the horizon. Meridian Recovery Pill. In front of the crowd of inner sect disciples, he completed the tribulation and successfully turned it into an ultimate Meridian Recovery Pill. It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. So, the Supreme King Grade Divine Pill was refined just like that? Yuan Gangming had a bitter smile on his face. Chapter 38-35. The layman watched the show, while the expert watched the skill. For those who weren't divine pill masters or those who had just entered the sect, they couldn't see the profoundness of Duan Lingtian's pill refining process. They only felt that since Duan Lingtian could refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill, it meant that Duan Lingtian's pill refining skills were profound. At the same time, he should have grasped some tricks. However, in the eyes of those who were in the know, Duan Lingtian's pill refining skills were only average and couldn't be considered profound. The reason why Duan Lingtian could refine the ultimate limit meridian restoring divine pill so easily was because he could sense a large amount of life force in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and extract it all. That's right, it was all. At the very least, it was in the eyes of divine pill masters like Yuan Gangming and Hofang. If that wasn't all, then wouldn't the amount of life force that Duan Lingtian could sense in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth be more than what they could see? It's difficult to sense the life force, and extracting it is even more difficult. For divine pill masters, this has always been a difficult problem to solve. It's also because of this that a brilliant divine pill master is extremely rare and valuable. Hofang smiled bitterly and said, "However, in the hands of this divine pill master, sensing the life force in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth seems to have become very simple. Extracting the life force seems to be a piece of cake." At this moment, some of the divine pill masters nearby felt the same when they heard Hofang's words. Amazing! Ding Yan also heard the conversation of the divine pill masters nearby. After learning about Duan Lingtian's attainments in sensing the life force in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, he couldn't help but exclaim. As for Sikongyu, who was not far away, the contempt in her eyes when she looked at Duan Lingtian was replaced by disbelief. This Duan Lingtian was not only younger than her, but he was even younger than Ding Yan. However, not only did he surpass her in terms of strength, but he also had heaven-defying achievements in the divine pill Tao at his age. Compared to him, Sikongyu only felt that she was so ordinary that she felt ashamed of her inferiority. This was the first time in Sikongyu's life that she had such a thought. One had to know that although there were many young geniuses in the Tunglung province, those who were more outstanding than her, Sikongyu, were either from noble backgrounds, disciples of peak god emperor level forces in the Tunglung province, or were older than her. Sikongyu felt that if she were to reach their age, she wouldn't be any weaker than them. But now, Duan Lingtian, who had no background and was younger than her, had appeared in front of her, which made her doubt her life. At this moment, even though Ding Yan had subconsciously glanced at her with ridicule in his eyes, Sikongyu wasn't in the mood to fuss over it with Ding Yan. Sikongyu took a deep breath and glanced once more at the violet-colored figure in the distance, and then he turned around and left. From the beginning until the end, he didn't say a single word. This surprised Ding Yan a little. Had this woman changed? He was already prepared to bicker with the other party, but the other party ran away. Meanwhile, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian began to refine the Meridian Restoration Divine Pill for the second time. This time, the process was exactly the same as the previous time. I still find it unbelievable. I'd like to see if the amount of life energy he extracted from the heaven and earth spirit energy this time is comparable to the previous time. Hofang's eyes shone brightly. Perhaps he was just lucky the previous time. Perhaps he won't be so lucky every time. In fact, many people, including Yuan Gangming, had the same thought as Ho Fong. However, compared to other people's anticipation, Yuan Gangming had a feeling this young man who came from a Devata realm like him was still as heaven-defying as before. As time passed, Yuan Gangming realized he had guessed correctly. The amount of life energy Duan Lingtian extracted from the heaven and earth spirit energy when he refined the Meridian Restoration Divine Pill for the second time was even greater than the previous time. What happened next was only logical. Another Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill appeared. 2 pills now. Duan Lingtian actually has such a high success rate when refining the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill? 2 refinements, 2 successes. The success rate of these 2 refinements is 100%. Let's see if he can refine the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill for the 3rd time. If he can still refine the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill in one go, his achievement in the Divine Pill Tao will be really shocking. Currently, Duan Lingtian had successfully refined the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill for the 2nd time. Even the non-divine alchemists present on the scene were shocked by Duan Lingtian's shocking success rate. This was not an ordinary king, grade, divine pill. Moreover, it was not an ordinary supreme, king, grade divine pill. Among all the king grade divine pellets, this was one of the hardest to refine into an ultimate level divine pellet. Only Yuan Gangming, Ho Fong, and other insiders knew that with Duan Lingtian's level of alchemy, coupled with his heaven-defying ability to sense and extract life energy, refining the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill was as easy as eating and drinking for him. Following that, under the gaze of everyone, Duan Lingtian refined the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill again. This time, the group of outsiders was naturally even more shocked. He's actually so powerful. The 3rd miss of the Morong family, Morong Inue, was also present. When she saw Duan Lingtian successfully refining the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill for the 3rd time, she couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, she even felt that if she were to be with Ho Qingning, she might not have an advantage in terms of identity. After all, although Ho Qingning's identity and background were not as good as hers, Ho Qingning's friend was someone that the entire Morong family would have to look up to in the near future. In the future, if she were to be with Ho Qingning, others might only say that she was trying to climb the social ladder. Okay, it's over. Under the gaze of everyone, Duan Lingtian put away the Supreme Meridian Restoration Divine Pill that he had successfully refined. He, who was originally sitting cross-legged in the void, stood up at the right time and spoke in a clear voice. Alchemy Master Duan, your alchemy water. Your alchemy skills are really amazing. Ho Fong exclaimed. He originally wanted to say that Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were profound, but when he realized that it would be against his will, he changed his words at the right time. As soon as Ho Fong finished speaking, before Duan Lingtian could speak, Yuan Gangming sneered and said, "What? Old geezer Ho, are you unwilling to admit that Alchemy Master Duan's alchemy skills are superb? Don't forget that the most difficult thing for a divine pill master is to sense and extract the life force in the heaven and earth spirit chi. If this isn't enough to be considered as an alchemy skill, then what is? Is it those skills that can be accumulated over time?" As soon as Yuan Gangming spoke, even though Ho Fong and Yuan Gangming did not see eye to eye, he was speechless at this moment. After a while, Ho Fong seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and cupped his hands slightly as he said, "Alchemy Master Duan." What I said earlier was definitely not what he said. Alchemy Master Duan's alchemy skills are superb, and I'm inferior to you. I hope Alchemy Master Duan can give me some pointers when you're free in the future. As soon as Ho Fong finished speaking, he took out his soul orb. "Alchemy Master Duan, how about we exchange soul orbs?" If you need my help in the future, feel free to ask. You're from the Linghu family. Speaking of which, there's one person in the Linghu family who's a disciple of my junior brother. We can be considered as a family. Ho Fong said with a smile. Aft. As soon as Duan Lingtian took out his soul orb, Yuan Gangming could not help but laugh as he looked at Ho Fong. Old geezer Ho, you're really thick-skinned. How can you be considered as a family with Alchemy Master Duan? Don't forget that Alchemy Master Duan is only a revered elder of the Linghu family. Ho Fong did not hold back when he heard Yuan Gongming's words. At least he's better than you. Apart from being from a Devata realm like Alchemy Master Duan, you're not related to him at all, right? Duan Lingtian shook his head and left silently when he saw the two of them quarreling again. After Duan Lingtian left, Yuan Gangming and Ho Fong finally regained their senses and began to blame each other again. It's all because of you that I couldn't exchange soul orbs with Alchemy Master Duan. Do you think you're the only one who couldn't exchange soul orbs with Alchemy Master Duan? At this moment, the two of them did not seem like two black dragon elders. Instead, they seemed more like two scoundrels or two shrews who were quarreling on the street. Among the people present, the person with the highest status in the Tianlong clan was the White Dragon Elder. The quarrel between the two Black Dragon Elders was no different from a fight between celestial immortals in front of a mortal like him. How could he dare to stop them? On the other hand, the group of inner sect disciples present on the scene had their eyes opened. It turned out that even someone as high as the Black Dragon Elder was just like them. He was a normal person and had his own emotions. He also had his own enemies. I didn't expect to obtain a rare medicinal herb worth 300,000 contribution points just like that. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian finally had some peace and quiet. He was delighted when he thought about how he had only spent a few hours to refine the Limit Meridian's Recovery Divine pill 3 times in front of everyone and obtain the rare medicinal materials that were worth 300,000 contribution points. In the following month, he continued to refine Limit Meridian Restoring Divine Pills because he still needed to refine many Limit Meridian Restoring Divine Pills to exchange for contribution points and various medicinal herbs. Of course, while refining these Limit Meridian Restoring Divine Pills, Duan Lingtian did not forget to refine other divine pills. Among them, there were several Limit Emperor grade divine pills. Of course, the pill tribulation for Limit Emperor grade divine pills was different. However, before refining the Limit Emperor grade divine pills, the news of Duan Lingtian refining 2 Limit Meridian Restoring Divine Pills at the same time using 2 pill cauldrons spread like wildfire throughout the Tianlong clan. Therefore, when the pill tribulation for the Limit Emperor grade divine pills that Duan Lingtian refined arrived, the Tianlong clan members only thought that it was 2 Limit Meridian Restoring Divine Pills that were refined at the same time. Of course, the fact that Duan Lingtian refined 2 Limit Meridian Restoring Divine Pills at the same time and successfully refined them also shocked Yuan Gangming, Ho Fong, and the other Tianlong clan divine pill masters. With Yuan Gangming and Ho Fong's efforts, they also successfully exchanged soul orbs with Duan Lingtian. However, after the exchange of soul orbs, they discovered that imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. They originally thought that they could ask Duan Lingtian to help them refine other Limit Emperor grade divine pills. But before they could speak, Duan Lingtian asked them more questions about the divine pill Dao. Some of the questions were so tricky that they could only send a message to the Tianlong clan's old clan master. Days passed one after another. The day of the Emperor Battle Plains opening was gradually approaching. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.